There you go, you're live now.
Hello, everybody. We are streaming on a weird day. We probably should have done it on Saturday. I don't know why we didn't do it on Saturday.
Because Bill
I
was
don't think
doing a thingy.
Right. Bill was doing a thing, and then last night I didn't want to do it because Bill was also doing a thing. But then also, right at the same time that we were looking at starting, I went to YouTube and I saw, I guess, Adam and Stitch were streaming about the exact same thing. So it seemed like, and I wasn't feeling great. Yeah, yesterday I also wasn't feeling good, or the day before, because as I was telling Spoon before we went live, it's really hot. It's actually not that it's hot, because it's not that hot. It's that it's 100% humidity, and it makes me feel kind of sick. Like when it's just oppressive, when the air is water, it just kind of makes me feel ill. Like I just I can deal with the heat. I like heat. I like it when it's hot. I don't like it when it's like 85 degrees, which isn't too bad, and 100% humidity. That's difficult for me to cope with. So I figured anyway, we'll just do it. It was a little bit cooler today. Actually, it was weird because it was cool up until like 5 p.m., which is when it should usually start, cooling down a little bit, and then it got way hotter, and it's hopefully getting better now, though, but anyhow. So, I figure...
I like hearing everyone complain about the weather, because my African ass is going like, I think the weather's great.
Yeah, I know. Mm-hmm.
What?
Well, I don't like it. I know.
You can probably handle the cold better than I can.
No, I'm not good with the cold. I like heat, but I don't like it when it's...
sticky.
When it's sticky out. It's tough.
I like sticky.
And I'm just not feeling well in general. But anywho, thought we'd do it today, though, because... Yeah. So I have not seen this video, except for the first couple of minutes.
I have.
It has made Spoon, apparently... I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen you this mad about something. And I've seen you pretty mad about a lot of things.
Yeah, I sent Aiden like a 15-second message about what I think of the woman in this video. Within 15 seconds, I think I said the F word 4 times.
Yeah, you're real pissed. You're real fired up. Now, the little bit that I saw made me understand why you felt that way.
Yes.
What is this tomfoolery, Lance? Like I said, I think we were going to stream on Saturday, and I wasn't feeling well that day because of the heat, and then we were going to, or Bill had a thing on Saturday, I think it was, and then yesterday we were going to stream, and I wasn't feeling well either because of the heat, and then I also went and looked and saw that Adam and Stitch were streaming the exact same videos, so... Like, it seemed like it would be a little bit rude to stream the exact, not only at the same time, but the exact same thing. That seemed a little rude. And when I already wasn't feeling well, and I was doing an interview, not an interview, what would you call it? A meeting with someone actually as well. So it didn't end up working. It wasn't a good time. But we'll do our regular stream on Wednesday. But I figure, okay, we'll do this today because I really don't think I've ever...
So you're saying it's your fault?
It is my fault, because I don't know if I've ever seen Spoon this mad about something, and the little bit that I saw seemed
I have to do my best,
this woman is one of the most obnoxious people I think I've ever seen.
Yes, and that's really saying something.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of obnoxious people in my life.
Like, her behavior is the kind of thing that will get you shot. Seriously.
Bruh. Gary Thomas Revive says, hey, Dynamic Duo, are we here for another example of why Republicans trying to get the black vote is pointless? I don't think it's entirely pointless. I think that
it's more just an uphill battle.
Yeah, you're gonna have women like this who are a product of the Democrat fatherlessness, remorselessness.
You're gonna hope in hell
lack of accountability, lack of
knowledge, common sense, civility, dignity.
All of those things.
Yes.
All of those things that have really been ingrained as virtues in the black community as a result of Democrat policies, which I believe are, as Larry Elder believes, I agree with him, are a result of fatherlessness, which is a result of Democrat policies to split up the black family, to encourage the welfare state. And that is not to say that, what idiot said this? Oh, Hassan said something about this, which I'll cover on Wednesday, but Hassan, of course, had some hot takes about Oliver Anthony, which just is ridiculous that I don't think that everybody, and I don't think Oliver Anthony was saying this in his song either, that everybody who needs to rely on welfare for any period of time is a leech or something like that. Because obviously there's times in people's lives where they're in a rough place and need help. Now that's what I think churches and, you know, private organizations are for, charities. But and one, because the government's terrible at allocating spending. Not saying the churches are perfect, neither are private companies, but the government's really bad at it. So I don't know. We'll go over that on Wednesday though. But the welfare state has really hurt the Black community because it's destroyed the household. But let me not belabor the point. Let's let Larry Elder explain it. Now, I have told you before that Larry Elder might be my pick for Trump's Veep. What do you think?
I have to breathe very deeply.
Why?
To brace myself for the rage that is going to happen about roughly 30 seconds after Larry opens his mouth and somebody else.
Oh, I thought that was in response to me suggesting that Larry Elder run as Trump's VP.
Oh no! I've no problem picking Larry.
I think he's an excellent choice.
Yes.
He's, since we've been talking about this for months, I've consistently brought up his name.
I would like him or Byron Donalds.
Byron Donalds would be good. One of the Carrie Lake. Who's the other one? The other woman. What's the other woman that the Dems can't stand?
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah. Marjorie MTG. Yeah, that'd be good. But
oh my
Carrie
God,
Lake,
she would
lost her
make
elections. Yeah, MTG would piss them off so bad.
Oh my God, MTG.
Well, Carrie Lake, lost her election. Let me put some quotations around that one, but you know what I mean.
I wouldn't mind if he picks either. I mean, either one knows how to piss off the press.
Larry Elder would really piss them off because I don't know. They both would, because they can't stand that shit. But just like they can't stand a woman who doesn't align with their politics and wants to kill babies. It's just funny. Like it's one of my favorite ironies of the leftist Democrat position, particularly the Democrat position, is, oh, we're all in favor. Women can pick and do whatever they want, unless it's Vivek would be interesting. I just saw a video of him on Twitter, like just doing playing tennis
shirtless.
Really aggressively. Yeah, shirtless.
Yeah, he's like knocking the shit out of the ball. I'm like, Vivek is like fucking pissed.
Lauren Boebert,
yeah. I would like Vivek because he's not part of the government.
Yeah, that would be another reason. Well, that's another reason
I would like another
Carrie Lake,
businessman.
She's out, but
do you know who would be the funniest choice?
Who?
His son.
Oh, that's some real nepo shit, man. They'll hate that.
We're monarchists.
I know, but Spoon, it's only it's what was that one poll that said it was like 20% that wouldn't be averse to bringing back the king in America of the Zoomers?
Yeah, that was a very strange poll.
Very strange poll, but that's still just 20% of Zoomers. That's not a very popular opinion. You know that if that happened, I don't even know if you could do it. I should even know that's illegal.
Well, can you pick your kid?
As your vice president? I don't actually know if there's anything against that.
Well, I mean, look, if Hunter can sit on the board of Burisma and get freaking large money, Trump's kid, I don't think would be a bad choice.
But we've been very harsh with good reason of the nepotism that happens with the Biden family. So I mean, I don't think encouraging that with Trump, with Don Jr. or Eric would be a very good idea. Yeah. But anywho, let's
get like a whole Trump family to rule the government. Like I'm not exactly against this. I'm just like, kind of see where it goes.
We've both said we'd be down for the Trump royal family, but dynasty, but it's not going to happen. So let's try to be a little bit more,
Queen Melania. Yeah, she would look good in the crown.
Free Melania. I was like, oh, I hated that shit. I hated that free Melania shit. That was another thing when the Dems had to pretend to care about Melania Trump for like a year. Or 6 months, or however long it was.
My God!
Oh, we're just worried about her. Sure. Yeah, whatever. Okay, I'm sure.
Because you're about to abuse her. That's the reason why.
Right. Anywho, speaking of abuse, let's watch this.
I'm gonna get abused more than anything else here because this is gonna be rough.
I'm gonna start it at 1.25. I'll see if I want to go faster, depending. Let's go.
ANV Charlemagne the Guy. We are the Breakfast Club. We have.
One thing, Spoon. You might want to put a filter over this.
Why?
Because they're really litigious.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Can you just make it smaller on the screen? Like,
Smaller.
So you can see the background. The actual video. Can you not make it full screen? Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
So that like the background is around it.
Yes.
You could put a filter over it too if you want. That's what I would do.
Fuck off with your filters.
I should have actually done this beforehand. I didn't think about it till just now.
Yeah.
But the Breakfast Club tends to be really aggressive with
I wonder why.
copyright.
It's because people kick the shit out of you.
I've had a really hard time just using clips from them before in videos.
I've done them before, actually.
You have?
Yeah.
Maybe they're less aggressive now than they used to be. All right. You made it tinier.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can mess with the color scheme or anything. Like,
Yeah, it's pretty easy on OBS. I don't remember how to do it anymore, but I do remember it's pretty easy. You can like the fog. Yeah, put a blingy glitter filter over it. Yeah, googly eyes or something. Filter, yeah, flip it. If you can flip too, that sometimes helps.
Fuck off. Well, I'm being asked to do this now.
Because I forgot to ask you earlier, my bad.
Jeez, fucking fuck's sake.
Well, while you're doing that, New Templar has just become a member. Thank you. Welcome to Night, New Templar. It's fitting. Cold War Mick for 5 says, to be fair, Hunter Biden's case is nepotism attached to gross negligence, incompetence, just outright disgusting behavior. That is true. That is true. I still don't know if it's a good idea to run with Don Jr. Eric. Has Appa for $10. Thank you, man. Says press and VP can't be from the same state. That's for sure. I'm not sure if it applies to Trump and kids. Nepotism isn't the issue. Corruption is. If people voted for the Trump ticket, that is that's what they wanted. Yeah, I just don't know if that is what people want. I feel like people still want, even big Trump fans.
Yeah, they would freak out.
Huge Trump fans probably don't care. But the people who are a little bit more, first of all, there's not many people who are undecided. People
at this point, no.
Hate Trump or like Trump. There's the number of independent, like there's not many people who are undecided. They're either going to vote for Trump or not. But the couple of people who are, or who may be a little bit more on the fence about Trump, they voted for him. But then, with all the indictment stuff, that's turned them off. They just want to go back to normal, which is never going to happen. By the way, you're not going back to normal. Voting for Joe Biden will not make it go back to normal. If you didn't notice.
Yeah, he's then, like the normal for you is, or the normal for them means fucking you. That's yeah.
Have you messed with the video sufficiently, you think?
No, who gives a crap? I'm just gonna play the stupid thing.
All right, let's just do it.
Fuck it.
If it's a problem, we'll deal with it.
And we got a special guest in the building. 2024 Republican presidential candidate Larry Elder. Welcome, brother.
Thank you so much for having me. It is an honor.
How you feeling?
I feel good.
He does more than that, though. I mean, he was a radio host.
Radio host for 40 years.
Author, TV
author,
host.
New York Times bestselling list. I got a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Corner of Hollywood and Vine, Southeast corner, just saying.
Okay.
I didn't know you had a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Yeah,
man.
yeah, about a handful of radio guys do, and I'm one of them.
Yeah, I think it's you, Elvis Duran,
Angie
Howard
Martinez.
Stern,
Yeah.
Big Boy. Oh, Angie
Martinez.
Martinez.
I named Arthur Godfrey.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's jump right into it. Why are you running for president?
Well, I'm running as an America First mega guy, and we have an America First mega guy running, obviously. So the question is, what do you bring to the table?
You say MAGA?
MAGA.
Okay.
And the answer is, I bring a lot of issues to the table that I feel our side is not talking enough about, if at all. For example, the #1 social problem in America, by far, is the epidemic not of COVID, but of fatherlessness. 70% of black kids today enter the world without a father in the home, married to the mother, up from 25% back in 1965. Now 25% of white kids enter the world today without a father in the home, married to the mother. And the stats are clear. Even Barack Obama once cited them. If you're raised without a dad, you're 5 times more likely to be poor and commit crime, 9 times more likely to drop out of school, and 20 times more likely to end up in jail. What's happened? In the mid-'60s, with I think the best of intentions, a Democrat named Lyndon Johnson launched what he called the War on Poverty.
Lyndon Johnson, I don't think had the best intentions.
No.
I don't.
Yeah, I tend to disagree with that.
He's being magnanimous,
Yes.
And since then, we have incentivized women to marry the government and incentivized men to abandon their financial and moral responsibility.
I'll have these N-words voting Democrat the next 200 years. Like, that's not in good faith.
He put that all like right out there, minute, and 20 seconds. The problem.
Yes.
Clearly laid out with stats, with citations.
Yep.
People, the pushback I get is, well, there are lots of things that are going on: systemic racism, poverty. Here's the problem: if you look at a young black male, aged 10 to 43, that's young to me because I'm 71 years old. A young black man in that demo is 13 times more likely to be murdered than a young white man, same demo. young black man, real young, 19 and under, the number one cause of preventable death is homicide, almost always at the hands of another young black male.
Yep.
Same demo for whites. The number one cause of preventable death is unintentional deaths. That includes drug overdoses, automobile accidents, drownings. It's not until they get to number 4 that death is the cause.
Homicide,
in America, 60% of the shootings, the robberies, and the homicides are committed by black people, often against other black people. Of the homicides in this country, half of them are black victims, almost all killed by other blacks.
Yep.
How do you explain that if it isn't for the absence of fathers? Are you prepared to say black people are just genetically inclined to commit more crime? I doubt it. And the go-to reaction often is poverty and systemic racism. Here's the problem. 1940, when there was blatant racism, this is before Brown versus Board of Education, before the Civil Rights Act of 64, KKK was still alive and well, 87% of blacks lived under the poverty line. Now it's about 14%. You can't blame it on poverty. You can't blame it on racism. It is the breakdown of the nuclear intact family, and neither side is talking about it.
You know, I want to say, sorry, this is related. I'm doing that whole deep dive into those screwed up papers that guy who got fired from FSU published, and I was going through the totality of the data from his 2003 publication, which was about the effect of urbanicity on student behavior. So, like, basically, what he was, of course, the study has been retracted because it's false. But one of his main claims is that, I found this new finding that totally contradicts previous research, because his claim was that the percentage of white students in the school had nothing to do with student misbehaviors. The poverty had nothing to do with student misbehaviors. All it had to do with was whether or not there were like extracurricular activities, and the students were involved in school culture, and the teachers were really involved, which is not going to happen in these inner city schools. And the way that he did that was by massively fabricating and falsifying his data, of course. But that's why it contradicts the previous stuff. My point there is that this kind of stuff does matter, obviously. So it's not just like systemic racism. These are not the issues. There's clearly a cultural issue at play here, and that's been the way since the 1960s, as Larry is saying here. Specifically that because women were black women in particular were encouraged to marry the state, and white women have followed, and Hispanic women less so, because they have, particularly immigrants, have stronger family, intact families.
They're pretty high as well, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, none of it's great. 50%. Yeah, none of it's good. But the result of that is when you don't have a father figure, is young men are looking for someone to be a father figure to them, or they're going to act out searching for some kind of structure to their lives. And unfortunately, what ends up happening is the structure they end up finding is a prison system. The way that the left wants to handle that is, we'll just abolish prisons, abolish the police. Nah, that's not the answer. It's to way cut back on the welfare state. But let's continue. I just thought that was an interesting finding I found today about that the Stewart et al. Stuff.
The left doesn't talk about it because it with the welfare state.
Yeah.
And our side does not talk about it because if you're white, you'll be accused of dissing single moms who are heroically raising these kids, or you'll be accused of being a racist, or if you're black, you'll be accused, as I was by the LA Times, of being the black face of white supremacy. Nobody.
Yep.
That's a badge of honor, by the way.
I mean, yeah, I'm glad I hope he does wear it as a badge of honor, because to be called the black face of white supremacy, geez.
It's kind of based, actually.
Yeah.
Talking about that. I am.
What are the reasons, if your statistics are right, what are the reasons that you think fathers aren't in the home?
As I said, it's because in the mid-60s...
The government, Charlemagne, do you not pay attention?
Lyndon Johnson launched what he called the War on Poverty. And Charlemagne, literally, they sent social workers door to door in the inner city. I remember this. Advising women of the availability of welfare provided there was no man in the house. It created an economic incentive for women to marry the government. Same thing with whites. In 1965, 8% of whites entered the world without a father in the home, married to the mother. Now it's about 25%, also up threefold. Look at census data, 1910, 1920, 1930, in places like Milwaukee, Chicago, Philadelphia, a young black kid was slightly more likely to be brought into a world with a father in the home married to the mother than a young white kid. We have incentivized this kind of bad behavior, and it's had a disproportionately bad effect on the black community.
Let me ask a question. What do white people do wrong?
What, Charlemagne, why does it matter? He is talking about the black community. That's what he has been focusing on the entire time, is the problems. He started, you asked him, why is he running for president? He said, my main concern is these problems in the black community. And then instead of addressing anything he has said for the last 4 minutes is, yeah, but what about white people? What do they do wrong? Okay. He also explained how this negatively impacts whites as well, if you missed that part, Charlemagne. Okay.
What do you mean? What do white people do? I'm not worried about white people. I'm worried about what's going on with us.
But if there's systemic racism in this country, which we know it is.
No, I don't say there is. You say there is. I don't believe that.
Oh, you don't believe this?
No, there used to be, obviously. Tell me what you think the number one systemic example of systemic racism is in America.
Oh man, it's so.
He's gonna pull a Dave Rubin now. Because remember, this is the reason that Dave Rubin went viral with Larry Elders, because he said the same thing and Larry whooped his ass.
No,
I don't. And because Charlemagne is a little slow, 8 years fucking behind, when fucking Dave Rubin first pulled this shit, watch what happens now.
So
just give me the most important one you think.
At the top of mind, I'll probably say mass incarceration.
Really, mass incarceration, Charlemagne. It's not because you jackasses commit more fucking crime, is it?
Yes, but why? Why is there mass incarceration?
It's not because California is being looted like a bunch of fucking cockroaches and rodents, is it?
Why are you being mass incarcerated? Could it be because you're committing more crimes and young black men are being incentivized to do crimes because they don't have a father figure in their lives telling them to not do crimes?
Hey, by the way,
teaching them how to be adults.
Under which president did you have more mass incarceration than any president ever?
Was it Clinton?
Yep. You know what Clinton was like in the black community? Very.
Oh, yeah.
You know why? Because he put friggin' criminals in jail.
Yeah.
Because you know what's the funny thing? Black people don't give a fuck who's in jail as long as they feel safe. Somehow the Democrats have forgotten that.
People feel safe in their own communities.
Yes. And you know who black people don't like most of other people? Black people who fuck up their shit.
Yeah.
I don't know how the hell people don't understand that. I mean, I would think that's common sense.
It's an uncomfortable truth. That's because it's an uncomfortable
truth. Yeah, but black people don't give a shit. Like, black people give a shit. Like, the N-words, they massively give a shit. Black people don't give a fuck.
People who are politically motivated, yeah, they do give a shit, clearly.
They're idiots. They don't give a fuck about everything.
They don't want to accept the truth. That, like, look, you can't expect... It's time to stop expecting and anticipating everybody else in the world to fix the problems in your community. At some point, you have to do it. It has to come internally. It can't come externally. No one can fix the problems in the black community but the black community. That's it. I mean, that's just the truth. The government can't fix it for you.
And during the Great Depression, when 50% of black adults were unemployed, you didn't have this kind of mass incarceration. It's to break down the family. There's
I'm not going to. I agree with the family part. I'm a black man who is a father to his children, and I'm a happily married black man to a black woman. So I'm never going to argue with that part, you know. But I just feel like everything is black with you. Black is wrong. Black people do this and black people do that. And when I asked you what white people do wrong, you said you're not worried about white people at all.
I'm talking about
Charlemagne. You damn well know if a white person said everything Larry Elder did, you would immediately brand him a racist.
Which is exactly what Larry said. Why white people don't talk about it. So he's
proving the point.
His point is, I'm allowed to talk about this because I'm black. White people can't talk about it. But this is something. This is, you asked me what my big concern is, why I'm running for president. That's why, because I'm concerned about the issues facing African Americans, which, being 13% of the population and causing 50% of the crime, affects all Americans. By the way, the black criminality rate affects all Americans a lot.
Yes, but particularly the black one, because the main people who are the victims of those crimes are other blacks.
Predominantly, yes, but it's not just black people. It's people of all backgrounds.
Yes,
who are deleteriously affected by these serious issues of criminality that have become endemic in the black community. It's become endemic to black culture.
Because guess which group are more likely to attack outside their race than any other race?
Black people.
Yeah, why do you think that is?
Did everyone forget about what happened in COVID? When Asian people were just getting assaulted on the streets.
Yeah, and even CNN in that
had to report on it. To their chagrin.
they were not exactly fans of it. There was
no,
it was a guy.
Admit that.
It was a guy who was with Project Veritas behind the scenes, just went like, "There's a lot of Asian people getting beaten up by black people. We can't talk about it." Like, yeah, why do you think that is? Like, you don't give a fuck about life, do you?
Because you don't care.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
you don't actually care.
Yes.
You don't actually care. You're race grifters, and you don't actually care.
Yeah.
You're grifting off of race as a topic because you know it makes people uncomfortable. That's what it is. You know it makes people uncomfortable, and that's why they've done that grift for so long. You asked Larry Elder why he's running, and he gave you his answer. He's told you he's not interested in white people as for his primary concern. And why should he be? To be honest.
Yeah, because we don't have the same problem.
Are white people committing
a
disproportionate amount of crime?
Nope.
Are Asian people?
We don't have the same problem with crime or single motherhood or test scores or frankly, we're better than you in virtually every single metric except athletics. That is the God's honest
there's
truth.
There is a big problem with the drug, with particularly opioids in certain parts of the country that are predominantly white, largely economically impoverished areas that have become economically impoverished because largely of Democrat policies that have made it very difficult for American businesses to thrive there. And I know you'll say, oh, but those are Republican states. But there's a lot of things like EPA and these giant government organizations that make it very difficult for industry. Those are jobs that don't require, higher education kind of. Some of them do, but don't require everyone to have college degrees to work in. Regular production jobs. Those have all been shut down. They've been exported overseas. That we used to make steel. America was famous for its steel. Don't make steel in America anymore. We import it from China and it sucks. It falls apart. But, that's a totally different issue. And that's not what Larry's focused on. So why change the subject? Because you don't want to deal with the facts he just told you. He spit a bunch of facts. They were uncomfortable facts for you. And instead it's like, yeah, but can we talk about white people? No.
Yeah, and also can we be brutally honest here about something, Charlemagne? If you jackasses keep doing this crap, you're gonna make segregation sound more appealing. And here's the thing that nobody wants to talk about. If you want to segregate from us, white people, they lose nothing.
Have you seen some of the polling statistics on that? There are a lot of black people who want to be segregated from whites.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you not think that if you happen to be getting a lot of white racist approval, it might like,
why do you think that is, though?
Because they're stupid as shit.
Because they've been fed a load of horse shit from the Democrats that say like, "Whoa, you got some problems? It's whitey. All white people hate you. Everything problem you have, that's
you
the
do
white
realize
man's fault.
there's a lot of white people who look at that and go, should we just let them run with this? Because we're not exactly going to suffer. I find it really funny because all you see these Democrats just say, oh, look, the best places in the world are like Scandinavia, socialist countries like Norway and Sweden, and every conservative goes, yeah, they're overwhelmingly smaller nations, number one, and two, they're white. So if you want to segregate and you get a whole bunch of white people together with no other minorities, do you think white people are really going to complain about that? Like, really? There's a whole bunch of white people who go like, yeah, we're totally being in favor of that. We have no problem with that. Fucking go nuts. Because white people will not suffer at all with segregation. They have better education, money, and lower crime stats. What the fuck do you think is going to happen? Not exactly a wise move.
Nope.
The damage, disproportionate damage going on in the black community. For example, look at these smash and grabs that are taking place in Los Angeles where I live.
There you go, case in point. Thank you, Mr. Elder.
Suburb called Glendale, where at a mall recently, a mob of 30 to 40 people, they had masks on, but one guy got popped. He was black. And I think most of those who were doing this were black. And in recent years and times, there have been a number of these in places like Chicago, places like New York. If I were involved in something like that, Charlemagne, I grew up with a dad, just as you're raising your own children. I would have been more afraid of my father than I would about the cops catching me. These kids are afraid of neither. They don't have a father in the home. Cops are demoralized. They're pulling back. Their manpower is short. And as a result, you tell a bad guy you're less likely to be caught, convicted, incarcerated, crime goes up. They may be criminals, but they're not stupid. Mm-hmm. When you say, what do white people do? I mean, this is a country that has struggled mightily to get over its historic racism. There was a civil war.
No, I think the people have long gotten over racism. I think politicians, however, use it as a fucking crutch to get power.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's just my opinion on that.
Big civil rights movement. This is the only majority white country that's ever elected a black president, let alone re-elected a black president. The three biggest cities in America are New York, Chicago, LA. They all have black mayors, even though no city has a majority of black population. Yep. The president of Harvard is a black female. Martin Luther King in 1966, Charlemagne.
I like the way he's listing all these things that currently have black leadership and they're all gone to shit. It's like, I'm saying there's a pattern I'm sort of spotting here.
Gave an interview to the BBC. This is 2 years after the Civil Rights Act of '64 got passed. And he said, I'm amazed at how many positive changes there have been in America in the last 2 years. Why, if things keep going like this, we could have a black president in about 40 years' time. Mm-hmm. Do the math. Right on cue, Barack Obama, elected 2008. He didn't say there'll be a black female president of Harvard, and there has been. He didn't say there are going to be black CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, and there have been several. He didn't say the percentage of the House.
You do realize Charlemagne is not listening to a word of this?
No.
Because he's just... His mindset is just thinking like, when can I say something about Whitey? You can see it in his face.
Would equal the percentage of black people in the population, and it does. He didn't say the three largest cities would have black mayors, and they do. He didn't say the largest and most prestigious organization of doctors, the American Medical Association, would have 2 black presidents, and there have been. He didn't say the most prestigious organization of lawyers, the American Bar Association, would have 2 black presidents, and they have. He said president, meaning at that point, I can feel that I reached the mountaintop, which is a speech he gave right before he got assassinated the day before. And now we act as if Barack Obama never even got elected. And we're still talking about systemic racism. It's not fair. It's wrong. And you're discouraging black people from working hard. 1996.
Okay. Mr. Elder, quick question.
See, now, that moment right there.
Prepare yourselves. I mean, he's first of all, I just want to say he's completely right. Barack Obama was president for 2 terms. An incredibly popular president, by the way. I mean, like the absolute, media darling. Even a lot of Republicans liked him all right, because it was kind of not all right to say you didn't, wasn't it? To a certain degree. That was considered racist. But so where is the systemic racism? If a black man's been president of the United States twice, and it was a well-liked president, even though
he was a shit
he's not
president.
a very good president, but you know what I mean? But polling was very positive.
He was liked because he was black and fuck all else.
Yeah, that's it. Isn't that evidence of the contrary?
I mean, if you say we elected our first black president, no one ever talks about whether or not he was good. It's just that he was black.
Right. But that's seemingly all that matters.
Of course. And if that's your metric, black people, that might be the reason why you don't get anywhere in life, because you're way too focused on skin color than actually doing anything fucking good with your lives.
Yep.
Let's just remove.
Fuck you, I'm not apologizing for that.
The word racism, since that seems to be a word that
triggers the shit out of your black fucking ass.
That triggers, a conversation.
I am not going to be nice to this woman at fucking all, by the way. I'm sick of this bitch, and I'm going to fucking be blunt and shit to this bitch.
Conversation down the water hole. Let's just focus on the word system.
Okay.
You mentioned that
you can't even spell that fucking word.
The system was the one that discouraged. And again, we have no problem with agreeing that the black family should certainly have some room for some improvement. But let's just focus on system.
Room for improvement?
System. We're not going to go down that water. We're not going to go down that water hole.
Yeah, because he would drown your fucking ass. That's why.
Right, that's why. Yeah, exactly. What do you mean? Let's focus on this is CRT stuff here. It's right where it is. Like, no. Let's not talk about real problems that we could potentially fix. Let's talk about
language games.
Systems that of course we can't identify because they're nebulous and they're invisible, and we can't point to any specific policies, any laws, anything that's actually happening.
Is the video that black guy that I sent you?
Yeah. We'll play it later. Okay, look, there were things, of course, as Larry pointed out, that absolutely, Jim Crow, redlining. There's absolutely have been things, slavery without, need not be said. It's a given. Throughout the course of American history that have disadvantaged black people. But what right now is systemic racism? I mean, up until a couple months ago, you all had a preferential treatment at every university in the country to gain access, to gain scholarships.
Someone said, do subtitles work on her?
I'm not sure.
No. Fucking slavery was based. I mean.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I can't say what I'm really thinking.
So the question is, you said that the system encouraged black women to be single.
By the way, I don't like this. Larry does not come out looking good at this moment, and it kind of annoys me because he could have really knocked her the fuck out. Yeah.
Mothers, correct?
I mean, I understand Larry's point. It's just that this woman is.
This is also his first interaction with her. Okay.
Yes.
She's out of the gate, fucking furious, as you can tell. Look at her face.
She's always like this, though.
She's hyper aggressive. Larry has been calm. He's been measured. He's been giving data and
that's because he's a man.
Facts and dates. And she's just like, no, I'm not going to engage with you. I'm gonna bring up systems. Can I go back for a minute? Because I missed it actually. Like, what was their point about systems? I'm gonna go back.
He doesn't say anything, by the way, so.
Okay.
Triggers, a conversation down the water hole. Let's just focus on the word system. You mentioned that the system was the one that discouraged. And again, we have no problem with agreeing that the black family should certainly have some room for some improvement. But let's just focus on.
But you haven't done anything in 6 years to fucking make it so, by the way. So the fact that you
focus
just
on
wave
systems. What does she mean by that though? What do you mean focus on systems?
Yeah.
System.
Room for improvement?
System. Well, we're not going to go down that water. We're not going to go down that water hole. Let's get to the question. So the question is, you said that the system encouraged Black women to be single mothers, correct?
I said the welfare state, yes.
The welfare, the system. So who's in charge of the system? Who was in charge of the system?
Well, it was Democrats that passed it.
And who were Democrats? Were they Black or white at that time?
Well, at the time, majority of Black people were Democrats, as the majority of Black people are Democrats now.
Not the voters. I'm talking about the system. Remember, the main idea is the word system.
Oh my God!
Yeah. Do you see why?
In charge of the, but who was voting for them? But this is after the supposed great switch, where all the, because that's also a lie that it was Republicans,
the Dixiecrats,
whatever, Dixiecrat stuff. No. Okay, I mean, which is, there's some truth to that, but the way that the left likes to portray that is ridiculous.
I feel like you're going to get more annoyed by this than I am.
Okay. Oh my God.
Let it talk. All right. You get stupider.
Maybe charge of the system at the
system.
Time. The Democrats at the time. The system. I'm just going to Charlamagne's point about white or Black. Was it white Democrats in charge of the system or Black Democrats in charge of the system?
Well, if you're prepared to say that Lyndon Johnson did this viciously with an intent to destroy the Black family, I disagree. He did it with the best of intentions. And if you look at the New York Times, which is left wing, the Washington Post, which is left wing, they cheered all of this.
Right. And what I'm asking was, it white people? So I'm going to ask again in case my mic's not coming through clearly. Was it?
Oh my God.
Do you see? Okay, do you see now why I spoke the way that I did?
This woman, holy shit!
He's just.
I knew it was bad. Just a little bit I heard was annoying because I heard just little bits and pieces while I was pulling out the thumbnail, right? Images from the thumbnail. The amount of
it's gonna get worse
and ego and just unwilling to listen. Also, what the fuck do you mean by system? This is pure CRT crap. This is pure CRT. College indoctrination. What do you mean the system? He said the welfare state. Is that what you mean? No, the system. This, again, a nebulous, invisible system that's doing this. Yeah. So unless Black people were in charge of everything, then none of it matters.
There you go. You're basically going to arrive to a point.
Oh my God.
Because that is literally the point she's going to make.
White people in charge of the system or Black people in charge of that system that helped break down the Black family? It's a simple yes, just a simple question. White or Black?
So,
okay, then you know what? Then leave. Then leave. Get out of America, because America is never going to be run by the majority of Black people, because Black people make up 13% of the population. Is that so? What you're for the system to not be actively harmful towards Black people, then Black people have to be in charge of everything. And Barack Obama doesn't count for some reason, I guess. Then leave. Then. You know what? Move to South Africa.
I was about to say, I know a country where roughly about less than 10% of the population was in charge and holding power, and then it mysteriously got to the other 80%. And what happened to the country? Oh yeah, it went to shit.
Then move to South Africa.
So I'm actually going to I'm actually going to be in favor of minority rule, because the minority rule in my country is better.
You'd agree with her. You'd agree with her then. She wants minority rule.
No, the minority rule in my country is significantly smarter. The minority rule in America is not, unless you want to count Asians. Because I guarantee Asians would do a hell of a lot better job to run the fucking country.
Probably.
Yes.
We often talk about Empire of Dust, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't have to go on welfare unless you voluntarily chose to go on welfare. The inducement was put there by Democrats, by the left.
Correct. Okay.
Well, most black people were Democrats, and they voted.
I like the way it's like white Democrats. So before it was just a party, and now it's race with you.
And so what? But what is this too? What is this too? Did you just see this? The just complete lack of listening to what Larry's saying is that Black people were incentivized and by the Democrat Party, of which they were a member, to go on the welfare state, of which they have become trapped due to a cycle of poverty that did not exist in that way when this started. Is any of this, though, so far, is any of the onus of responsibility being placed on any Black people anywhere in the system at all? No. It's all white people's fault. Of course. Okay.
For these white people,
not voters. I said, who's in charge of the system?
Well, who put...
well, first of all, it doesn't matter who they voted for. Black people can just say, no, thanks, I'll keep my husband. Do you understand the concept of personal responsibility? Well, you're Black, of course not.
Who put them in charge?
Was Lyndon Johnson white or Black?
Who put them in charge?
Maybe that'll help.
Fine.
White? Oh my God. I'm sorry. We're going to pause a lot in this, I can tell. Sorry, because I keep trying to reform my thoughts. Yeah, it totally robs Black people of their individual agency. Now, obviously the Democrats did incentivize them, and I think maybe Larry did that a little bit by saying that that they were incentivized by the Democrat Party to marry the state. But that was a big financial incentive, wasn't it?
Yes.
Hey, we'll pay for you. We'll pay for you to live. You don't have to work. You don't have to do anything. and we'll just pay for you to live, essentially.
If I was going to debate Larry, I would say to him, Larry, it's very obvious this was done deliberately to cripple the family. And now I think Larry's counterpoint could be that it has nothing to do with black or white. It is literally just to do with the power of the state. That's all it is. It has nothing to do with whether you're black or white. They want people voting for them. And black women are specifically, for some reason, very, very susceptible to indoctrination as a voting bloc. I don't know why.
It's all women. But the thing is that women are looking... Yes, because women are looking to be cared for. They're looking to be protected. The government, in terms of being a massive apparatus, is far better, theoretically, at being able to taking care of you than an individual man. That's like, I think that's like the pseudo thought process, and I don't think it's an active thought process. It's a paracognitive process that goes through women's head of being like, oh, well, the government's way bigger than my husband or than a man, so it'll be better able to take care of me. And I think that's where a lot of that sort of stuff comes from. And you do see the same shit, by the way, going to Appalachia, where I'm from, which is largely white and very impoverished. And you see the same stuff. Women marry the state because they don't. What job is their husband going to get?
Sake,
there's no jobs. There's no jobs in Appalachia. So I'll get pregnant and I'll marry the state. And then you see it all over the place in Appalachia. The idea that this is a black and white issue is a misnomer.
Yeah, I know,
I think to some degree it is a poverty issue. It's a social economic status issue. But the social economic status has been exacerbated by the welfare state, which has created a system in which, and a cycle in which, children are born into poverty. Women are encouraged to have children out of wedlock, which keeps them in that. And the same thing about welfare.
I don't think it's a poverty thing.
No, but here's let me explain. With welfare, if you make too much money, you don't get welfare anymore. And it actually makes you more poor. You actually end up more impoverished if you try to escape and get out of it. So it keeps women in particular in this who to have a lot of children or have as enough children as they want to be able to live comfortably, which is, I'm saying, I know that for middle class people it does not seem comfortable, but compare it to a third world country or something, right? It's very comfortable compared to the like global averages. To live comfortably without having to do anything at all besides marry the state and keep voting Democrat. And all that has been told to these people for 70 years now is just keep voting Democrat, we'll keep paying for you. And fathers are not, I mean, particularly with like no fault divorce, women can leave their husbands at any time. They don't even get married anymore. As Larry pointed out, 70% of black children are born into unwed households.
Yep.
Which is astonishing. But the black community doesn't even bother to get married anymore. There's no point. You already know that you're not going to stay with that guy. It's horrifying. Sorry. Just this woman is infuriating. Whoa, real quick. Redneck Ram for $50. Thank you, man.
You're reading that.
I sure am. Hang on. I pull this up here. I didn't have it ready. My bad.
Read it with a straight face.
All right. Let's see. Okay. Spoon Daddy, I once made a sweet mouthfeel. I released him from his drawer, polished him up a bit, then dunked him in some of the most decadent ice cream available. He then swirled around in my mouth for a while before being licked clean.
Y'all motherfuckers need a law.
And for another 10, he continues, this message brought to you by the Council for a Wooing Spoon.
I just had freaking bit on the background. Oh, God, that was good.
Well, at it, Lancer 5 says the Democrats put a worm on a hook, and yet the fish went to bite it time and time again, even when the bait was gone. Ooh, that's well said. Yeah, Lance, very true. Gary Thomas for 5 says, Aiden, a lot of pro-blacks think they can fuck their way into conquering the West because Africa is the only continent way above replacement level. I mean, that is true. Well, yeah, I guess Africa is the only continent that generally speaking is above replacement levels.
I'm going to say something fuck up, but
okay.
I think it was a mistake to give them medicine.
Holy shit, dude. There's an argument to be made about that, though. There actually is an argument to be made for that. It sounds fucked up, but it's because when you gave them medicine that they aren't able to produce themselves, they aren't able to they don't have the infrastructure to be able to make this kind of stuff. They can't produce, they don't have labs. I mean, these are people living in very, not first world conditions, right?
Yes.
It has to be imported, which they can't produce it themselves. And the reason why changes in the amount of children that people had in the West changed over time that sentence wasn't great, is because over time people did develop these medicines. They developed cures and treatments for things, because back, many years ago, people had far more children. Why? Because they died. Because far more children died of what we now know are easily preventable diseases in the West. But they're not preventable in these third world conditions. And the result is that these communities, they still are having children at the same rate, but they haven't gone through the societal changes over a long period of time that other cultures did to figure out how to adjust to that. So they're still having children, but they haven't gone through any of the other cultural changes needed to understand, like, they have to still keep reproducing at the same rate. And then they still end up starving, because now the problem, it doesn't become infant mortality as much due to preventable diseases
poverty
and lack of inoculation. Now it's starvation. Now it's lack of food. Now it's lack of ways to support growing children. And there is a good, I think actually an ethical argument to be made that it is maybe unethical to continue to provide unending shipments of medicines.
Yeah, because
I know it sounds incredibly fucked up. It sounds incredibly fucked up.
I like the way that I just made the opening statement and you just made the argument for me.
Well, because that is the argument. I know that, and I know, again, it sounds evil, but the reality is that it's all due to external intervention.
Yes. You have to look at this from like a civilization sort of, you're essentially trying to play God.
Right. And if all Western intervention just pulled out of Africa, and
just my good God, they would regress so fucking. If you gave no aid, Africa would go back to the pre-colonial status within a decade. Some of them would anyway. But like without outside aid, Africa would never develop in a million years. Like, that's just the God's honest fucking truth.
I think it would, but they have to develop independently. You can't. You can't like just enforce technology onto people, right?
Yeah, that's kind of the point that a lot of people don't seem to understand. Like, hey, look, we could just give you these things and they'll take to it. Like, humans are not pieces of wood or just code you can reprogram with like a new upgrade of software.
Yeah, that's the whole idea, and that's a very common thing I see with people on the left is that they think you can just like upgrade people with
with new pieces of information. Yeah,
or a computer.
Like, that's not how humans work.
No, it's all of
There's cultural differences.
Cultural groups, broad genetic groups are the result of thousands of years of.
How can you not do this with blacks in America?
Yeah, good question.
Yeah, exactly. So if you can't even do it with the blacks in your own fucking country, why the hell do you think you can do it with Africans thousands of freaking miles away? That doesn't make any sense.
Good question. Again, like, the idea of stopping aid to Africa is, I understand why people are like, holy shit, but a lot of people would die. Yeah, that's true.
I would be in favor of you taking all of that aid. And
also, wouldn't be alive in the first place if it wasn't for the existing aid. And this is a product of the whole problem is a product of Western intervention and Western bleeding heart liberalism, if I'm going to be completely honest.
Hey, Russia, do you want to take over another country? I have one you could take over.
Which?
Mine.
South Africa?
Yeah. Yes. I would have no problem with
well, they're in BRICS, so
yeah, I have no problem with Putin wanting to take over my country. I'd rather have him as a freaking president than the fucking Ramaphosa. He's corrupt as shit. At least Putin's corruption I trust because he'll kick the shit out of people. I would rather have a president that just is like, yeah, if you screw with me, I'll kill you. Like, okay, I can respect that. At least he'll do a better job. From an anthropological
perspective, so just to say from a purely anthropological perspective, we interfered with the natural development of these cultures.
Yes.
We can't turn back the clock on that, by the way. You can't. Like, we can't just...
You can, but it's gonna cause a lot of damage.
It would cause a lot of damage, right? You can't... What I'm saying, you can't undo what's already been done in terms of, like, we can't go back and undo what we've already... It's not possible. You could stop it.
I mean, you could see with, like, Niger now and everything, they're trying to sort of decouple from the West.
Yeah.
And they're trying to go more like the Russia-China route. Because as far as I can tell, they want to militarily align themselves with Russia, which would be a boon for Russia because, they get more military bases, counter the Americans. And they want to be economically tied with China, because I think I could be wrong, but the impression that I get here is that the BRICS nations are more prosperous now, GDP-wise, than the G7 countries put together, and they represent a vastly greater amount of human lives on planet Earth. And the West right now is up its own arse trying to kill everyone, so I feel like if China and Russia just says, how about we do an alliance and we don't do what the West does, and we appear less predatory, they might actually win favor with China and Russia and all the other African countries in the West does, because right now the West is not very popular because it's been headed by fucking moron.
Yeah. Jim Manchin for 5 years says, hello, fellow M-words. What did you eat today? And you'd better not answer nothing, Aiden. Now, I had half of a cheeseburger. Beware the holy mace. I know you did make me eat. You heated me up a Rustler's cheeseburger. Thank you.
Wait, you made her eat, Bill? Good, I approve. Well done.
Hasselhopper for 5 says, at this point, the general is progressing faster than society can adapt to it in a healthy manner. Yeah, that is a problem. Let's get back into this. Thank you, guys.
That's actually a good point, and that is generally horrifying.
It is, yeah.
Industrial Revolution and its progress has been a mistake.
But if your argument is that the reason he did it was because of racism, then I disagree. He did it because of...
That's not my argument. I just asked you a simple question. Was he white or black? Charlamagne?
And you know, Mr. Elder, you said...
Man, this woman...
Who cares? Why does it matter if he's white or black? It only matters to you because you're a racist.
That and she has no other point, by the way.
Yes, she has no other point. It would... What's her name again?
I don't know. Don't care.
Tenzin or something like that. Tenzin. I don't know. I wrote her name down, but I forgot what it was. Would it matter? So you would say the exact same policy would be a good thing if a black president did it?
So, yeah,
that's the argument.
Yeah, like
that's
okay. So put it this way: like, you know, that point will work with like the lowest of IQ people, especially that slam dunk at the end. By the way, that's a marketing gimmick.
Yeah.
Like, yes. Yeah.
No. Okay. Yeah. No.
Like, first off, Lyndon B. Johnson was definitely a racist. Like, he's the one who apparently said, "I'll have these, you know what, voting Democrat for the next 200 years."
Right, but he was a Democrat.
Yeah, and I don't know if you know that quote is directly from the source. I believe it was a historian who was part of the White House administration who recorded it in a book about him. And if it was done by a white dude and it was objectively bad, why did black people not vote for any other Republican or even any Democrat who favored reversing those policies? Everyone knows, all the left-wing media, if you touch the welfare state, you hate the poor and you're racist because blacks are disproportionately on it. Exactly. If black people have the right to vote, same as anybody else, and they're wedded to the Democratic Party, who keeps them under, lock and friggin' chain, and thus proves LBJ's intentions correct, it just proves that you don't really care about systemic racism at all, as long as you deem it beneficial to you. And yet you try and pivot to place the blame on white people and not the Democratic Party, which you still vote for, even though Barack Obama, a black dude, spoke well of LBJ. He gave a tribute to LBJ, for heaven's sake. Which leads me to conclude you do not really understand the nature of power in any way, or voting blocks at all. You're just more susceptible to a group than any other demographic, especially black women. Why that is the case? How did I do? How did I sum her up?
Yeah,
pretty well, I would say.
Sounds like it.
Yeah. Idiots.
You talked about the smash and grabs, right? And I find that interesting because, when you see the mass shootings that happen, majority of those people are white males. What do you think about that?
I love the way that it's just like, it's interesting you mentioned this, and now I'm going to mention something else entirely unrelated. What the hell, Charlamagne? That doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
Listen to this.
What?
Okay. But if your argument...
Smash and grabs, right? And I find that interesting because, when you see the mass shootings that happen, majority of those people are white males. What do you...
See what I mean? Like, that is utterly unrelated.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. What? You're talking about smash and grabs.
Charlamagne?
And Mr. Elder, you said,
there you go.
The smash and grabs, right? And I find that interesting because, when you see the mass shootings that happen, majority of those people are white males. What do you think about that?
He's shifted from smash and grabs to mass shootings.
Yeah, but that's not even true.
But that's okay. All right. So you know where he's getting these data from. This is a common like leftist sort of talking point that is because they will say mass shooters, as in, and they'll throw in things like the Vegas shooting and the Columbine, those kinds of
yeah.
points.
Do you know why they do that? It's because if you were to look at mass shootings by amount of people being killed, black people are overwhelmingly still the top mass shooters.
Do you understand how they come to those calculations?
I'm assuming probably what they see in the media is one.
They only include shootings that involved the killings of more than 5 people. sometimes more than 3, but often more than 5. And what you find is that gang-related shootings that happen every single day, where the vast majority of homicides come from, where the vast majority of shooting deaths in the United States come from, it's small gang-related violence. It's under 5 or under 3. Yeah. So when you look at over 5 people, yeah, it's Columbine. It's a
but they happen
really
once in a blue
pissed off
moon.
white guy. It's rare, but it's usually a pissed off a white guy. Or
whereas the black people getting shot happens every weekend.
Happens every day.
Yeah.
Yep.
Freaking hell.
Yep.
Actually, if you look at the percentage of whites in America, which is 60%, the percentage of mass shooters is under that. The percentage of people...
Mr. Larry Elder, you're trying to explain math to this dude. He's not going to be able to understand.
People that commit hate crime is under that. The percentage of people who are serial killers is under that. Black people are 13% of the population. We commit a greater percentage compared to that of mass shootings.
We talked about the smash and grabs, though. So I was saying, since you're using that as an example, I'm saying, well, what about the mass shooters that are usually white males?
You see the way, it's nothing to do with this. Like,
it's just a shift, just a complete pivot.
Nothing.
He's talking about the smash and
makes no sense whatsoever.
Grabs, which have been going on continually since the Summer of Love, but have been going on since before that, significantly, but particularly since 2018.
Yep.
2016 is when it really started, but when it started to get bad. But yeah, since 2018, since George Floyd, it's been every single summer. It's billions upon billions of dollars of damage every single summer in particular. They just go out and destroy cities. And it's why then the black community complains that all the Walmarts pull out of Chicago, for example. Where am I going to go get my groceries? I don't know. You need to get your community in fucking check.
Yeah.
Because the Walmart can't afford to exist there.
Yeah, it's almost like it's not profitable.
But here's the thing. Again, you're causing ultimately more harm to your own community in the long run because then the Walmart can't afford to exist there anymore. And then you end up with more food deserts. And you end up with fewer and fewer opportunities for the black community caused by what? Largely on black crime in black communities. So then to switch to the fact that, again, and that's a very Weasley number, like I said, that over, because mass shootings, they want over 5. They're not talking about the daily homicides that occur in cities, black on black crime, in which 1 or 2 people are shot and killed. Those aren't considered mass shootings, so it doesn't get calculated into that data. And that's where he's getting this fucking bullshit from. But yeah, continue.
One more time, they are usually white males because 60% of the country is white. However, they underrepresent in terms of the number of mass shootings. About 50% or so of the mass shootings in this country are committed by white people, even though white people are 60% of the population. They underrepresent. We overrepresent when it comes to hate crime, when it comes to mass shootings, when it comes to serial killings, when it comes to robberies, when it comes to virtually every category of violent crime. We overrepresent.
So what do white people do wrong? I'm gonna keep asking you that because
oh my god,
you race baiting cheap ass motherfucker.
He didn't say white people don't do anything wrong.
By the way,
proportionally.
But you know what else?
I don't think he can understand statistics.
But no, I think he does. He's just being a race baiting shithead because he has no other thing else to do. But you notice, he doesn't address any point. Literally nothing. Just what do white people do? This is what I keep saying. If you keep talking this way, you make white people look amazing because you don't address anything that your own fucking group does, and you just blame everything on white people, which means you make white people look powerful. Because you're only...
You do.
Yes, you make white people look amazing if they're the only thing that exists in your world that fucks with you. You make your own group look powerless and stupid and might look like they're overlords. I mean, we are.
I've listened to Charlene over the years, on and off. I don't think he's stupid. I don't think he misunderstands statistics this poorly. I think he really just is that's bad, but let's just talk about white people instead. Why? Because it makes you look bad and you don't want to address it, which is really pretty fucking pathetic, to be honest.
Yes.
But what about white people? Then I'd clean up your own house. I'm sorry. Get your shit in order. What he said is correct. Yes, that white people commit more mass shootings. It is when you proportionally, yes. I think probably when you include particularly the over 5 statistics, then it probably is more white people.
If you say if you try to break it down per death toll, in a single shooting,
toll, right.
Yes,
that's when it ends up being white people. It's when it's.
But if you do it per bodies overall, then holy shit, white people are not even close.
Not by per bodies overall, and again, it's if white people being 65% of the country, somewhere in that vicinity, committing half of the crimes, that's underrepresentation technically. You know what I mean? Just saying. Of Shootians, right? Because it should be, if it was perfectly representative, it would be 60%. But it's not.
Indeed.
It's not. Instead, it's black people who are 13% committing 50%. So that is a massive overrepresentation. So why are you complaining that whites are actually underrepresented? I don't know if he gets this or not, but that's the reality. If white people are committing 50% of these crimes, let's just say it's 50. I mean, with violent crimes, we know that's not true. It's lower than that. But white people are 60% of the population, then they're underrepresented, aren't they? Statistically speaking, it's just a basic calculation. You don't need like an advanced degree in math to figure that one out.
You see, like
underrepresentation.
This is the thing that bugs me about these kind of conversations. Is you look at this and go, "Are you really this stupid, or are you just being this obtuse?" And the fact that we have to ask that instead of just going, "No, you're deliberately being obtuse," is kind of worrying to me.
Yeah. Joe Manchin for 5 years also brings up lefties will see a killer named something called something like Juan Javier Jesus Escobar de los Santos y Tacos and go, yes, definitely white crime statistics. That's another problem. That is another issue too, is that they will.
I love the casual racism. It's
but it's
stuff.
true. But you see that all the time. Like you see, it's like here's the white shooter, and his name is like Pablo Rodriguez, and it's like, and you look at a picture, and it's like, okay.
Or my favorite one is if it's a person who isn't white, but they could potentially pass for white, and they killed a bunch of minorities. They were like, oh, look, a white shooter. And then as soon as it turns out like it isn't a white person, it's a person of color that's just not black, instantly
then they just hide the story.
Yeah, the media just fucking disappear. Like
then they just forget about
it. It's like you slimy race baiting cunts.
I mean, every time it's because it's not about anything other than
stoking fear. Yes.
And stoking racial animus. By the way, I found her name. Her name is Teslin Figaro. Or Figaro.
Figaro.
Teslin Figaro. Teslin. T-E-Z-L-Y-N.
There's not a fucking mix of white blood in you, is there?
Well, it seems to me rather than deal with... It seems to me rather than deal with what's going on, the pathology that's going on in the inner city, you want me to talk about how bad white people are, which I don't think is a particularly productive thing to do.
I think there's a cause and effect, but if we can't talk about the cause, which I believe is systemic.
Okay.
Charlemagne, I want to punch you. Like it's so fucking bad.
The cause of all of the problems in the black community, of all of the criminality, of the fatherlessness, is just white people.
That doesn't make any sense.
Because of systemic racism. Again, the system thing that you can't point to. You can't find a
law.
Yeah,
it's just a phrase. It's like racism. It's meaningless.
It's a boogeyman. It's a ghost. It's a spirit. It's a spook.
Yeah.
Not in the racism.
It's designed to animate the democratic machine. Really. There's nothing more than that.
Right. Yeah.
Racism and white supremacy.
By the way, not in the racist sense, in the Max Stirner sense.
By the way, I get the impression if you spoke to some blacks from the old days, like ones who actually went through segregation, and they saw the state of the country right now, the way blacks behave versus the way that they had to behave, I think those black people would kick the shit out of blacks these days.
Yeah.
I think they would look and go like, how the fucking hell do you think systemic racism is a problem? You don't have any of those things right now. You're an ungrateful little shit, and they beat the fucking crap out of them. And all the people that were oppressed by the white people back then, they would be liked by white people now. That's really true, though.
It is. Hasselhoff for 2 says racism of the gaps. Yeah, exactly. That's what it always is. Is that they can't find it, but it's in there somewhere. It's in there somewhere. He didn't say the Sterner word, yeah.
Well, I just told you, if it's systemic racism, please explain to me how it was when America really had systemic racism in 1940. 87% of blacks lived under the poverty line. Again, this is during Jim Crow era. My father is from Athens, Georgia, grew up in Jim Crow. My mom is from...
I like the way that Charlemagne just throws out slogans and Larry just like beats the shit.
Just goes right under the point.
Yeah, it's just great.
That's why Larry's good. He's dangerous too.
Grew up in Jim Crow. 87% of blacks live below the poverty line. This is before Brown versus Board of Education. You did not find these kind of black on black crime.
But they still were living below the poverty line, though, sir.
I'm sorry.
You're forgetting the fact that they
This is before Brown versus Board of Education. You did not find these kind of black on black crime.
But they still were living below the poverty line, though, sir.
I'm sorry.
You're forgetting the fact that they were still living below the poverty line.
So did the Jews, and they didn't commit these felonies.
I'm sorry, but wait.
You want to go back again?
No, I got it. Just keep going. I'm trying to understand her argument. I want to hear it because I don't understand it yet, okay?
Also, Elder Gusto, I can say that because the twin said that about somebody else.
They just saying this was good, but this was bad. The bottom line, they end between the poverty line. But let's move forward.
Can I just address that? In 1940, 87% of blacks lived under the poverty line. 1960, that number had fallen to 47%. That's a 40-point drop in 20 years. That's the greatest 20-year period of economic expansion for black people in the history of America. Again, well before Brown versus Board of Education, well before the KKK imploded, well before we had race-based preferences. Why? Because it was rare for a black kid to be raised in a family without a father in the home, a strong belief in Judeo-Christian values, a belief in patriotism, even as America wasn't applying these values to black people, obviously, and a belief in entrepreneurship. All those things are now under assault by organizations like Black Lives Matter. Charlemagne, Black Lives Matter had on their website an attack on the nuclear family.
Yes.
The founders are self-described Marxists, trained Marxists. Marx wanted to dethrone God, was an atheist, and Marx did not believe in capitalism, let alone entrepreneurship. All the things that made black people still survive in virulent racism are now under attack by organizations like Black Lives Matter.
All those things have all.
Okay. All right. I was trying to hear her whole argument, and then Larry's was on point and pointed. So her argument was they were committing less crime, but they were still poor. Yeah, that was Larry's argument too.
She's not very bright, is she?
Still under the poverty line, but they were committing less crime. Why, Teslin? Maybe because in part they had fathers in their lives, and they had strong Judeo-Christian values, and they valued America, even if America didn't value them.
I want to say something.
You made his argument for him, you idiot.
I want to say something kind of screwed up.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think segregation.
You've been doing that all night. Keep going, man.
Yeah, but I actually think segregation was in some way a benefit.
All right.
And here's the reason I say that.
It seems to be that case to a point in South Africa.
No, but here's the reason I say that is because if you segregate people away from other people, it means that group has to rely on themselves to get themselves out of it. Like they have something to strive for, right? Because I'm oppressed. Get rid of the oppression. There's an actual physical thing you can measure because it's everywhere around you. Like it's literally done by the state, right? So there's an actual enemy that you have to fight to get out of it. But if you take away that incentive for people to get out of it, and you just say you are now free, and you say basically you're not going to be held accountable for any of the dumb shit that you do. What are they going to do now? Now they just fuck shit up. Because that previous boogeyman that they had to hit to actually get better is now gone. Now they're just swinging as shadows.
And they don't have anything.
And that's the
why they
part.
have to have the systemic. I can't see it.
And that's the thing that's kind of messed up is that if you have an actual target to hit, you actually get better. If you don't and you start swinging at shadows, you end up hitting yourself in the face. And
that's what they've been doing.
Yes, for the last 60 years.
Yeah.
And no one wants to make that kind of fucking point. I'm not saying you should go back to it, but I'm saying that
it is true though.
Yes.
Is that when you have a problem, a definitive, observable problem to solve, Jim Crow, for example.
Yeah.
That this is unfair, this is unconstitutional.
Yeah. I think it also generates a sense of real unity.
Yeah.
Whereas nowadays, blacks only align when it's for political unity, and that doesn't work.
Now, there's still differences. Obviously, there's in that black people are starting out from a disadvantage compared to a lot of white people. Not all, by the way, but compared to a lot of white people, they're starting out of
it is the soft racism of low expectation. It is,
and it is the soft racism of low expectations.
Yeah,
but yes, they are starting out at a disadvantageous standpoint compared to a lot of whites. Again, not all, but then it becomes more and more difficult to identify very clear issues, and instead, at some point, you have to help yourselves. The government can't just uplift you. You know what I mean? The government can't just take the entirety of all Black Americans and just give them all a bunch of money so that their average net worth is equal to the average white person. How long would that last? Need I evoke the Chappelle skit about reparations? It is obviously a comedy bit, but we often talk about this in terms of, as we refer to democracy versus monarchy, is why would you take care of something that you didn't earn? Why would you take care of something that's not really yours, that you're just given, in terms of...
I've heard a black woman literally say they just burn the shit place because they don't own it.
Right, that woman that we watched a couple weeks ago. It's not yours, so why care about it? The government just gave you something, just spend it on a, temporary thing.
Oh my God, Slosher.
Satiate a temporary desire or whatever,
God,
because you haven't earned this stuff. You don't know the value of it. So you're gonna probably end up blowing it. This is what happens. Like, you know, look at it this way: people who win the lottery or win big windfalls of cash, those people almost always end up really broke really quickly because they don't know how. They don't have any experience with the money. They've just come into this great amount of money. They don't know how to. They don't normally put it away. And this is not like black or white people thing. This is just
the ignorance
coming across a bunch
wealth.
of money at once sort of thing. Yes.
Yeah.
They don't know what to do with it.
Like the money management
skills. It's not
a
racial thing at all. It is a skill.
Yeah, it's a skill thing, yeah.
And if you couldn't just, that whole idea of just like, you could just uplift the black community to somehow being equal to white people in terms of whatever metric you want. I mean, which one do you want? I mean, they did that with affirmative action in higher education. Yeah. And that didn't work. There's more black people with degrees. You get more people like Eric Stewart, who has been publishing nothing but bullshit studies for the last 20 years.
Yeah. But
it bullshit studies that the university covered up for 4 years. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, but it is also the case if you look at like the top dominant groups, like the hyper successful like parts of Jews, the Indian Americans, Chinese, you know, upper echelons of whites. You kind of want to go, what makes those groups so successful? Like, is it structure? Is it IQ and all these kind of things? And then you kind of want to ask yourself that, okay, is the group that has never had any scientific innovation, that has been able to never build any societies, do you think they're capable of reaching that, which would make the top society better? And if they're not, that's the uncomfortable question that nobody wants to address.
It's not entirely true. Do you know some of the most successful immigrants to the United States? Some of the most successful immigrants to the United States, do you know where they come from?
Nigeria?
Yeah.
Yes. That's because Nigeria are one of the smarter people in Africa because they had trade with other people.
But it's also because they have to work a lot. They have to work really, really hard to get over here. So it's only the tippity top highest percentage of already wealthy Nigerian families who are able to, and other countries in Africa, who are able to send their children to the United States.
Yeah. And they don't like black Americans either.
They don't.
No.
Typically speaking, but and they do very well.
Shout out to rooftop Koreans.
Hard. And it's the same thing with a lot of Asians, both South Asian and East Asian, who come to the United States. They work very, very hard.
Do you know what I think it is as well? It's because the Nigerians are largely Christian.
Yeah.
I think
so Ethiopians.
I think religion plays a very, very big role.
Perhaps.
More so than people actually want to realize, because the way
because religion's about culture.
Yes, and it's also about time.
Religion is also about culture. Yeah. With Christianity in particular.
Yes, it's a very heavy emphasis on low time preference.
You're working for something
monarch
very far in the future. Yeah, very far in the future.
Yes.
And not for something that's going to be instantaneously.
I actually think that's a problem of technology.
Technology has certainly exacerbated it. That's it.
I think technology has made it way. I think the two biggest reasons for that is technology and feminism.
Well, I noticed it with myself, like just even compared to when I was younger. Like I get frustrated. It's like if something doesn't work instantly, and I'm like, you know.
Yeah, I think technology has very much destroyed the concept of patience.
Yeah, true.
Or the idea of if everything comes very, very quickly, I think the idea that you should hold off and things can take time, and therefore you should work for something that takes a long time. People just think like, why the hell would I bother with that if I could just get something quick?
If I can get it now.
Yeah,
try to get it now. If I could steal it now, why work for it tomorrow?
No, Jesus Christ! The fact that soon people think like that is horrifying to me.
But that I can understand sort of why people would think that. If I can steal it now, why would I work for it to have it in a year?
Because I'll be in jail.
They don't. That's the next step, though. It's like, yeah, but I have it now, and the next part of the calculation hasn't been completed. Do you know what I mean?
Well, if you think this way, it's because you have lower IQ.
Lance Verten says, if Charlemagne has such a problem with the majority of the populace, why does he choose to bear the moniker of a legendary white king? Don't his people have their own heroes? They do, but yeah, it is curious that Charlemagne chooses to call himself that if he seemingly has a problem with white people.
Isn't that really funny that the main people that black people revere in America are all like violent?
In terms of a lot of the pop culture stuff, yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, and I think the reason why there's not a lot of African heroes is because Africans are tribal, and their structure would be largely based on brute strength.
But there are African heroes.
Yes, I know, but like I feel like if you were to make a hero based on Africa, it'll be like Jax from Mortal Kombat. Like literally Jack kicking the shit out of people. I have no problem with that, like a badass king fucking people up. I think we watched Leonidas do that.
We have plenty of stories like that in Western mythology.
Yes, but I think it's more the reason why we did it. Like Leonidas is like against the Persians, last stand.
Sure.
Yes, and whereas
I think having a warrior is a strong role model in any culture, and you do see those. I don't know enough about different African legends to be an expert on this.
Yeah.
But or to have anything really valuable to add to it.
No
but I know that they do.
I
didn't study. It's not something I studied. I studied East Asian stuff in terms of cultural studies that I did in college. Sasha for 10 Canadian says Nick DiPaolo has a funny bit about white versus black murders, saying you have to be smart to be a serial killer, as where a shooting going on the dance floor at the club can be wrapped up on the first 48 episode. Oof, yeah.
That's not even like I'm trying to think about that. Like, have I ever seen like a serial killer? I'm like, oh god, that. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I do.
That's actually a good point. I never thought about that.
Serial killers who are white, probably and by that I mean ones who get away with it for a long time. The Ted Bundys of the world.
And he was also very charming and very intelligent. He represented himself in court, didn't he?
I think so.
Yeah.
Ted Bundy's scary dude. Whoa. I watched like a 2-hour-long documentary about him not too long ago.
Yeah.
Richard
Kuklinski was my favorite one.
Who?
Richard Kuklinski.
Serial killer?
Yes,
Your
the Iceman.
favorite serial killer?
Yes.
You have a favorite?
I do, yes. I find his story fascinating.
No, Bill, I don't have a favorite serial killer.
There was one moment...
Uncle Ted doesn't count.
No, he's not really a serial killer. He's more of a philosopher.
What'd you say, Bill? I mean, I guess he counts as a serial killer.
What do you mean, Spoon? What the fuck, King?
Yeah, the Iceman. Yeah, he counts, I guess. Everyone's got several people have a favorite serial killer, apparently.
Yeah. Why is it because I said favorite? Like, I'm not grading them by like a moral scale
I guess, right? Yeah.
Yes, it's the one that I found very interesting. There was one moment because there was like a 2-hour documentary about the guy.
The elites are more afraid of Al Bundy than Ted Bundy.
At this point in time, that's probably fucking true. But there was a story he told about like killing a guy. I think
I have told you.
It was about like killing a guy and then driving like butt naked. And he was talking to I think like a psychologist who was interviewing him for the show, and he had this moment where like he was laughing about it, and he just had this moment where he just paused and just his face changed instantly when like we're having too much fun, you know that. And like that moment was like fucking chilling to me. Just that he could like switch just that quickly. That like terrifying. Yeah.
In terms of the serial killer question,
goes by kill death ratio.
I watch or listen to true crime stuff all the time. It's just like it's background noise.
Yeah, the Iceman tapes. That's
but I mostly just get kind of horrified by it, and then some of them like, and I have my favorite women who read true crime at me. And I like they're both British and they both get really mad, and I like them. Oh my god, the one's name is escaping me. Why? Come on, brain. The one woman, her name is Emma Kenny. Then the other one is, oh shoot, I'll be able to find it here real quick. Oh, Daniel Kirsty. I like both of them. Daniel Kirsty, who does true crime and makeup. Just leave me alone. I'm allowed to like it, okay? I'm allowed to like watching this woman do her makeup while she talks about something horrifying. And then Emma Kenny, who's like a somewhat middle-aged mom, and just she gets so mad. Like I love how angry she gets about stuff. They both get mad, but Emma Kenny gets really angry. So that's what I like to listen to. But yeah, a woman listens to true crime, impossible. But I wouldn't say I have a favorite. Anyways, back to this. It's an
apparently that's a creepy thing for me to say.
Yeah, it's alright.
Okay. I have a favorite serial killer, okay? Sue me.
Always been under attack by white supremacy. You can go back to things like whether it's the Tulsa race massacres. Like every time black people create these systems that are our systems,
how long ago was that?
Are the entrepreneurs? It seems like white supremacy finds a way to destroy it.
Every time. Look, the Tulsa massacre within about 5 years.
How are you sitting in a
Tulsa
studio?
Race Massacre, 1921, over 100 years ago. Why are you bringing it up? What does that have to do with anything in 2023? Yes, it's a horrible event, but why are you bringing it up in 2023? It is
because victimhood
irrelevant. Because perpetual in-group victimhood orientation. Perpetual in-group victimhood orientation. That's it.
I love the way that he's sitting there in a studio with a presidential candidate and he's still complaining about the shit. It's like, dude, you look like a fucking retard.
I know.
That whole area was rebuilt. It was not even called the...
Raki, I'm not fantasizing over a death merchant, for God's sakes. Like, I find his story interesting. That's the reason I'm not suggesting you should emulate the guy, for God's sakes. Jesus fucking Christ, apparently I scared the shit out of the chat by saying I have a favorite serial killer. Like, okay. I'm not that bothered about it, you know. That's more you guys. I say wild shit all the freaking time.
I know.
That's kind of what I do here. I get paid for that by you guys. Literally. I have a fancy accent and I'd say, well, shit, this is my gig.
The Black Wall Street until after it was rebuilt. And it was rebuilt, by the way, by black people without one dime of government money.
Yeah, who destroyed it to begin with?
It was racists who destroyed it. No question about it. We've had race riots. So
what is this kind of a question? It's like, yeah, but who did it? Who did it? Who was in power? Was it white people or black people? Okay, well, the Tulsa Race Massacre, it was racist white people who did that.
Do you know what I find screwed up?
It was Lyndon B. Johnson. He was a white guy, but he was a white guy. You said he was a white guy. What happened? Sorry, I realized the way I said that was so like to the way Anna Kasparian said that one thing. Oh, he was a white guy. Okay, who cares? What does this have to do with anything in the modern day? What? I mean, Lyndon B. Johnson does because it's his policies that have created the welfare state. But then your only question was, but he was a white guy, or your only issue was he was a white guy. Would you be against welfare if he was black? That question wasn't answered. It was just, I don't even understand. I think the actual point was, I think that we're in favor of these things anyway, but you can't blame the negative, deleterious outcomes that came as a result of it because Lyndon B. Johnson was white?
Say Lyndon B. Johnson's white, but let's crack open that Wikipedia and look at his physiognomy for a second.
Lyndon B. Johnson, the president obsessed with his own dick?
He threatened to beat people with
Aptly named, by the way. Did you know? I'm sure you've heard those or read those transcripts.
You have
yes.
One thing in common with his family. His mother's name is spelled the same way as yours.
Is my oh, okay. All right.
He apparently threatened the Supreme Court justice.
Bill is making accusations about Lyndon B. Johnson.
While calling him a Jew?
Oh, the accusations. Are you saying there's something wrong with the chosen?
This is getting dangerously close to blood libel, Bill.
Is he saying he's a small hat?
I think so. I don't know.
Okay. So
you do agree that there's racism? I'm just so confused.
You know, I never even came close to
this guy's face. Sorry, that guy's face. Okay, let's go. Sorry, I said. I just want to look at his face.
It was racists who destroyed it. No question about it. We've had race riots. So if Japanese.
So you do agree that there's racism? I'm just.
Oh my God, that's the way I feel. Oh, that's my soul. That's the way I feel so much.
By the way, how the hell can that guy call himself black?
Real, no cap.
I'm freaking darker skinned than he is.
No, you're not. Only.
If I go outside, if I go outside, I will be darker skinned than he is. And actually, I'm from Africa.
All right, she's back to bitching. Let's go.
So confused.
I never even.
She does anything else?
No, go.
Came close to saying, I never came close to saying there was no racism.
You just said you don't think it's systemic racism.
Not anymore. Obviously, there was. We had something called slavery. We had something called Jim Crow.
That destroyed black. Hold on, sir. That was a system that destroyed Black Wall Street. It's the same system right now. That's not.
No, that was a bunch of like crazy wild friggin' people. It wasn't the state to destroy Black Wall Street. So that's rubbish.
That wasn't to pay those same living descendants, because I know your position on reparations, but those same living.
Oh my God.
By the way, if you in any way bring up reparations,
it was 100 years ago for the Tulsa Race Massacre, which I'm not in any way defending, but it was 100 years ago. It doesn't have any relevance to today.
By the way, if you bring up at this point in time,
reparations.
Yes, you're not going to get taken seriously in any political discussion. You're just going to come off like a joke.
It's impossible. It is an impossible calculation.
Yeah, because it's like a Democrat thing of we're going to that's to get votes. Like
they just float it every once. They'll put it out in a speech.
Yeah. How far did California come, by the way, before Newsom were like, yeah, we're not actually going to do this because this will kill our fucking state because there's like $600 billion.
Exactly what they did in California was they're like, ooh, we're considering doing reparations. And then it's like,
that was deliciously stupid.
It would destroy the state's entire economy. So actually, we're just saying we were going to do that because you can't. It's not feasible. It's not feasible. And then they'll say, oh, but they gave reparations to the Japanese. Yeah, because it was the precise people who had been victimized. They gave money to them.
Yeah.
Who had been victimized.
Same with the Jews, it's because they were killed then and there.
Yes. Because I think who all gave reparations? I think the Germans and the Swiss did, I think. But it was to the
Germans gave reparations twice.
Yeah, Germans gave reparations twice. Right, because of the Swiss. Right, I figured that was Bill's joke. So, okay, but that's to the people who were directly. Yeah, the people who were. That's why I was kind of chuckling at first. That's where it was going.
That's pretty good.
People who are directly affected, but we're not talking about people who are directly affected. We're talking about potentially their descendants. We don't even really know because at this point, what's considered African American is any person who is of vaguely African descent. Who has lived in America for any point in time. A lot of people who are black in America, their ancestors were never slaves. A ton of them don't have any slave ancestors. So, and how do you pull it apart? You want everyone to take a 23andMe and by the way, good luck with that, because guess what? They didn't keep records on slave families.
Oh, yeah.
So unfortunately, there's no way to trace any of this shit back. It's insane. It is absolutely ludicrous. And we're 150 years out from slavery. We're 100 years away from the Tulsa Race Massacre.
Yeah.
Why are these the things we're focusing on? Why aren't we focusing on Barack Obama being president twice? Yes. And perpetual in-group victimhood orientation.
And because we need to keep black people stupid. Because independently thinking black people would never vote for Democrats ever again.
HORI-EYAL. And I think the citation, that's 2018. Shori et al. 2018, I think, is a citation. And it's, then type in perpetual in-group victimhood orientation. That's the citation on that. And he did another study, I think, in 2020.
Can you make that into a smaller word?
Okay. And then you go on to say that the systems.
What, perpetual in-group victimhood orientation?
Yes, it's a very, very it's like
you mean
post-traumatic stress disorder. Yeah, there we go.
PIVO.
Okay, there we go.
All right, I'm pretty pivoed at this woman, but let's keep going.
I'll just say PEVO.
Quote-unquote system is also trying to destroy President Trump. So I'm just so confused on, do you believe that the system can destroy or not? You pick and choose, sir, and that's what's so confusing to me. You just said it wasn't racism. Now it is racism. When it was time to build it back, there was no racism.
I said it wasn't systemic racism. Let's talk about.
So what, are you just hung up on the word system?
Can I?
They can't. Yes. He is caught up on the word system because what the fuck does that mean?
Yeah.
And you're also talking about a very different point in time.
Yeah, also the thing against President Trump, that's like something else entirely.
Oh, it's so infuriating.
Hey, can I just make this point, Charlamagne, please? Let's take Chinese Americans. Chinese Americans were the first ethnic group to be excluded with an immigration act in the late 1800s. Mm-hmm. They had riots against Chinese in LA, in San Francisco. There were laws that prevented Chinese Americans from participating in the laundry business. I'm in California. California, of course, rounded up Japanese Americans during World War II. Mm-hmm. There were laws that prevented Japanese Americans from owning farmland. The average Japanese American household has a higher per capita income than the average white household.
There was also a lot of discrimination against Germans during the First World War.
The average Chinese American household has a higher per capita income than the average white household. How does that happen? It happens because of a strong belief in family. It is rare for a Chinese American.
And it's because the Asians happen to be smarter than the whites.
Let's just talk about this. There was discrimination against Italians, against
and the Irish.
As it should be.
I vote against the Irish, but I don't know much about the Italians.
There's been discrimination against all kinds of different groups of people in the United States over the course of history. Yet I don't see any Irish people asking for reparations. over no dogs allowed. Maybe some, but it's not to the same kind of level. Do you see in America? You see a lot of demands for Irish reparations.
In fairness, you can do reparations with the Irish with just alcohol.
Yeah, there you go.
Which I'd be okay. I mean, technically speaking, I probably could get some of that because I'm an Irish citizen.
I know. Well, no. You don't. You're not an American though.
Do I need to be?
Yeah, if you want reparations as an Irish person who
listen, if there are black people in America who are not even freaking Irish or not even part of the American continent, but they can still get reparations, then sure as fuck I can get reparations as well. I demand free whiskey.
You're doing the reverse plastic patty thing. What is that called? When an Irishman wants to pretend to direct Dutch.
No, we call that Patty's Day.
Well, I'm sure you know the term plastic patty, right?
I do not.
Which is really? Oh, it's for Americans who white Americans who call themselves Irish. It's a derogatory term for white Americans whose ancestors at some point were Irish and they identify as Irish, and they get all out and do big. You point at me, Bill.
Cardboard cumrag.
Yes, I am a cardboard cumrag. Come and get me. Hopefully not with a mace. But cumrag is the Welsh word for Wales.
It's pronounced cumrag.
It's not pronounced cumrag, Bill. It's pronounced cumrag.
It sounds like comrade in Russian.
Cumrag.
Shut up, Bill.
It's not.
You freaking dragged my country's name through the mud here.
Oh my god. Okay, whatever. We're going.
Can I just say, like, I'm very happy with my ancestral heritage because my grandfather on my father's side.
No one got that.
Is
I'm sorry.
You good?
Did you get it?
No.
I don't think I should repeat it.
If Bill just said something, yeah.
I'll type it. You continue. I already said it.
Okay, hold on. I want to know what he said.
I said it.
Oh, god damn, that's rough.
So we were saying...
Okay, there's like... Is that a World War II reference?
No.
Oh, okay, because... Okay, the World War II reference is way worse than that.
Alright.
Do you know what I mean? Because... Do you know what...
Who built the railroads, Spoon? And a whole bunch of them got killed.
Hang on. We need to, give credit what's credit due. We need to call in Short Fat Otaku for this piece.
Why? Because he's a Canadian?
Gotta let Chang have his piece.
Bill's, of course, convinced that all Canadians are Chinese.
Oh, that would explain the current government.
Wait, if the what fits, Bill?
The sandal fits.
Oh my god. Things are going... We're gonna get in trouble for this.
It's the Chinese, I don't care.
Oh my god, okay.
Term, celestial.
You do realize that the lighter the skin tone is, the more you're allowed to abuse them. That is literally how we're going.
I know. I know. If it stands as it's true, go to Toronto. Okay, all right.
Okay, I've been to Toronto and I can confirm that is true. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm not just Aiden down yet. I'm not even slightly intoxicated, but I might need to be now to make it through this shit.
I was in Canada several years ago. Bizarrely, I took an American lady with me, so.
Oh, all right. Why did you take an American lady to Canada?
Long story.
All right.
A warning.
What did you say, Bill? As a warning. All right. Let's get back into it.
Or a Japanese American kid to have a child outside of wedlock, and a strong belief in education and a strong belief in entrepreneurship. These are the kinds of qualities that make.
Maybe it's because they can actually take to education.
People successful.
You can't blame everything on having a fatherless family, right? Because
he's not okay. One sec.
Did you see what he just said there?
I know but I want to address the Japanese point real quick. The Japanese community does have an emphasis on education. It has an emphasis on family cohesion. The black communities abandoned all of these things. Even though the Japanese were actually offered reparations and took them. Some of them did not, by the way. A lot of Japanese people did not take reparations because they viewed it as an insult. Okay, I'd like to point that out. The Japanese American community, despite being interned in camps, having their businesses destroyed, were bounded into being one of the most successful ethnic groups in America today. Now,
and also their country got massively prosperous despite the fact they got nuked.
They got nuked. Now, I think.
Why do you think that is?
Larry disagreed with it. I think there is a genetic component to that in that.
Oh, of course there is.
Asians tend to have a higher IQ. Okay, he's a politician, Spoon. He can't say that shit. He's running for president. He can't say it. Which is unfortunate because it's true. It's just true, and it's not a determinant. It's not a determinant. Racial, the fact that there are racial
it's just where they're from
in IQ averages is not a determinant on any individual person. We're talking about broad groups of people that come from vastly different backgrounds, separated by 40,000 years in some cases of evolutionary drift. Okay.
Yes.
But that it's not.
Would be like to join us.
And also just because. So no, I think he just wants to stand down the stairs and shout things at me.
Yeah, but, I get annoyed when you shift around my neck.
It's not a determinant of any individual person, and it's not. It doesn't speak ill of any individual person just because they have a lower IQ than someone else, because they can also be really good at things.
Apparently, we have Asians in our chat who are approving of the IQ arguments.
but it's true. And,
yes,
and Asians have a higher average IQ than white people. Does that offend me? No.
No.
So do Ashkenazi Jews.
It just means just means we want more Asians around.
It's this like chip on the shoulder thing where when you say that there's racial differences in average IQ scores. Again, whites aren't at the top of that food chain.
Yes.
So, but I'm not offended by it. But for some reason, there's like a lot of people. And I do understand why. It's because this has been used as a reason. IQ has been used as a reason to discriminate against Black people historically. That is true. Okay? So recognizing the historical racial discrimination that IQ has been used to perpetuate, that is accurate. That doesn't make it not that's not a real thing. So that is why you're going to see some differences. The East Asians have a high IQ. So do Southeast Asians. That's why Indians do very well when they come to America. You know, but it's not a determinant. Like I said, Nigerians do extremely well when they come to America. So it's not racially deterministic. It's based on a whole lot of factors. What did we say about Nigeria? Tend to have a very Christian, cultural background more often than not. People
and also, when the British over the Igbos tribe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, because they were one of the poorest tribes, and when the British went over there. The British, because they spread Christianity, and the Igbos tribes is also monotheistic, so they gravitated really well towards Christianity, and they also set up schools through the church.
Schools and missions, yeah.
Yes, and then the missionaries, they took really well to the Igbos tribe, and they learned from the British, and then within like a generation or two, they were like one of the wealthiest tribes in Nigeria before they were one of the poorest. So yeah, there you go. Yeah. They can learn.
Well, exactly. It's not racially deterministic, and when people get upset about like that race and IQ thing, and they take it personally, I think that might be a little sign of like what is it? Either you're low IQ and you feel ashamed about it, or you're low IQ because you don't understand it. You don't understand what an average is. You know what I mean?
It's funny you mentioned that because I was literally going to write that in a script.
I mean, I'm not saying that about anybody here. Obviously, I think Larry Elder is incredibly intelligent. I think Charlemagne's intelligent. I don't know about this other woman, but she seems really dumb.
She can barely fucking read.
Yeah, but Minnesota Fats for 5 says, "Happy Monday, Boss and Spoon. Can't talk for long, but I wanted to say, what Asians gain IQ supremacy? Their men lose in sizing, cope, and seethe." I don't know how much of that's true, that latter point, but
I don't really know how much they're coping and seething because the way that they do their population, they don't seem to have a problem. Like what they lack in size, they make up for in potency.
Japanese masters of warfare.
Yeah, because I feel like if you went to black people, like, we're bigger than you. Like, what's your population size, motherfucker?
Art of
like,
War.
Yeah, Sun Tzu.
Japanese and Chinese, both. Well, they've lost a lot of wars too, but tactics, very good at figuring that kind of stuff out.
Also, Asians can just go, we've built empires, what have you built?
Like the art of war, it doesn't mean they were good at it.
Okay, they pioneered war, is what Bill said. Doesn't mean they're necessarily good at it.
Writing it down. So
Pioneered writing it down. Yeah, philosophizing about war. They were very good at philosophizing about war.
They pioneered crossbows and used them for literally nothing until the Romans had their problem. They're kind of like the Greeks. They had a lot of great ideas, and then the Romans come along and have a...
All right. Probably true.
For instance, like the Greeks invented sex. Rome found out you could have it with women.
Oh, God.
Okay, Ben.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Don't say blaming everything.
I know, but that's what you're saying. You're saying a strong community. But
no, you said that's what I just said. I didn't say that.
Talk about the Asian community.
Oh my God, that was such a good shot.
The Asian community, it's easy for them to get loans for entrepreneurships. It's easy for them to get loans for houses. You look at our community.
Okay.
If you really want to talk about our
This like, how are you this stupid? Like,
why is it easy for Asians to get loans?
This is
what
drives
me.
But this is what drives me in the crane. They just it's like this is all the problems in the community, but none of them will address any of the root causes.
I know. Why is it easier for Asian people to get loans than for African Americans? Oh, it wasn't clear what Bill said. He said the Greeks. He said the Greeks invented sex, and the Romans figured out you could do it with women.
Yeah, that's funny as shit. Come on.
But anywho, so yeah, like, okay. So it's not just because they hate black people. That's not why banks don't provide loans for houses and entrepreneurship to black people. It's because statistically, they're far less likely to pay it back. They're far more likely to have really bad credit scores. That's why.
Banks don't hate blacks. They just like money more.
They just like money. It's It's kind of their modus operandi. The only point of a bank is to lend money to make more money.
Yes.
It's
because they like money.
It's because they like money, and if they loan,
I like the way it says money. It makes me laugh.
How do you not get this? If you loan money to someone who doesn't pay it back, then you lose money.
Yeah.
It's not difficult. It's not hard to figure out. That's it. All right.
Community, right? You look at the schools in our community. Some of our schools are the worst, right? With that, yes or no?
Absolutely. Which is why one of the reasons I'm running for president is for school choice.
Also, would you say that it's in our community? It's systemic. It's also in our community.
No.
How the fuck
why
is
are the schools terrible?
Oh my God.
Why are the schools terrible? They get the same funding as anybody else. At least you try to.
Yeah. The
communities around them are poor. It's hard, but they get subsidized by the state. The state pays for it.
You know Dunbar High School, right?
The individual state. Now, individual school districts do get less based on the district in which they're in. That is true. And so impoverished districts get less money. Yes, 100%. And that is unfortunate. But that's why, as Larry said, he's in favor of school choice. It's not fair. You're right. It's not fair. Life's not fair, though. But
well.
I'm sorry, it's just true. There's really bad schools in Appalachia that have very little funding. School choice would mean that the best and brightest students in those schools could go to a school outside of the district. They can get the best education. And that's unfortunate, but you can't just pump money into the schools. They've been doing that for decades, and it hasn't worked. It hasn't improved the schools.
If throwing money at problems solve problems, why does Africa still look like Africa?
Throwing money at something doesn't fix it.
Yes.
The point of school choice is to take the best and the brightest and get them out. That's
just
the best idea that I've heard so far to fix that, because throwing money at it doesn't help.
Throwing money at someone is like trying to lend someone money for business and they have no business model.
As Jake just brought up, and we mentioned that the other week, that the LeBron James school, I think that was it in
Yeah,
they get local, state, and federal aid, and it was a state where it was like almost not a single student could pass.
Yeah, something like 80% of it.
Or 80%. It was ridiculous.
Yes, some absurdly high number.
Absolutely terrible school. I mean, it was a couple weeks now we looked at it.
Yes.
But
and it's funny because that school is specifically designed for like behind students. It's like fucking Jesus Christ.
Has nothing but funding. Nothing but funding. And it's still shit. Maybe because there's a cultural issue here. The students aren't encouraged to succeed, not from the school, from their family, from their community. Why the hell would they want to do that? Taking the smart kids out would be brain drain. They'd never go back. That is true. But what you have to ask then is, what would you prefer? Brain drain or
no brains at all?
Or students who are legitimately talented being forced to wallow in the system that throwing money at the only people money can't fix it. Having a father in their families could help fix it. Having an intact family so they can go home and have their parents help them with homework, encourage them to learn, encourage them to be better.
I also think having better parents would be.
That's Larry's point.
School
choice is good, but the most important thing is going to have an intact family, having a father who can help you with your math homework.
No, I also just mean like you would pick better genes. Because if you try.
It sounds a little
no, I'm not.
to me.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying this is state enforced.
Oh, you mean like don't just have sex with any random person.
Yes, exactly. If you're gonna pick someone as a life partner, yes, you're gonna pick someone who's going to be better for your kid. You're not fucking just to get kids to get on welfare. Like that's the point. Like in that case, they're tokens, quite literally. Whereas if you pick a superior male specimen because you would like to have a good lineage, you're naturally going to be incentivized to get better genes. Like, I don't know why this. The thing that I find so weird to me about that is, why the hell would you not do that?
Yeah.
Why would you not breed superior human beings? Like, why is that bad?
Because it's
you do this with literally anything else in life. Why the fuck do you do it with humans?
It's not encouraged. The point is to get a baby essentially, and then be married to the government.
Why?
Then you're taken care of, because then you're taken care of for the rest of your life as a woman. In this particular community,
I'd rather have my kid look like a fucking soldier.
Still, that's why it's like this. Let's try to get.
Or a philosopher.
We got a lot.
Food deserts. There's nothing but fast food places that are just killing and destroying. Would you say that's true?
Why?
Boy.
Why?
I like the way
they destroy everything.
Larry, I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, I got a lot of dumb shit I gotta get here.
Because, as we just saw with all of the Walmarts, because of the high levels of crime, companies can't exist in these communities. They're not doing it out of racism. The food deserts exist. And by the way, there are food deserts in other parts of the country. In Appalachia, there's food deserts. And that's because people live really far away from each other. Little local grocers shut down because they can't afford to pay taxes. They can't afford to pay government fees. And then people end up in real food deserts where they have to drive. They can't take a bus. You live in a city, you can take a bus.
Can I maybe say something fucked up?
Go ahead, but let me just finish my point. If you live in a city, you can take a bus. You can take a train to a grocery store. Okay? If you live in Appalachia and you're in a food desert, a real food desert, there's no infrastructure. There's no trains. There's no buses. You can't, and you live out in some holler. You can't get, and you don't have a car. You're fucked. You're just fucked. That's a real food desert. I hate this term food desert to refer to people who live in cities where they are surrounded by goods. Now, I know in your specific community, there's nothing but McDonald's, if that. And that's because you've driven all other businesses out because your community has facilitated a culture of criminality due to fatherlessness in large part. Continue, Spin.
Just by the way, I would imagine that if you are of the whalish variety, shall we say, regardless of your fucking race, and you're a fast food joint, you're going to build it near the fattest people because you're going to get a return of income. Like, is that just not like business incentive 101? Like, oh my god, there's a lot of fast food joints around fat people. Yeah, no fucking shit, because they get money, you dumbass. Duh.
Well, is a correlation or causation there?
Both?
What's the organization? Do people, because they'll say that people get fat because the only place that they have to eat around them is a McDonald's.
No, it's because fat people like McDonald's. Like, what the fuck?
No. They'll say it's because, again, the argument is that inner city people in a lot of these black communities are because there's a severe obesity epidemic.
Dude, there's like a lot of black kids who like play basketball all damn day who live on fast food, but because they work out constantly, they're fucking shredded.
Yeah.
So it's a lack of activity. I don't think it's the food itself.
Well, it's a lack of the food's not good for you. It's terrible. It's mostly, I think it's more than anything, it's the sodium. But
I imagine sugar will help.
And all the oils, all the vegetable oils. But
yes,
still,
I do recall in America when I was there several years ago. You guys don't know what good chocolate is.
Okay. I've talked to you about this because I didn't know. I grew up hating chocolate. I still don't like chocolate very much.
Dark chocolate is nice.
Yeah, I like a very dark chocolate. Dark chocolate with some salt, sea salt on it, pretty good. Yeah, bitter, sea salt, very good. I don't.
90%
American chocolate. When you say American chocolate, what do you mean is Hershey's? Okay.
How did you know that?
It's because Hershey's uses a type of acid, butyric acid. Bill knew it. Butyric acid in their mix that is very similar to stomach acid, so it makes it taste like vomit.
Yeah, it tastes like ass.
Myself included. I hate Hershey's. It's really gross in my opinion. But some people like it. I don't like chocolate in general much. I like white chocolate sometimes, but only in very, very small amounts.
We had chocolate eggs back home and they were fucking awesome.
Very dark chocolates. Anywho, here we go.
Actually, can you get that South African shop?
You said a number of things.
That South African shop that you said to me before.
Yeah.
Send me the website again.
I don't remember where I found it, but I'll look for it, all right?
All right.
Just address one of them about loans. In 1965, Barack Obama, who was in private practice.
Why in the hell are you going to try to statistically head up Larry Elder? He's going to kick the shit out of you.
I know.
He's been doing it for 10 fucking minutes, you morons.
I know. But they're not even aware of what's happening. They seem just woefully ignorant.
Joined a bunch of other lawyers to file a class action lawsuit against Citicorp, which is headquartered here in New York. 186 black people were applying for loans for mortgages. They didn't get them. And they accused Citicorp of engaging in racism. Citicorp said, no, it's not racism. You have poor credit scores, and we want to make sure we get our money back.
Yeah.
Obama joined a bunch of other lawyers, and they sued Citicorp in a class action lawsuit. And Citicorp said, okay, to hell with it. Gave them all loans.
Yep.
And they followed them all up. Daily Caller did a few years later. Almost all of them lost their homes. Several of them filed for bankruptcy. One of them even said, when you don't qualify for a loan, maybe we shouldn't get a loan. Well, duh. It wasn't true that all people were not getting loans. Plus, there are all sorts of black-owned community banks around the country, and it turned out the turn-down rate when you apply for a loan at a community bank was even higher because they had less capital and they couldn't afford to loan money to risky people.
Thank you. I'm so glad he brought that up because it's always an important point because they'll say, "Oh, they're just racist."
It's almost like basic economics.
It was the black banks, the small black banks are far more likely to turn down black loan.
Yeah, of course, because they're most familiar with it.
And because they, as Larry said, they have way more to lose.
Yes.
They can't afford to loan this shit out. And again, like, that's just what happened. That was the reality. It wasn't just a hypothesis. It was the truth. The reason why they weren't giving the loans to a lot of these black people is because they had no credit, or they had really bad credit, and they didn't have any income. And so they were like, well, we can't loan to you because you don't have any, you have very low income and you have bad or no credit. And so it was like, well, that's very racist of you. So they started doing it. And turned out that their predictions and hypothesis was correct. It wasn't just based on racism. It was based on facts and logic.
Yeah. I did say this in a previous video as well, because I asked my buddy Venom, I said to him, tell me if you agree with this statement. There is no one that dislikes blacks more than blacks who earn their money. And he went like, oh yeah, absolutely true.
In my experience, 100%.
Like, yeah, they go.
Yeah, 100%.
Right. Of course. Because when blacks get money, what's the first thing they do? Get the fuck away from other black people.
Yep.
Yeah, of course. Not a surprise.
It is just not the case that the reason for the plight of the black community is because people were not lending money to them. It's just not true.
That's not true. But hold on one second, Charlamagne.
What's not true?
You're thinking about facts of 1965, right? Let's talk 2023, right?
I said 1995.
1995. We talk 2023, right? My son will be...
wait a minute. What a curious little pivot there. We were all about talking about the 1925 end of the black stock market. We're all talking about that race riots there, the massacre. That's fine. We can talk about something from 100 years ago. We can talk about slavery forever. But we can't talk about something from 1995. Let's talk about today. What the fuck? Pathetic. Okay? Pathetic.
He's successful in real estate and successful in buying a house. You know why? Because his
father
owns a house. Because of you owns a house, right? But my father
because of you and the drive you put into him.
Not own houses.
Because of you and the drive you put into him.
We're not gonna have a conversation.
You're not even appreciating what you've done to your son.
I'm just asking you a question. I just let you speak. I let you talk.
Okay.
We have a conversation. When we talk about it, right? It's harder for our community to get loans, right? And not just because of poor credit scores. It's because of where the areas are. You talked about the Asian community. A lot of the Asian community have
yes, because of poor credit scores and because you don't have, which I know it's difficult, but you can't loan. I know it's not fair. Life's not fair. The black community, people in the black community in these impoverished neighborhoods, they don't make enough money to justify taking out these big loans. It's not fair, but it's the way it is because, as we have seen historically, when banks do give out loans, they don't get paid back. The bank loses money. They are not a charity. If you want charity, go to a church.
Also,
their own banks, and they're able to process and get their own banks. There's not too many.
Also, can I just point this out?
Yeah.
Because it says where they live. Where you live, do you mean surrounded by other black people?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean? Because you know what I've noticed something about.
We didn't say that part.
Yeah, but I'm gonna fucking say that because I don't give a fuck, and because I'll just be brutally honest because that's what I do. Secondly, do you know what I've noticed, Aiden, about racism? Whenever you find racism, and by racism I mean white people, there seems to be a higher property value. I don't know why why is that a thing?
Weird.
Yeah.
Weird.
And whenever you have white flight, you know what value disappears? All of it. Whenever you have an increase of diversity, you seem to have a plummeting property value. It's very curious.
I couldn't find the shop I was looking for, but I did find this place. I just clicked on it randomly, and they are right outside Swindon, and they have biltong. Should I get some? We're gonna rent a car when we're in Swindon, so should I stop by the South African grocer and get some authentic biltong?
If you can show me a picture, yeah, sure, why not?
All right, I'll send it to you. Every butcher over here makes biltong, but oh, really? Okay. Really?
Send me pictures
okay, you can get over here. All right, I will. I'll send it to you in a second here. Let's get back to this.
African American branches that are able to give out money. So that's one. Then let's talk about getting grants for schools. They're not even giving grants for schools at the rate that they're giving grants for white people. And let's talk about when they talk about entrepreneurs.
Whoa, that's
because they have higher scores.
Because they have higher scores, but you're still being but black people are admitted into schools with lower scores.
Yeah.
So you're still getting into college, aren't you? And getting in with scholarships. You're maybe not getting grants, but you're getting scholarships. So what's the? You can maybe make the argument as of like today, but not as of 2 months ago. And still, by the way, universities aren't going to let that stuff come into effect at all.
They are giving so much money to these white and Asian kids and Asian people doing it, and thousands.
Because they want the best students.
Yeah.
You want to get those grants? Stop fucking failing at work hard, you lazy prick.
Why do universities want the best students, Spin?
Because why don't they?
Why do they? Why do universities want the best students?
Well, I think for one thing, it's prestige.
It is prestige. They want their students to come out from their degree program.
Yeah, it makes the university look good.
Make the university look better. They also
so more
don't
people
want to
can come there.
A whole bunch of rates of dropout.
Yes, it makes the school
I mean,
look
they
bad.
want some of it to make it seem competitive,
and
but they don't want to have all of their. They want students to come out with high GPAs. They don't want to have a bunch of students barely passing or dropping out. It makes the school look bad. They want to create
an element of prestige.
These top institutions, they want their name is important to them, so they're not going to just accept anybody. They want to make sure that people who they accept have a good chance of becoming highly successful in the future and adding to the prestige of the university. That's why.
Times less than out. You agree to any of that?
No, I don't. I don't agree with virtually any of what you just now said. The turn down rate for a white applicant for a mortgage is higher than the turn down rate for a Japanese or a Chinese applicant for a mortgage. Now, are you telling me that banks are discriminating against whites and in favor of Asian Americans? It's because their credit scores are better. They often live below their means. They save more, even when they're making the same amount of money than black people do. If you have poor credit score, you're not going to get a loan. Period. End of statement. Even the head of Urban League, a black man once said that. If you have poor credit score, you're not going to get a loan. End of statement.
Sir,
yes.
let's just When you were talking about crime, you weren't prepared to talk about disproportion.
Wait, whoa, interesting pivot. What?
They do this.
Why are we not going to talk about this? What?
They do this constantly, by the way. Whenever Larry's beating the fuck out of them, they just switch to a different topic, which does not make sense, by the way, because he's just going to beat you in another topic.
Right. So what are you doing? All right. So you got
rotating and ass kicking.
Yeah. So you got devastated on this loan thing. So let's just talk about something else. Okay.
Yeah.
You talked about how it was more black people that was doing it, and then you talked about how we're the smaller, other population. The same applies also to the loans. It's more white people than it is black people.
What the fuck are you talking about, you dumb bitch? This is the worst equivalent ever.
I want to hear her whole fucking statement here because I didn't understand it.
Yeah, that's because it doesn't make sense, Aiden.
Yeah, just let's play the whole thing. Play though, please.
Yeah. People do. If you have poor credit score, you're not going to get a loan. Period. End of statement. Even the head of Urban League, a black man once said that. If you have poor credit score, you're not going to get a loan. End of statement.
Sir, yes. Let's just When you were talking about crime, you weren't prepared to talk about disproportion. You talked about how it was more black people that was doing it, and then you talked about how we're the smaller of the population. The same applies also to the loans. It's more white people than it is black people. You seem to pick and choose.
I'm talking about the rate. I'm talking about the rate.
Whatever it is. The bottom line is it's more.
That went over her head, didn't it?
You're talking about proportion, percentage versus rate. These are different calculations.
Yeah.
She just doesn't understand it. She hasn't. Don't ask this woman the breakfast question on the Breakfast Club. She can't answer it.
The one is proportion of the population of the crime. The other one is the proportion of the loan to the population. It's not. There's an extra variable.
Completely different figures. It's completely unrelated. I don't even know how to.
Yes, it's not a portion of population.
I got stunlocked because I don't even know how to react to that. It's just I'd have to sit her down and be like, okay, you need to understand basic mathematics because there's a real problem here. Okay, all right, but go. Yeah. I don't think there'd be.
Someone said this woman is living on a standing per capita meme. Like, yeah, she is.
Oh yeah, it is the per capita.
Yeah.
Meme, right. Yeah.
White people than it is black people. And so if more black people are not getting loans disproportionately, it seems you'd only want to apply the disproportion to the.
Yeah, because it's involving the credit, you fucking stupid bitch.
Because in this case, it involves the credit. So black people are less likely to get loans because their credit scores suck. Okay?
How do you not understand
Black people commit more crime. You can come up with the reason why you think, but they do. That's unquestionable. Larry thinks it has something to do with his black fatherlessness, and I am very prone to agree. But those are statistics. They're. How are you not? Black people represent 13% of the population. They commit 50% of the crime. I think it's actually higher than that now, but whatever. Just because one statistic is in one way doesn't mean that another statistic can't be in another way. How are you not
measured in the same way? I like when Aiden is basically broken. Like that was so much. That was so much stupid. I don't even know where to begin.
And I genuinely don't understand. Like she is like, okay, just go because I'm broken. I don't get it. I don't
think she does either.
No, clearly not.
I'm not sure you understood. I'm not sure you understood. I'm not sure you understood my point. That's why.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's definitely true. You did not understand his point.
I mentioned in 1995 when 186 black people who were not getting loans filed a class action lawsuit claiming that they were denied the loan because of racism. Citicorp said, okay, here are your loans. The reason I wasn't giving you the loans is because we're afraid you weren't going to be able to pay them back.
I'm not talking about
Fast forward, they weren't able to pay them back, which proves the Citicorp point.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about
I know you're not. Because inconvenient.
I'm talking about.
Yeah, because it's inconvenient. So you've just tried to shift it, and I don't even know what she tried to shift it to, because it didn't make sense. Like she thought she had him in some, because she thought she had him in some kind of gotcha, because black people commit excess amount of crime, but black people are underrepresented in loans, and these things are somehow contradictory. Checkmate, sir, but that doesn't make any fucking sense. These are totally unrelated variables. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
I figured it out finally that's what it was, is that black people are overrepresented in crime but underrepresented in loans, and that how can both be true at the same time? Gotcha, Larry. No, you didn't. I have no idea what the fuck you're trying to say. These two things are in no way related. But there was an attempt, I guess.
I'm talking about your response to Envy when you said more white people get approved for loans.
Since you like Washington Post said black Americans have the highest denial rates for purchase and refinance of loans, according to Home Mortgage Disclosures Act.
Because of their credit score.
And all credit scores are the same. 15% of Hispanic loan applicants were denied, compared with about 11% of white and 10% of Asian applicants with same credit scores.
Okay, two things.
Do you know why?
It's because of where they live and where they want to use the loan for.
And their income. People have different, you could have the same credit score just with different income levels too, by the way. This is not being included. Yeah. You can have a really good or really bad credit score. It doesn't actually affect your income, right? There's a bunch of other factors. Looking just at credit score, which I guarantee the study was doing to try and be like, but we could try to look at it this way. trying to ignore all other variables. And this guy just looked this up on Google really fucking quickly. I'd like to take a look at the data because I guarantee that's what they did. What were who were the people who were being accepted for these loans with the same credit scores? Oh, were they all very high credit scores? Be interested to see that. Let's listen though.
That's Washington Post, since you love numbers so much, and I know you do love numbers.
Washington
That's coming from the
Post,
Washington
great.
Post. That's 2023, not 1995.
I can show you a study that says the opposite.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
I can also show you that the reason why that study came to that, why they're coming to that conclusion, which is him reading a headline or whatever from the Washington Post, a blurb being sent from their research team, which I'm sure is fantastic.
Because it's written like the way
fly.
What he cited
Those are people.
What he cited sounds like a headline.
But but here's the thing. There's a lot of reasons for that. That could be because you were only looking at people. What was the credit score that was being examined? In what threshold? What were the other factors involved? And and it's Washington Post. It's unreliable. Nope. I don't fucking think so. I don't think so.
Mr. Donald Trump, Rudy Giuliani, and I'm pretty sure everybody who just caught a RICO with him in Georgia, they all had fathers, and they still ended up in jail. How did that happen?
Oh my God, Charlemagne, you are a fucking retard. Like, you are literally one dumb, stupid asshole. He's not saying if you have a father, you won't go to jail, you dumbass. He said you're less likely to.
It reduces your likelihood.
Yes. How the fuck do you not get that? Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody said. Nobody's.
Yeah, he's also stun locked now.
Yeah.
Like,
maybe what he says.
Said if you have a father, you won't go to jail. Nobody said if you didn't have a father, you were going to jail. My father.
Thank you. Common sense.
Father never.
But guess what you did say, Mr. Elder? I'm sorry, respectfully.
May I answer this question?
Guess what you did say.
May I answer this question?
Let him finish his statement, Ted.
Okay.
My father never knew his biological father. He got thrown out of the house when he was 13 years old. 8th grade dropout, Jim Crow South, Athens, Georgia. Fast forward, my dad cleaned toilets, 2 full-time jobs cleaning toilets when I was growing up. Went to night school to get his GED, and then after that, went to night school to learn how to operate a small restaurant. Age of 47, my dad saved his nickels and dimes from his job, starts a small restaurant near downtown LA. Fast forward, he retires in his 80s. He owned that restaurant. He owned property next door, plus the house that's still in our family. Not too shabby for somebody who did not know his biological father. It's not a death sentence. You still have choices. It's just much more difficult to raise a child on your own. Even Tupac Shakur said, "I know for a fact." Tupac, excuse me. I know for a fact. Had I had a father, I would have been more confident. I would have been more disciplined. End of quote.
Well, how did all those white men end up in jail when they still had fathers? The Trumps and the Giuliani. I'm just asking the question. How did they end up in jail?
Because some people
Trump
commit crimes.
in jail?
Can you? He's not in jail, you fucking moron, for one. Also, can you
Is Rudy
talk
Giuliani
about...
in jail?
No, he's not.
What the fuck? Trump and Rudy Giuliani are in jail. Well, if they had fun. So first of all, I don't even understand this. Trump and Rudy Giuliani are not in jail. Secondly, I liked their little giggling about him mispronouncing Tupac, but like that's some kind of own or something, whatever.
Yeah.
How are you not getting this? That it's not determinant. Having a father is not determinant of success. Or that you will not end up in jail, that you won't become a criminal. It is a preventative measure. It's a predictive variable that you are less likely to become a criminal. And he just went right over his head. Didn't get it. Yeah, but what about white people who are in jail and they have fathers? He just answered your question. How do you not get it? He answered your question. There's no. I don't get it.
No, sir. Stop. My apologies for interrupting you earlier. I just couldn't stomach the answer that I knew you were going to
stomach the answer?
Yeah, I couldn't stomach because your actual answer to Trump being what was happening to him with the indictments, you actually said that the system was doing it. You said there was a 2-tier system. This is your word.
That's right.
It was a 2-tier system. So when it came to Trump, all of a sudden you now believe in this systematic thing.
Oh my God, she's on her system thing. She's got her system. Oh, she said the word system. Oh no, he said the word. Oh, he said it. Oh my God. Oh my God, that wasn't the right one. It was she said the system word. She was just waiting for that. That she was just waiting. The clock had used the word system. She's like, oh, it's a system now. Oh my God. We're talking about 2 entirely unrelated things.
Yeah.
But you said system. This woman is an idiot.
The one is voting. The other one is the system trying to protect itself from foreign intruder. Like
what is welfare?
It's not remotely the same.
Yes. Exactly. One is welfare. Yeah. That's what he was talking about. One is the welfare state. And now he's talking about the system being the federal government, the deep state apparatus, which is seeking to remove Trump.
Yes, and she's an agent of it.
She can't just system.
Just a very low peasant one.
Because she must think that there's like this thing that exists. It's out there in the ether. It's the system. Oh, and you're saying it only keeps down white people and Trump. No, He's talking about two completely separate things. Holy shit.
That's happening to Trump. But then when it happens
but it's
to
not,
black people,
it's not about race. It's not about
I didn't
race.
ask you that. I asked you. Remember, I made it easy for you, and I took race out of it. Remember, I said I'm just talking about the system. I'm just talking about the system.
Hold on a second. You bitch, you stupid fucking bitch. You did not take race out of it. The first thing you asked him is LBJ black or white. So fuck off. You did not take race out of it. You brought race into it.
Oh my god. You have talked about nothing but race every single sentence you have said for the last 20 minutes. Holy shit.
If you want to ask me whether I believe Donald Trump is being treated the same way as Joe Biden and is being treated the same way as Hillary Clinton, all these people are white. All these people are white. There's a double standard.
Well,
Mr. Elder, you didn't hear my question.
You said you didn't hear my question. You said some people commit crimes, so you do believe that Trump, Giuliani, them, they committed a crime.
No. I don't know.
But you just said some people commit crimes.
I said some people committed crimes. I didn't say Donald Trump committed a crime. If you ask me specifically whether I believe Donald Trump committed a crime, I don't.
What the fuck kind of question? So you're saying some people commit crimes. That means that Donald Trump committed a crime. What? I'm sorry. What? Spoon,
Black people in America, if this is the people that you guys look up to, this will explain why you have a massive problem with intelligence. Because like these are not good role models. These are fucking dumb people. These are like seriously stupid fucking people.
Shit. No, you're making it very hard, bitch, because you're very difficult to understand because you're an idiot. Still on the ledge for ARS 50 for 50 ARS says Elder is owning these two smooth brains so hard they should refer to him as Massa. Also, Aiden, you interview Undead Chronic. Yeah, I talked to Undead Chronic the other day in DMs. I think we said we were going to do something, but we didn't end up doing anything yet.
Yeah, he's someone that my chat told me to come in contact with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We talked a little bit.
By the way, do you not think it's kind of weird? Because one thing, and this is not a shot at anybody in chat, but I find it really weird when you have content creators that will like watch me, and I would consider myself an up and coming if my sub is in the go by, and bigger content creators, and they say that they'll watch me and they'll watch like him, or they'll watch the D or Sticks or whatever, and then they say, Sticks, you should, or like, you know, you should talk to Sticks, and I'm like, Sticks has no idea what the fuck I am. And it's like, I know you guys feel like you're intimately connected because you watch the content creators and then you feel like attached to them. That's understandable. But but like I don't, like Sticks has no idea what the fuck I am. So I can't just go like, our audience likes us both, therefore we should talk. Like that doesn't make any sense.
No, I mean, people are usually just being like, hey,
I know, but it's
you
really,
know this person and yeah, I get what you mean there.
Yeah, but it's very strange because like a bunch of people just like, oh, you should do stream with Sargon. I'm like, Sargon would have no reason to talk to me, other than you guys would find it amusing. But that's basically it.
It'd be fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I should do a collab with Spoonie. That'll be hilarious.
No.
Spoonie.
Do you know who Spoonie is?
I'm aware of the person's name.
Okay. I'll send you
some
stuff.
Sticks would know what Aiden is. Spoon is Spoon. What the fuck am I talking about? Sticks has actually watched one of my videos because he was in my comment section.
Yeah, Sticks knows you.
Yeah. So yeah, there you go. I don't know what he thought about the video though.
Horwitz Feinberg and Horwitz for 10 says, "Damn it, on my day off too." Oh, don't worry about it, man. Welcome to the show. Let's get back to this.
Someone called me a fan. Go fuck you.
And why they end up in jail? They all got fathers.
Well, Donald Trump's not in jail.
Oh, he got indicted.
Yeah, he got indicted.
Did you say indicted?
But it's like, but he got just immediately shut down. It's like, yeah, was Trump's in jail, but Trump's not in jail, but he got indicted. Okay, what? Then what's your point? Like, what the fuck is this? This is so incredibly stupid. It is.
I'm actually amazed at Charlemagne that you actually recorded this and voluntarily put it on the internet, because I don't think you understand like how much of a fucking retard you look. Like your whole crew look like Larry Elder looks like the only one who's ever had an adult conversation in his entire life, and the rest of you,
I know.
I'm amazed you can even tie your own shoes, because you unbelievably stupid. Like it's not even funny. Like your level of dumbassery of political pandering is fucking unreal.
This is really bad.
Yeah, it's mentioned like this is politics.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Indicted. That's a far cry from being in jail.
Well, why did he get indicted?
Well, he got arrested, is what I'm saying.
He's
going to get arrested.
He got indicted.
No,
he's not going to get arrested.
No, he's not. Oh my god. Cope harder.
Yeah.
Why did he get indicted then? Because it's a political persecution and prosecution. That's why. Ugh.
Got indicted, in my opinion, because the DOJ has a double standard. They let Hillary pass, for example. She clearly violated the Espionage Act by having an unsecured server in her basement. She paid for the Steele dossier.
That, and we don't like white women.
She destroyed 30,000 emails under subpoena, and she got a wrist slap. And Donald Trump is now being indicted, I think, for the fourth time. It's unfair.
Right. Black people telling y'all how corrupt the FBI is for a long time.
Oh my! I would say take a drink every time she says the system, but then
we're gonna die.
Hey, yes, how's it going? Joe Manchin for 10 years says, remember in The Lion King when Simone and Pumbaa manipulate, excuse me, when in The Lion King when Simone and Pumbaa manipulate a child into eating bugs and singing Hakuna Matata until he abandons his heritage for a life of aimless leisure? Really makes you think.
Man, that was a fucking deep super chat. Jesus Christ.
Okay, Bill, what is it?
Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are feds.
That's a good one. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are feds. Instead of our dead. Get it?
That's a good screenshot.
And the FBI has been corrupt. There was COINTEL, the FBI.
What is that, Bill? Sorry.
They did have their own version, but they had their own sequel.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah.
In this case, it's more Lion King 1 3/5.
Okay.
J.
Edgar Hoover also wiretapped MLK under Robert Kennedy, a Democrat Attorney General, Malcolm X. Lots of things. Right. And I find it interesting how the same people who criticize the FBI historically are now defending the FBI because they're going after Donald Trump.
Oh, we're not defending the FBI.
I didn't say you were. I said some of the same people.
We're just looking and saying, damn, finally.
But what's your thoughts with Florida?
It's not just finally that the government is abusing white people as if they haven't done that in the past either. It's all motivated by racial animus.
Yeah, of course.
I'm fine if the government abuses its power as long as it's against a white person who I don't like. Okay, so you have no principles then. I don't care about your opinions, honestly. You're.
Do you think these people have principles? They can't even fucking spell principle.
Well, you know what I mean. Like they clearly don't give a shit.
The only principles they have are the ones they're getting paid for.
Yes, they hate white people, and that's it.
Yeah.
The system sounds like an excellent soundboard edition, says James Cole for 5. Oh God, maybe the system.
No, please not. I only want white voices on that board.
Awful.
Unless you can have whatchamacallit. Unless you can have Samuel L. Jackson.
Okay.
If you can have Samuel L. Jackson saying "motherfucker," I'll be very happy.
Yeah.
Because Samuel L. Jackson's cool as shit.
This is tortuous. Holy shit.
They're trying to take our history out of these history books and not trying to teach our history.
What do you... Oh, teach our... What? What history are they taking out of the history books? What history? I've yet to be able to have anyone explain this. Kamala Harris lied about it straight up. So that they weren't... That in Florida, they weren't teaching about... That they were... Or teaching students that slavery didn't happen or something like that. She just straight up lied. Yeah. Straight up fucking lied.
I love the way when it comes to slavery, they don't want to talk about slavery outside of any other nation. Like, how did the Arabs treat the Africans?
Of course not.
Compared to the Europeans. Yeah.
They don't give a shit.
Yeah, of course not.
But yeah, it's yeah. Kamala Harris
we only care about the blacks who are brought over here. Never mind how they treated any other blacks. They don't give a fuck.
Oh no, don't pay attention to the fact that Africans sold their brothers and sisters into slavery. No, don't worry about that.
I'm not really that bothered by that.
The Democrats the one.
Huh?
I'm not really that bothered by that.
Well, I'm just saying, but they act like it was white people who did it.
I hate that argument because it's such a stupid argument because people sold each other into slavery for all of human history. So when
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but to go with the racial angle of today, it's just fucking stupid.
Precisely, people have been selling people who looked like them or didn't look like them into slavery for all of human history.
That's the one thing that I can't stand about our society is that people think because someone looks like you, they will give a shit. Like, are you out of your fucking mind? When has that ever happened in all of human history? Like, that's just absurd.
White people and Asian people have been killing each other for all of you for all of time.
White people were kicking the shit out of each other in the first half of the last century in 2 World Wars.
Native Americans have been killing other Native Americans. It's just how it works. People kill each other. Arabs have been killing other Arabic people. It's just everybody kills people who look like them throughout all of history. It's not like a race-based thing inherent. This is a totally modernistic, something that has popped up in the last 250, 300 years. I mean, maybe let's stretch it out. I'll say like 400, 500 years maybe. But this racial animus stuff is very new in terms of the global schema.
That the Democrats are the ones complaining about Florida. This is a party of slavery, party of Jim Crow, the party of the KKK, the party of the Southern Manifesto, the party of Dred Scott, the party that I said earlier destroyed the nuclear intact family, and the party that is opposing school choice. And now they want to lecture Florida on making sure the proper history of slavery is taught. I don't know anybody who's defending slavery. Anybody. Not Ron DeSantis. He's not defending.
You can teach. Here's the thing. You would actually be better off as a nation if you taught nothing about slavery whatsoever.
I think.
Do you not agree with that?
I think it's important to learn about history. And learn that, yes, slavery was a thing that happened.
Yes, but I think if you were to learn nothing about it and you were to learn other parts of history and people taught them skills, I think they'd be better off. Because
in high school?
They just in general, because you damn well know the reason they teach slavery is to instill animus. It's not to be factually accurate. That's my point.
I think that's incredibly pessimistic. It might be true, but I don't think that it therefore justifies not teaching history. History is
read history from a book.
You really do need to know history. That's the only problem, is that who's teaching it and what agenda they have. But absolutely, history should be taught. The problem is who's teaching it and what agenda they have. And it's funny because they're complaining about it, because what they want to be taught is they want a biased view of history to be taught. They want it to be taught that white people that are evil, and they just rolled up into the first of all, they rocked up into peaceful, beautiful North America, where all the natives were just getting along and sitting around and smoking peace pipes and living
Kumbaya.
in harmony with nature and singing Kumbaya. And then they raped and
pillaged
and stole their land and threw smallpox blankets on them. And then the evil white man went over to Africa and just stole and black women from their homes and
if we're so horrible, black people, why do you want to live amongst us?
Well, that's the question. Leave. I mean, if you think we're that evil, if you think we're white devils and we're so evil, then maybe you should leave.
Yeah,
but instead, the request from what's her name is from Teslin is no, just let black people. Actually, black people need to run the entire country and every institution in it. That's the real solution. Is that black people need to be in every position of power. And that'll fix it. They did do that. I mean, to some degree, but the problem is that the women and men that were sold into slavery were largely not captured by Europeans. Some of them were, for sure, but a lot of them were captured by Arabic slave traders. A lot of them were captured by people of other tribes. A lot of them were captured by people in their own tribe and sold into slavery. It wasn't white people who just showed up into Africa and single-handedly enslaved Black Africans and sent them back to the New World. That's not accurate history. And again, you'd probably be, if you were a Black African tribal person, you'd probably be way happier if you were enslaved by the Europeans than by the Arabs. If you were a man, let me put it that way.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure, Spoon, you know what they did to male slaves
in their genitals?
The Arab world. Yeah, castrated them. My point is this is not something that is like solely the idea that this was just something that white people just did on their own entirely because they were evil, which is the way they would like it to be taught, is ridiculous and historically inaccurate. Lancer 5 says, imagine you're complaining about history when your history was nothing more than tribal life, the fields, and then welfare rolls. Some triumph.
My God.
Holy shit, dude.
Bro. I don't like it when someone fucking challenges my own spicy level. This is like, Jesus Christ.
Dude. Holy shit. The Field for Two says Thomas Sowell should be required reading. I agree.
Yeah,
I absolutely agree. Basic economics should be required reading. Absolutely. But, yeah. No, the reality is that they want to teach their racist version of history. That's what it is. That's why they're upset. They don't want a realistic version of history being taught because they want to teach propaganda. so that black people continue to hate whites, so that they can continue to stoke this racial animus, to continue to demand things from white people, and continue to maintain their perpetual in-group victimhood orientation, their PIVO.
Yeah,
Lance Virtue says, the wisdom of Arabia.
Yeah.
Bro.
God damn, the chat's rough today. I just thought I was going to say some spicy shit. I see the chat like, Jesus fucking Christ, the chat's
goddamn
very gamery, very lively today.
Yeah, a lot of gamer.
By the way, the only reason why they do this shit, I was watching Joy Reid the other day, and
oh no,
yeah, I know, like, why am I doing this? But she said, why do you want to teach the slavery damn shit? She actually said that the reason they don't want to teach the slavery shit is because the parents are more sympathetic to the slavers than the abolitionists. Like,
yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Yes. And the bit that is amazing to me is the end when she just said, oh, do you know why? The reason is because that if you taught this, the kids would be more empathetic and they would vote for policies that would be more empathetic to these people, which means more tax cuts for the rich. And we're like, there it is. You want to grow the size of the fucking state. That's the fucking reason.
I mean, she wants tax cuts for her.
Yeah, but the thing that I don't understand is, like, how in the fucking hell do you have someone on television who is a multimillionaire day in, day out advocating for more tax cuts or advocating for tax increases on the rich when she is part of the rich? Like, how the fuck does that make any sense?
Because she doesn't actually want that to affect her. She's going to have some reason why tax the rich, but only the ultra rich. Only the billionaires.
She is part of the upper rich.
No, but it's the same Bernie Sanders thing. It was the millionaires and the billionaires until Bernie Sanders became a millionaire, and then it was just the billionaires. Do you know what I mean? It's always this way. It's not me. Someone else. Take their money. It's how it always is with these people. I did a video about it. There's tons of research on it. They would rather make less money as long as you make less than they do. There's research on it that illustrates consistently people who have left-leaning perspectives would rather earn less money themselves as long as you make less than they do. That's what it's about. They just want to have more than you, more than somebody else. That's all it's about. It is egotism, narcissism, and greed, and
also
jealousy.
Known as being a woman.
Yeah. Yes, because leftism is a feminine ideology.
Actually, you're talking about one line. You're talking about one line in about 127 pages of the study. And it is a line that was repeated almost verbatim in the associated in the advanced placement African American course that the DeSantis administration refused to use because of all the sexual stuff that was in it. It's basically the same thing that was in the advanced placement African American courses, and now because it's in that, all of a sudden the governor is accused of somehow defending slavery. He's not doing anything of the sort.
What did you think about
that?
Well,
sir, you were actually one that defended slavery. In your comments, you said that, like it or not, slavery was legal in response to reparations. So it's you that was defending slavery.
That's not a defense. He's just saying it was
legal.
Which
That's
is
not
a reality.
Defense of it, you
That's
dumbass.
called reality.
That's not a moral approval of the practice.
Yep. There was no moral judgment given in that statement. She really is stupid. Holy fuck. Like, I'm actually kind of surprised she can read. Like, this woman is really dumb. Dear Lord.
Correct?
Defending it and saying that it's illegal are two very different things. Slavery, unfortunately.
That was your response into if reparations should happen. So your response to that was, like it or not, slavery was legal, and one would think that was a defense on those who.
Well, what you would think it was a defense, but it is not a defense. Unfortunately, slavery has been part and parcel of human history from the very beginning. Asians enslaved Asians, whites enslaved whites, blacks enslaved blacks, Native Americans enslaved Native Americans. This is a culture, the Western civilization, that had a revulsion against it. We had a civil war against it. And we ought to applaud ourselves for doing something about this.
And who did it first, though, Spoon?
British.
Yep. But the reality is, I mean, we preempted him, and I'm not surprised that Larry, of course, said it very eloquently, more succinctly than we did. But yeah, everyone has enslaved everyone else, and usually people of their own race, if you talk about the totality of human history. Yep.
This is a flawed country. It's moving forward. It's becoming more perfect all the time. Today, if you are born and raised in America, if you finish high school, presumably one where you can read, write, and computer grade level, which is why I support school choice, don't have a kid before you're 20, get married.
And that's becoming more and more. Fewer and fewer high schools are producing children, are producing graduates who are able to read and write. Honestly, at this level,
yeah, especially
we saw that with
the
LeBron James school.
A shit show.
And we saw that with LeBron James school, where those kids couldn't read or write. Well, they were not kids; they're now adults graduating from high school. They can't read or write at one of the most well-funded schools in the area. That's not good. That means it's not funding, is it? Something else is a problem. And I think it's a fatherless issue. I think it's a cultural issue.
first, get a job, keep a job, don't quit it until you get another job, and avoid the criminal justice system, you will not be poor. If you don't follow that formula, there's a good chance you will be.
You know, the first GOP debate is coming up, and you didn't qualify, and I saw you write.
Well, you didn't say, I've not yet not qualified. It's not until August 21.
Oh, okay. Well, I saw you write in the op-ed that the Republican National Committee has rigged the rules of the game by instituting a set of criteria that is so onerous. What is it? Onerous.
Onerous. I mispronounced Tupac, so you mispronounced onerous.
Right.
Fucking burn! All right, you laughed at him for that, so at least they chuckled back at it because I figured they'd get really mad.
And he said, poorly designed, that only establishment and billionaire candidates are guaranteed to be on stage. Explain to us why that system hurts people.
Well, I ran for governor of California. I got 3.5 million votes. It seems to me that made me credible. The RNC is requiring us to have 1% or 40,000 individual donors. In 2020, the DNC required you to have 1% or a certain number of donors. For reasons that I don't quite understand, the RNC is requiring you to have both of them. One of the candidates in this race is a multimillionaire. He's offered a $20 gift certificate if you give $1. Another one is offering a free, air quotes, country western concert if you give $1. Another one is giving you a commission if you are a prospective donor to go out and get other prospective donors. It seems to me that corrupts the whole process. I'm doing it the old-fashioned way, Charlamagne. I'm asking people to support me and go to my website, LarryElder.com, and give me at least $1. If I get $1 from 40,000 individuals, I will be up on that stage in Milwaukee on August 23.
Let's do that. I'm going to go to LarryElder.com and give Larry Elder $1. Why not?
I can't do it from here, though. These are not American citizens.
Oh, I guess not. Right? Well, am I going to be able to do it from here? Oh. I mean, I am a U.S. citizen. But do you have to be? Hang on.
No, you would have
help
to be.
Larry Elder win 2024. Give you $1 for Larry. Help. Okay.
Yeah, it's going to ask you for a U.S. address.
Oh, I have that. Okay. And let's see. Can I do this? Let's see if I can do it. One second. Keep listening while I see if I can send him $1. And everybody else, if you want to, go to LarryElder.com and send him $1. If you're
I get up there, game on, hold my beer.
So why is this system, is this system holding you back? Would you say it's a system holding you back?
I would say it's unfair. It seems to me this early, the voters ought to decide this. I mean, in 2016, there were 17 or 18 Republican candidates. Now there's 13. Somehow, some way, our republic survived, and we could survive with 13 candidates. I don't know why they have all this rule to eliminate certain people.
It won't let me
but rather than
systems can hold you back.
I'm going to say, but rather than whine about it, my goal is to get on as many shows as I can, like yours. Urge people to go to LarryElder.com, give at least $1, even if you want somebody else. Don't you think it's wise for us to talk about the epidemic of fatherlessness, the lie that America remains systemic racism, systemically racist, and the need for school choice? 13 public high schools in Baltimore, 0% of the kids can do math at grade level. Are you kidding me?
Thank you. Yes. I remember that from earlier this year. 0%. And it was at 16 different schools. I think he just said the exact percentage, but it was several different schools. Not a single kid could do math, could pass the math requirement. Not a single one. In Baltimore, which is something like 80% black. And I guarantee those schools are like 98% black, 95% black, with the other percentage being Hispanic. Baltimore is an overwhelmingly black city. Baltimore City proper. So, yeah, that's horrifying.
Can you name me a...
But who did that? That's a Democrat city. It's been a Democrat city for forever. Go ahead.
Can you name me a single black mayor or governor in the entire United States that actually holds a successful city together?
No. Was Giuliani, but
a black
that's
one?
A long time ago now. No, you said a black one. No. Lori Lightfoot, shining example.
Of how to be a ditzy crackhead.
Yeah.
53 public 53 public high schools in Chicago, 0% of the kids can do math at grade level. Meanwhile, the Democratic Party is opposed to school choice, while the party elites, whether it's Barack Obama or Gavin Newsom or Joe Biden, have their own kids in private school. It is wrong, and we need to talk about that.
Larry Elder, why would somebody from our community vote for you, or why should they vote for you? Why should a black person vote for you?
Because I'm telling the truth, and the truth oftentimes is unpleasant.
I love how it's... Why should a black person vote for you? Not why should anyone vote for you? Why is it always race baiting with you fucking assholes?
That's all these people have is race baiting. Why should a black person vote for Larry Elder for the same reason a white person should vote for Larry Elder?
The same reason why any people vote for Trump.
You agree with the things that he's saying? That's why you should vote for Larry Elder. If you think he's a good politician, if you think that he stands for something, That's why you should vote for Larry Elder, not because of his race, not because of your race. That's absolutely fucking absurdist and sickening, honestly.
It's not pleasant for me to be called the black face of white supremacy, as the LA Times did. It's not pleasant for me to be accused of being anti-black, as Tavis Smiley once called me, because I don't support reparations. By the way, Barack Obama never supported reparations. Nobody called him anti-black. We need to talk about what's going on. What's going on is the breakdown of the family. And most of the things we complain about downstream, whether it's crime or whether it's bad schools, the genesis is the breakdown of the nuclear intact family, and we don't talk enough about it.
Do you agree that our community is hit harder with a lot of things that you just said, whether it is racism, whether it is getting loans, whether it is getting entrepreneurship, whether it is education, whether it is all those things? You do understand that and agree with that, right?
I do, but much of it is either self-inflicted or because of policies that we have supported, Democrats that we have supported. I wrote a book it's coming out in October. It's called As Goes California, My Mission to Rescue the Golden State and Save the Nation. It's about the one-party rule in California. California has supermajorities of Democrats in the Senate and in the House. And as a result, our schools are near the bottom. People are leaving California for the very first time. We have the highest state income tax in the country. The average price of a home in California costs 175% above the national average, all because of these left-wing policies that are hurting the very people, black and brown people living in the inner city, that people on the left claim that they care about.
Look at all the homelessness problem. Look at that. Just the people just living on the streets in California. The streets are literally covered in shit. That's not an exaggeration. That it's not a euphemism. It is a accurate description. Is that they are covered in shit because there's so many homeless people who just shit on the streets. And that's California, because people can't. It's a den of scum and villainy and drugs and degeneracy, and it's all due to Democrat policies. It has not helped anyone but line their own pockets.
Do you think slavery inflicted, or do you think Jim Crow segregation was self-inflicted, or do you think
what?
Slavery was self-inflicted. Of course, it wasn't self-inflicted, but there are a lot of people have bloody hands in slavery. Mm-hmm. For example, slavery could not have existed had it not been for African chieftains who were selling black slaves captured in battle or captured through raids and selling them to European and Arab slavers. It could not have existed without that. So everybody has dirty hands here. That's why reparations is such a foolish thing. If you're going to get reparations from the 5% or so of white people that have some sort of generational connection to slavery, and that's all there is, then you need to go back to Africa and get money from African countries that were involved in the slave trade and in the Arab slave trade. And by the way, the Arab.
But I love that we all said this earlier, but he's said it very, very quickly, eloquently, perfectly. Absolutely agree. There's no reason to relitigate this because we already talked about it, and he's completely correct.
Slave trade was even worse than European slave trade. 90% rate of attrition, often making men and women walk on barefoot across the Sahara, and the men were castrated. Only about
so if they go after the money from the other countries, then would you agree that it would be okay to go after the money from America? No. Is that your problem with it?
When are you going to stop with this? Everybody has agreements. I'm answering your question. There's no end. There'll be no end to this because slavery has been part of human history from the very beginning.
Okay, now I've let you talk, sir. I've let you talk, and every time I talk, you begin to talk.
No, you really haven't let him talk. Asshole. You keep interrupting him. You ask him ridiculous questions. He tries to answer them, and then you ignore what he said and just say whatever the fuck you're gonna say anyway, because you are incapable of understanding what the hell he's saying. You are too stupid to understand the things that he's saying. I'm sorry to say it, but at this point, we're 30 minutes in. I don't think you're capable. I honestly don't think you have the mental capacity to understand the things he's saying. I don't normally like to insult people like that, but I don't think that you do.
Talking and you say, let you finish. So I asked you a very simple question. You said, if you're going to go after it in America, go after it in Africa. So if we all agree to go after it in Africa, will you then agree to go after it in America? It's just a simple question. Yes or no?
No, I won't, because it's a waste of time. We ought to be spending our time on education. Okay, you told me.
Wait, he said the reason he brought that up is because of how ridiculous it would be to try and seek out every single party that was involved in the slave trade. Most of them don't exist anymore. Again, only a small fraction of white Americans were involved in the slave trade, and many, many, many white Americans came to America long after the slavery had been ended. It's ridiculous to tax white Americans, and how are you going to do that, by the way? Just tax white people and only white people who were responsible, who had some ancestor involved with slavery. Is that what you want to do? No, you want to tax everybody? Are you going to tax black people? No, so we're only going to tax white people. It is such an absurd. It makes no sense. It is not just implausible. It is absolutely 100% unfeasible. There is no way to do this. There is no way to get what you want at all. So that's why he brought up, well, then you have to go to Africa too, and I guess you have to go to the Arabic countries and ask them, because it's all equally insane. It's ridiculous. but she can't understand it. That's outside of her capacity for comprehension.
That I cut you off, then I try to answer your question, you won't let me finish.
Go ahead, Larry.
Thank you. It's a waste of time. We ought to be talking about working hard, investing in ourselves. Right now, as we speak, there are Haitians in Haiti lining up for a lottery to come into this country. Why? Because it is the land of the free and the home of the brave. You can go from nothing to something faster in America than any other country in all of human history. We ought to be talking about that. Let me just, one more point. 1997, Time Magazine and CNN hooked up together to do a poll on what black teenagers and white teenagers felt about racism. Mm-hmm. And both of them were asked, is racism a major problem in America? Both of them said yes. But then Time and CNN asked this question of the black teenagers. Is racism a big problem, a small problem, or no problem in your own daily life? This is 1997. 89% of them said small problem or no problem in my own daily life. In fact, twice as many blacks said failure to take advantage of available opportunities is a bigger problem than racism.
That was 1997.
1997. Look it up.
2023, though.
You think America's more racist now after the election and re-election of Barack Obama than it was in 1997?
Yes, because of the election of
Spoon.
How you doing? You holding up there?
All right. I had to take a second to think. To overcome my aneurysm. You know what? You could make this argument because race relations have decreased exponentially. But it's not because of Trump. It's in reaction to Trump from the Democrats. After years and years of crying about white supremacy, white people are evil, all white people are bad, particularly white men. They're evil, they're terrible, hate them, they're awful. And then white people feel terrible about themselves. And then some of them say, actually, I don't want to feel terrible about myself. The election of Donald Trump is a product of the race-baiting shit you've been doing for years. Since Obama exacerbated all of it. Because then it was, even though it should have done the opposite, but it didn't. The reality is that electing a black president only made things worse in terms of the race relations when it should have made it better on paper, right? Look, America's not racist. White and black people voted for a black man to be president of the United States. And then the response was, yeah, but that's not enough. It's not enough. You're still racist. It's a systemic racism. I can't see it. You won't say anything. You won't say anything racist, but I know you're racist deep down. I know you're racist. Like I said, it's a boogeyman. It's the Max Stirner spook. Oh my God. Lance for 10 says, I used to be a professional rastism, but then I saw the numbers coming out of Planned Parenthood and the inner city grade scores, so I could hang up my hood knowing that my dream was gone, bro. Lance for 5 says, only a woman could get away talking like that. If I spoke to Larry like that and to his face, he would KO me, and his fist would be fully in the right too. Yeah, I mean, it's so infuriating. Yes, hey, I said hey earlier, but how's it going? For 2 says, anti-white propaganda is to blame, not white people. 100%. This is yes, this is the result of propaganda. These people believe in nothing but bullshit. And they are obsessed with race. They think about nothing but every single fucking thing that goes wrong in their day-to-day lives. Must be a white person who did it. That's lunacy. If there was a white person who acted like that and said every problem in their life was due to black people, you wouldn't, they flip out. But that's how they act.
Yeah, it kind of depends where they live.
But you know what I mean. Well, but you know what I mean. And if someone said this, like, all the problems in my life are caused by black people, every single one, they'd be like, well, you're a horrible racist. Then of course they'll say, well, black people can't be racist because systemic power plus privilege shit. Yes, for another $2 says the only systemic ism is anti-whiteism. I mean, that is seeming to be pretty freaking apparent from this, isn't it? Because they can't, but the system, but they can't point to anything. They just say the system, but the system. Larry deflates their poultry arguments, and then just goes right back. But the system. Oh my God, Spoon, this is awful. This is.
Welcome to my world.
This is a nightmare. I mean, at least, like I said, holy shit. Larry's wiping the floor with them, but this is holy crap. Oh, unbreaded. Yeah, good wrench. Absolutely, this is unbreaded.
MAGA, Donald Trump, 100%. Yes.
Really?
Absolutely.
Well, how is it, Charlamagne, that Donald Trump got 8% of the black vote in 2016? He got 12% in 2020, a 50% increase. He got 20% of the black male vote in 2020. If MAGA is racist, how do you explain that Donald Trump substantially increased the percentage of black votes the Republican Party got?
Good fucking question.
It is.
And also, do you want to talk about the fact that he got an increase in every single voting demographic except white men, which makes him a really shitty racist?
Which is a good one to point out. White men, that was the one that decreased for Trump.
Yeah, which is kind of fucking weird.
Sometimes people make.
So why are you running against Trump then, Mr. Elder?
Yes,
I'm not running against him. I'm running against Biden-Harris. Any one of the substantially increased percentage of black votes Republican Party got.
Sometimes people make.
So why are you running against Trump then, Mr. Elder?
Yes,
I'm not running against.
He said sometimes people make poor choices.
That was it.
That's what he said.
Let's not vote then. Let's get rid of voting then. Let's return to the king. I know. Let's return. I agree. People do make poor choices. They're not very good at voting, at picking their leaders. Let's just get rid of that then. Let's not elect. Let's just have Trump be king. How about that one then?
Dukes and countesses.
I'm running against Biden-Harris. Any one of the Republican nominees we have would be better than what we have right now. I'm not running against him.
Yes.
I'm running to put forth the issues I just now mentioned that I've been talking about for the last few minutes.
I want to ask you about that. After 4 indictments, 91 criminal charges, don't you think it would behoove the Republican Party to move on from Donald Trump?
They don't have a fucking choice.
No.
First of all, no, it wouldn't. Secondly, they don't have a choice. Trump's the nominee.
Yeah, we all know this.
And I respect Larry for running, for getting his name out there. I really do, because I do like him quite a lot. He's very intelligent. He's very he wiped the floor with these people. And I've liked every time I've heard him. I mean, he's been doing radio for forever. But I like I said, I told you months ago that Elder was my choice for Trump's VP, but he doesn't have a lot of the polling numbers, unfortunately. But I don't know who. No one does. No one has any. No one's even approaching Trump. I mean, the next one closest to him is DeSantis, and there's it's a 20-point lead from Trump, 15 points, something like that.
Like 35.
Is it 35? Is it that severe?
Yeah.
I know. I look at it quite often. Hang on. Let's see. GOP candidate polling. Let's see. What are we at? Republican primary polling numbers. Who's ahead? All right, Trump is ahead. He's got 54.3% compared to DeSantis at 14. So he is 40% ahead of DeSantis.
Jesus fucking
40%.
Christ. That's
so no one's in the race. Right. It was in February. Trump was at 43 and let's see. Back then, DeSantis was at 37, but DeSantis has sunk himself, so it's Trump. By the way, I think that was always going to happen, even if DeSantis hadn't shot himself in the foot. But it's clearly Trump.
I think that the voters in the primary will make that decision.
What do you think, though?
I have no problem with that Donald Trump did an extraordinary job as president, especially for black people. Best economy ever. He did something about the borders. Yep. The people that are most hurt because of porous borders are black people living in the inner city, because most of the illegal aliens have little or no education. They end up living in the inner city. They compete against black people with high school or less for jobs. There are about 1 million fewer black people working than who would otherwise be working if it weren't for illegal alien labor. And illegal alien labor, according to a study done by the Civil Rights Commission, puts downward pressure to the tune of almost $2,000 per year on the salaries of black people living in the inner city. And Donald Trump gave us the most secure border we ever had. He also supported school choice. He also did the First Step Act, which allowed about 5,000 mostly black men with long criminal sentences, nonviolent, to have their sentences reduced an average of 70 months per. He pardoned Jack Johnson, the first black heavyweight champion. Even Barack Obama didn't do that. Yeah, he did an extraordinary job for black people.
I think you're innocent until proven guilty, but I feel like...
Okay, address anything that he just said about how Trump did a lot of good things for black people. He is completely correct, by the way, about how open borders immigration, the community that it hurts the most in America is the black community, because they are competing for the same low-wage jobs. And the reality is, largely speaking, and this is a community and cultural and fatherless issue, is that the Hispanic community really, really don't want to be deported, so they work really hard. They'll work under the table. The African-American community doesn't do that. That's just truth. They work very hard. They work under the table, which is not cool, but it's how it works. It's how it functions. Because that is a really ripe way for abuse to happen. All kinds of abuse, and does all the time. But the African American community are American citizens. They go on welfare. They seek government assistance. They don't work hard for the same jobs because they're not great jobs. But they also don't try to improve their community. Black people who get money, get their bag, get out. This is well known. Charlamagne, what do you contribute to inner city black communities? You're really rich.
Fuck
Just a question. I mean, I'm sure he does something. I would imagine, but
Also, if you notice in this entire interview, he doesn't actually fucking say anything in response to Larry.
None of them were actually. I've noticed that they don't actually respond to anything he's saying.
Yeah, they have a script and they're just going to talk. Like they. Do
you think it's a script?
100% script.
Don't hear him. I think they actually can't understand.
Do you remember how Mike Pence responded to Tucker?
Yeah.
Same way.
He already knew what he was going to say.
Yes.
So he's like, here's what I'm going to say, and I'm not listening to you. I'm just saying the things that I want to say in response. It's really, really frustrating.
Yeah. President Biden had 4 indictments, 91 criminal charges. President Obama had 4 indictments, 91 criminal charges. Y'all would be telling them that they need to step aside and they shouldn't be running for president.
Well, I wouldn't vote for Barack Obama or for Joe Biden in any case, no matter whether he had indictments or no indictments. I don't vote for tax spend, regulate liberals.
You're a conservative, right? Obviously.
No question.
What initially made you gravitate towards being a conservative?
I think it was my father. My father was a lifelong Republican, and my father always told my brothers and me the following. Democrats want to give you something for nothing. Yeah. You're trying to get something for nothing, you almost always end up getting nothing for something. And my dad, I told you about his background. He told my brothers and me that hard work wins. You get out of life what you put into it. You cannot control the outcome, Larry, but you are 100% in control of the effort. Before you moan or groan about what somebody did or said to you, go to the nearest mirror, look at it, and ask yourself, what could I have done to change the outcome? And finally, Charlamagne, my dad told my brothers and me this. No matter how hard you work, how good you are, sooner or later, bad stuff is going to happen to you. Mm-hmm. How you deal with those bad things will tell your mother and me if we raised a man. I wrote a book about my father's life. It's called Dear Father, Dear Son, 2 Lives, 8 Hours. It's about an 8-hour conversation he and I had. Where at the beginning of the conversation, I thought my dad was harsh. I thought he spanked us too often. We had a belt. In those days, from the South, you spank kids. And I thought my dad was way too harsh. And we had an 8-hour conversation. And by the time we ended, my dad got bigger and bigger and bigger. And Larry Elder got smaller and smaller and smaller. And I apologized to him. And it's a book that changed a lot of people's lives. It's called, as I said, Dear Father, Dear Son, 2 Lives, 8 Hours. The paperback is called A Lot Like Me. Same book, but it's cheaper.
Can you honestly say this is the Republican Party that you grew up on?
I just want to say that was. I thought that was very
eloquent.
Yeah, and moving and important.
And you notice Charlamagne doesn't even fucking address anything.
Didn't even react to it.
Yeah, that's what
he
I'm saying.
Told you something really deep and serious about
that's what I'm saying.
His relationship with his father.
All 3 of the people on this panel, they can be replaced by AI because they're not useful in any way.
Like that.
They're not even human beings. They're not even listening to this guy's talking. They just have a script and they're just gonna hit him with it. That's it. That's literally all they fucking do. They're pawns.
Also, I'm gonna get his book. Like, I haven't read that book. But that sounds like that's I gotta be in a mood.
Yeah, Dan is right, by the way. That is a very smooth plug.
It was a smooth plug, but at the same time, yeah, me gonna cry a little bit. It made me kind of go like, oh wow, that was very, because I have a wonderful relationship with my father, right? And I think that's why Larry talks about the importance of fathers so much, because it clearly is important. It's extremely important. So yeah, I'd have to, like I said, I'd have enough and like a right state of mind to read a transcript of an 8-hour-long conversation between Larry Elder and his dad. That sounds like a bit of an emotional roller coaster, but but yeah, like he didn't even react. Just like, all right, and whatever. Next question. Okay.
This modern day GOP.
Yes. The Republican Party pretty much has always stood for low taxes, low regulation, peace through strength, not strength through peace, and strong borders, and still does. And when Donald Trump is gone, and he will be gone, even if he gets reelected, the day after he gets reelected, he's a lame duck, the party will still go on. The principles will still go on. However, I do believe that many people in our party have spent so that Ronald Reagan, my favorite president, when he entered the Oval Office, Charlamagne, when he left, government was bigger. It got bigger under George Walker Bush. It got bigger under W. It got bigger under Donald Trump. And the only way to restrain spending is with an amendment to the Constitution to fix spending to a certain percentage of the GDP, with exception for war and for natural disaster. Otherwise, we're going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Let me use the word unsustainable. Mm-hmm. That's the word Barack Obama used to describe the so-called entitlements. Unsustainable was a word that Bill Clinton used to describe them. But nothing happens, because if you run claiming you're going to reform Social Security or Medicare, the other side is going to accuse you of not caring about the sick, the poor, the elderly, and you are going to lose elections. That's why government gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So we need a law to restrain spending. Otherwise, it's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And for young people like you...
that's literally what I said earlier. Almost word for word. Thank you, Larry.
Yep. I know. It's so funny, like the things that we said earlier, he eventually has said. But exactly.
It's almost like we know it.
Yes, because it's the truth. That's the right, yes. Because Larry Elder is speaking the truth. The left has to like hide behind weasel words and non-existent phrases like the system, things like this that they can't measure, that they can't quantify. They're agnostics. So it's just it's a religion, it's a faith. They don't need data and evidence, even though they're the party of science, but science to them is part of the religion. And it's just like, oh, but I just defer to our priests, right? They can't. I am but a humble worshiper. I am but a humble servant. I can't understand the divine words that are given down to me by the divine Fauci. It's all part of this bizarre Gnostic system.
Divine Fauci.
They sold those like Fauci votive candles and stuff. Yeah.
No, F words.
Oh, they were a meme, but still.
These programs are not going to be there.
Mr. Elder, I know a lot of Black conservatives, and I completely agree about the Black family. I don't think anybody here objects to that.
Don't disagree about that at all.
I think when you talk about ideology and then you mix in parties and then personalities, it gets kind of confusing. And
nobody's done that except you stupid bitch.
Yeah, what do you... Okay.
You mentioned yourself not to moan and groan, that as long as you work hard, all is well. And I think where the conflict is coming in is you did moan and groan about how the Republicans treated you. You did moan and groan about Governor Newsom and, asking for a recall. You did not leave that up to the voters. You are moaning and groaning when it comes to Donald Trump.
Actually, the voters were the one who initiated the recall, you fucking idiot. That doesn't even make any sense.
What are you...
Like, how stupid are you? Like, I'm not even American and even I know this. What the fuck are you talking about?
It was Californian voters that requested the recall.
That's how you get the recall to be kicked in.
You want to talk about
begin with.
Moaning and groaning? Now you can say Trump, absolutely. Trump has moaned and groaned about the 2020 election.
He's allowed to, I think.
But do you know who has never stopped moaning and groaning about an election?
Everyone else.
Hillary fucking Clinton. I mean, just... Oh my God. Look, when I did that research on the conspiracy theory beliefs, right? Up until Trump, and up until 2016, Democrats, one of their major conspiracy beliefs was that Republicans stole elections, and then all of a sudden, and that's been their consistent belief. And up through Trump, it was a consistent belief. It was only after 2020, in the conspiracy theory data, that there was even a blip that Republicans believed that Democrats stole elections. That has been a consistent conspiracy, and I'm saying conspiracy in terms of like a belief that is unsubstantiated, right? Whatever you think about it, I'm just saying that's how the data are categorized in the research I was looking at. Democrats have believed that Republicans have been stealing elections for like 60 years. So this whole moaning and groaning shit, he didn't do it. Oh my God! But look how she's so smug. This is where she thinks she has a gotcha on him. But just
that's
like before,
their entire MO. It's just been trying to get a gotcha moment, and they've been failing.
But her earlier gotcha literally made no sense. It was so confused that it took me about 5 minutes to even understand it. And then, no, he didn't moan and groan. The Californian people did, as it is their right to, because they felt that they were denied their due process.
Trump and how he's being treated. So it just seems to be a hypocrisy. And I don't know if the message would land a little bit better if there was some fairness across the board on Democrats and Republicans. I'm an independent, by the way, and I think both parties are.
You're about as independent. Fuck off. You're not.
No, you know what that means.
I'm trying to kowtow, but really I'm sucking Democratic dick.
No. She's way further left than the Democrats. She's a commie.
Or that too, actually, yeah.
She is some kind of I don't know this woman. Want my guess? She's some kind of black nationalist commie.
Oh yeah,
type
absolutely.
Thing.
Trash, and I think all of us here, see both sides. And
well, we know she's a black nationalist because she wants black people to be in charge of every position in the United States.
I can tell you that's not going to end well for you.
She didn't say that directly, but she heavily implied that that's the only way that anything would be fair. Is if black people were in total control of the government.
Yeah.
Did I misinterpret that? That's what I got out of what she said earlier. Is it like, well, if black people didn't make the law, if black people didn't do it, then it's always racist. It's only good if black people are the ones in total power. So sounds like a black nationalist to me.
That's the part that's just not for me. There seems to be an unfairness on both sides with you.
Well, not too surprisingly, I don't agree with your analysis. How is it that I did not leave the recall to the voters? What do you mean by that?
What do you?
You said I didn't leave the recall to the voters.
No. I said you moaned and groaned about it. You said it should be recalled, correct? Correct?
I said Gavin Newsom should have been recalled, yes.
Right, that's moaning and groaning.
Well, actually, it's taking advantage of what's in the California Constitution, which is when a certain percentage of voters sign a petition to recall a politician, there can be a recall vote, and there was one as there was in 2000.
Case in point, yes.
We recalled the governor then.
Voters signed a petition. The voters, not Larry Elder. The voters signed a petition. Oh my God.
And there was in 2021 when I attempted to recall Gavin Newsom. That's part of our democratic process in California.
Absolutely. We agree with that. I'm going to your statement when you said rather than moan about it. A little while ago, you said rather than moan about it, I'm just going to keep doing the hard work. And so I'm just saying that technically is moaning about it. Because
yes, and the moaning and the hard work is we have the opportunity at this point to get rid of someone who is fucking up the state of California. Like, how do you not understand this, you stupid bitch? Seriously, this is asinine.
Chaotic Frosty, isn't nationalism technically right-wing? No. First of all, the idea of right and left-wing dichotomy is a little bit simplified. But no, you can absolutely, you can absolutely have a nationalistic left-wing styled system.
Communism, for example.
Yes. There are lots of left-wing.
Define nationalism for me.
Let's talk about North Korea, shall we? Which I know is always the go-to. But just for example, the USSR, absolutely there are nationalistic systems that are left-wing. Nationalism as a idea is not limited to wing. And like I said, also wing is not great of a descriptor of anything. This is kind of, there is not, the horseshoe theory thing isn't quite true, but there's some elements to it. I did a whole video debunking like a lot of the tenets of horseshoe theory. It's just that it's more complicated than a two-dimensional chart, right? And that's why I often have a problem with the left-right-wing dichotomy. But no, so for example, nationalism isn't something that's inherently left or right-wing.
I don't follow exactly what you're saying. Really,
it's okay. I didn't expect you to.
Yeah,
but it's
I'm a little slow.
Oh my God!
One moment. Yeah,
hang on a second.
One moment.
I'm sorry. This man has sat here for 40 minutes and done nothing but cite historical facts, dates, statistics, figures, just nothing but data. Facts. He has talked over every single other person on this panel, or this round table, whatever you want to call it. And this is the second time now that you have demeaned and diminished his intelligence. I don't expect you to be able to understand. Bitch, you have no idea what the fuck he's saying. The level of arrogance. This is Dunning-Kruger
you misunderstood
to a degree
him.
I don't know if I've ever seen. Yes, this is extreme Dunning-Kruger. It's just spelled with just an X, like a 90s style extreme Dunning-Kruger. This is a woman who I have to be completely honest. I think she has probably an IQ about to be fair, I think probably about 80. I don't know, but if just based on the way that she speaks and her attitude and the things that she says, who thinks that she's a genius.
She's stupid
and
as shit.
that Larry Elder's an idiot, when all Larry Elder has done here is just cite facts and data and history, and has been calm while she is acting like a bitch at the lunch table. Oh my God, a catty, nasty bitch.
I mean, the next minute you're saying the system is fair, the next minute you're saying it's not fair. So that's what I'm saying. There just seems to be a double standard on you.
Different situations. She can't, she can't differentiate that. Like, there's, that not all things, there's...
She doesn't understand the difference between oppression and corruption.
Teslin. There are different situations in which different things that actually aren't related to each other can be true, because things in life are not all the same. There's different scenarios. Not everything is identical. You understand that? I know it's gotta be really hard. I'm sorry.
No, we don't expect you to.
No, clearly. I know I just feel bad because I don't. Ooh,
I don't feel bad.
And the system, not wanting to be accountable for a system that black people are not in charge of, by the way, of not wanting to hold both sides accountable when it comes to the system.
Do I believe Hillary was treated differently and Joe Biden treated differently than Donald Trump is being treated? Yes, I do. Is that an indictment about whether or not America is systemically racist? No, it is not. Those are two totally different things. Yes,
you're trying to merge the two, but they're two totally different things.
I agree with you.
Oh, they're not. Hillary Clinton and her emails potentially made a massive violation of U.S. securities. Okay?
By the way,
Trump should have tried to actually get her locked up. He never really pursued that, which is a problem. But go ahead, sorry.
Yeah. She's actually going to get worse.
No way. I thought we're getting close to the end. What the fuck?
Yeah. She's going to get worse.
They're trying to analogize them, but they are analogous. Look at the litany, the never-ending litany of nepotism, of corruption, of just absolutely backroom dealing, insanity that Joe Biden and his family have been just not even a question anymore. I mean, like, just demonstrably evidenced to have been involved in. Now you can say, well, they didn't know, or something like that. You can make all kinds of excuses. But demonstrably, the Biden family is corrupt as hell. And anyone who is not absolutely coping knows that. All right? And yet, Joe Biden's not been impeached. He should have been impeached a long time ago, by the way.
It should have been impeached by the time fucking Afghanistan happened.
Right. He should have been impeached just over that. But he wasn't. And the reason is because the Republicans are pathetic and do nothing. But they are actually things that you can compare to each other. Teslin. Because Trump is being harangued for nothing. They file another indictment. Nah, nothing comes of it. Just file another one. Because it is political persecution. That's what it is. It's not prosecution, it's persecution. File some more indictments so stupid people like this think that Trump's going to jail for the billionth time. And they keep believing it. It's like, I remember talking to my dad about this many, many years ago. And he said that Democrats have a kind of reset button that they just push every day. We're like, and every day it's just new. And then they don't remember anything that happened beforehand. So any other information that's contradictory, that in any way, offends them in some way, we'll just forget that. We'll just start all over again the next day. And that's how, if you watch the reason my dad came to that conclusion was because of watching, I have an MSNBC or CNN on, which he used to watch on every day, just while, he's hanging around, he just has the news on. And watching them just wake up and seemingly acting like the previous day hadn't occurred. That every day was totally just a new adventure. And no information that mattered ever compounded in any meaningful way. And this is that kind of shit. It's just press the reset button. Unbelievable. My dad told me that probably 15 years ago. You know what I mean? That's how long ago I think my dad told me that.
See the two different things. No, we're agreeing. We're agreeing. The two different things. We're agreeing.
No, we're agreeing the two different things. We're not agreeing that there's not systematic racism because we're not in charge of the system, sir. In case you.
What? Okay. Where did racism come into this? What? When did racism come into this?
Okay, all right. Can we?
Black people have never been in charge of any system.
Well, actually, we have been. Take Baltimore.
No, we've never been in charge.
May I finish?
Tell me what financial system are black people in charge of? What healthcare system are black people in charge of? What government system are black people in charge of?
I'm about to tell you.
You want to look at Africa? You want to look at South Africa? How's it going over there? What is she? This Spoon? How? She doesn't think black people were in charge of any system in the whole world? Spoon? Did you die? Oh god, did he die? No, I need help. I can't do this alone, Spoon. You better not have left and fallen asleep. Holy shit.
Prison system of black people.
I'm about ready to tell you.
I'm not talking about mayors. I already know that talking point, sir. I go on Fox News all the time as well. So let's not go there with that.
I'm not. So you don't care if black people were in positions of power. You're not talking about mayors. You try to wake up Spoon. Let's see if this one works. Really? Did he really fall asleep? Holy shit. Guys, if I have to do this alone, this is gonna be rough.
I said, what system have we created? Goodness. Have we implemented that we have been in charge of?
This is why you don't like talking to black women, Larry Elder?
Wow.
What? Yeah, wow. That's the right response. Wow. I wouldn't want to talk to her either because she's disgusting. She's vitriolic. She's vile. And she's just aggressive needlessly. And she hasn't listened to a single thing she said. She's just attacked him.
Baltimore. Freddie Gray a few years ago.
No. That's mayors. I'm not talking. I said system.
Oh my God. Back to the system thing. Okay, so Barack Obama. But you didn't want to talk about Barack Obama, did you? My system. Every single person in charge in Baltimore for the most part is black. It's not just the mayor. You want to talk about South Africa? No. All right.
Tell you about this system if you allow me to finish my point.
I'm not talking about somebody elected and doing a job, sir. I asked what system did we create?
Oh my God. Then start your own country. What system did we create? Then leave. If the only thing that you will accept as being a real system of blacks in power is one that you have created, then you need to leave the United States. Because white people created the United States. In which case, you need to leave. Leave. Go somewhere else. Go to Liberia. There's nothing else that can satisfy your requirement here. You dumb bitch. I'm sorry. Then leave America. You can't get what you want here. She's claiming, obviously what she's claiming is you want to overthrow the United States government. You want to overthrow the United States government and install a black nationalist one. Then go start your black nationalist government somewhere else. Try again, Liberia. See how it works.
Okay, let's talk about one of the largest. Thank you. One of the systems of one of the largest cities in America, Baltimore. Freddie Gray died in police custody a few years ago. The mayor was black. The head of the police department was black. Number two,
it's not in charge of the system. But go ahead.
Number 2 person in charge of the police department was black. All the city council.
I can't. Oh my God. This woman is terrible. Holy shit. Spoon, how did you fall asleep? You said it was going to get worse, and now it's worse, and you fall asleep. Holy shit.
Democrat, majority black.
Still not in charge of the system.
Wow. Six officers charged. 3 of them were black. A judge before whom 2 of the officers tried their case, found him not guilty, was black.
Still not in charge of the system.
The city intendant of public schools was black. The county superintendent of public schools was black. The attorney general at the time, Loretta Lynch, is black, as was the president of the United States, was black. And yet,
still not in charge of the.
By the way, Loretta Lynch stole a shit ton of money from Baltimore City.
System. I asked you a simple question, sir.
Well, Wanda Sykes said when Barack Obama got elected, how are you going to complain about the man when you are the man? Now, from the president to the attorney general to the state attorney to the mayor to the head of the police department to the commission of the schools in the city and in the county to the majority of city council in that city, all of them are black. And you're still saying that we don't run anything?
So who's in charge of the
system?
No.
I said who created the system. I didn't say we didn't run anything. I challenged a lot of those black leaders, by the way. I said when we talk about the system, what black.
Did you fall asleep?
I'm listening to this. I'm listening to ramble on about the system right now being corrupt.
Because I've been trying to talk to you for like 5 minutes, dude.
Really, I was just drozing off listening to this one.
You were dozing off.
Droning.
Black people have been in charge of any system. I'm not talking about a position. I'm not talking about a mayor. You know good well.
You're basically saying that.
What are you talking about?
You remember when I said she wants to take over the whole country? Yeah, here's the reason why.
I know.
Yeah,
that's what I said while you were having a snooze. Was that obviously she just wants to take over the whole country. And I said while you were sleeping or whatever you were doing that she needs to go back to Liberia, start your own country there. You can't. America was founded by white people. The American government was founded by white people. So you're not going to be able to get your system. You have to make a new one, clearly. So go somewhere else.
They're black faces that are still in those positions, but they're still
correct.
Part
Similar
of
to you, Mr. Elder. You're a black face in a position in the conservative movement. They're just the same. They're just on the other side. I'm talking about. So
then, when Martin Luther King said in 1966, I believe there could be a black president.
Too. See that? It's just just a black face. She's looking for something else. So she's some kind of black nationalist communist. Yeah.
In about 40 years' time, then it really doesn't matter if there's one or isn't. Nothing changes. He was naive.
The system also killed him as well. Well, we know that the FBI and the CIA also killed him. That system. You realize that, correct?
Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
An individual killed him.
Right. That was also a part of Crow Hotel through the system. Correct.
Yeah. No, I don't think. I don't think that's an agreement between everyone involved in the FBI and the CIA. To say that is ridiculous.
The FBI did facilitate the murder of MLK. Just they did the murder of JFK.
Yeah, but I don't think that means that everyone in the FBI and the CIA is fucked up.
No.
Yeah, exactly. That's his point.
Not correct. Not correct. He was
killed.
The
FBI didn't have anything to do with it. The CIA didn't have anything to do with it.
Hoover was definitely on
That's not what he said.
I didn't say he wasn't. Robert Kennedy is the one that approved the wiretaps. But to say that the FBI killed him, I mean, what's your evidence of that?
Oh no,
that's a pretty serious charge.
Well, I think the fact that the federal government paid the King family basically it was a tacit admission that they did, but whatever. It was an outright admission, but I think it was a tacit one.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Pretty serious charge. Yeah. Serious charge requires serious evidence.
What is your enforcement law proposal?
It is to allow states to set up commissions of retired judges and retired DAs to get rid of these soft on crime George Soros-backed DAs that are allowing a bunch of bad people on the streets or not charging bad people to the full extent of the law. And the people that, by and large, that are hurt by these people are the very black and brown people living in the inner city.
Exactly.
There's a Larry Krasner is a George Soros-backed DA in Philadelphia. He's been impeached,
what a piece of shit.
but this Philadelphia State Senate wouldn't even take up the case. We've had 2 attempts to repeal a soft on crime DA in LA County, and it hasn't gone through yet. We've got a bunch of, in my opinion, this guy, Alvin Bragg, he ran promising to get Donald Trump. And when he got in, he said the evidence wasn't there. And then one of the former DAs writes a book, accuses Bragg of giving Donald Trump a pass. And all of a sudden, he brings counts against Donald Trump. I think it's unfair.
Do you think members of your party are leaning toward fascism?
Good, you're going to, oh my God. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. You're not going to deal with any of the shit that he just said about all of those corrupt DAs.
No.
But Alvin Bragg, who ran on charging Trump, and then didn't do it, and then got bullied into doing it because that's all the fuck it's about.
What he's going to say right now is going to piss you off even more.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Not respond. Again, not respond to a single thing that Larry Elder has said, but just say, do you think your party supports fascism or what is? I only caught the little bits of it, but are you? Okay, let's go.
The former DA writes a book, accuses Bragg of giving Donald Trump a pass, and all of a sudden, he brings counts against Donald Trump. I think it's unfair.
Do you think members of your party are leaning toward fascism?
You see, the way he doesn't know what the fuck that word means. Like, he has no idea what the fuck that word means. Like, none.
I can't. This is...
Fucking
This
retarded.
is hell. This is hell. No, this is hell. You know what? If I go to hell, if I end up burning in the pit of fire forever, I would be forced to like listen to shit like this on just repeat. Oh my God, this is unbelievably awful. Oh.
Define fascism.
Yeah.
Define fascism.
Define the rejection of democracy, the rule of law, and equal rights under the law in favor of.
No, that's not what fascism is. That's not what fascism is. That is not what fascism is. Rejection of democracy is actually not necessarily even part of it, by the way.
Yeah. You can reject democracy and not be a fascist. Hence,
yes, exactly. But also, it's total and outright rejection of democracy is not necessarily necessary for a fascistic system.
Also, you people rejected fucking rejected democracy earlier when you voted for dumb shit. When it came to LBJ,
you clearly don't want a democratic system because you just want black people to run the country without democracy. That's what Tenzin or whatever. I always keep forgetting her freaking name. Teslin was advocating for indirectly, but yeah, my democracy. Okay, all right. Denial of the rule of law. It's pretty strict rule of law under fascism, by the way. Pretty strict rule of law, actually. It's kind of one of the tenets of it.
A strong man, Donald Trump, who interprets the popular will.
A strong man who determines the popular will.
Yeah, these are such vague.
Yes, these are such vague terms, though, that they don't define fascism. What is? I hate this. And this is always this thing is that like, well, no one really knows what fascism is, and everyone's going
to clearly that's very true, though.
No. But it's not true.
They don't.
It's not true. Fascism is a group coming together to form a power base. That's the main part. The fasces. That's where the term comes from, right? It's collectivistic, all right? So it's inherently a collectivistic, not necessarily populistic. It can be populist, but it is a collectivistic system. Trump is a populist, not a collectivist. Inherently, these are different things. I mean, it is represented in the imagery of fascism, the fasces, that the group is stronger together than apart. How is the most basic facet of fascism not understood by fucking anybody? It drives me insane.
No, I don't. There was a long article about Barack Obama by one of my mentors. His name is Thomas Sowell. He's an economist. He's a black conservative, still alive, 95 years old. And he wrote a piece in which he said a lot of people call people like Barack Obama socialists. Socialism is government ownership of the means of production. Mm-hmm. Fascism is when the government allows you to own means of production, but the government tells you what to do. And he said, frankly, technically, people like Barack Obama are fascists. That is to say, these are left-wing people telling you how to run your business, telling you what to sell, telling you what you can't sell. For example, in California, we have a governor named Gavin Newsom who recently said by the year 2035, no more sale of new gas-powered cars. How dare you? Most people don't want an EV. They like their own gasoline-powered cars, but now you're telling car dealerships they can't even sell them?
Precisely. When you are dictating what independent private sellers can and cannot sell. I don't know if it's not necessarily limited to fascism, but that is a government takeover of private business. Oh, what is a key part of fascism?
It sounds like China.
Private business. But it was in fascism as well. It was in Italy and in Germany. It was a government takeover of private business. Now, again, that's not limited to fascism. It's also part of communism. So I think that Larry didn't necessarily attack that from the best vector, but it's certainly a true one. It's certainly an aspect of fascism. Hasahapa for 5 says, one side, data-driven argument, other side, Donald Trump has a father and he's in jail. Is he just a mega fascist or is he a super duper mega fascist? I know. This is idiotic beyond comprehension. I feel like I've legitimately lost brain cells. I feel like I've lost IQ points listening to this, Spoon. Thank you.
What do you call that?
You're welcome. No, I want to go back to that bit right there just because...
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Now, because the thing is with this, this is political discourse. This is a person running for president of the United States.
Discourse is Larry, yeah.
But this is political discourse in 2023. You have fucking retards like these 3 morons interviewing, they're actually just being destroyed, by someone who is running for president, and this is the questions they ask him. Like, do you realize how utterly embarrassing this is?
It is.
Like, just from a civilizational perspective, the fact that this is something...
You think your party's fascist? Fascism doesn't mean anything anymore. Like, I think
it just means anything that opposes oligarchical rule is fascism. That's basically it.
It is the same way they use the phrase "our democracy," right?
Yeah, because democracy means our oligarchical rule.
It's our oligarchy. That's why they always say "our democracy." The word fascism used to mean something. It means nothing now. So me, for example, describing that it's a collective group centralization, taking control of things like private business and collectivizing it, which is fascism. That doesn't mean anything, even though that is what fascism is about. The group being stronger than the individual. That is what fascism was at the turn of the century. But what fascism is now is just it's another boogeyman. It's another spook. It's an absolute Max Stirner spook. It means nothing. It means nothing besides bad thing that I don't like. To scare people. It's a spook in two senses of the words. It's ooh, scary. You know? It's just supposed to scare you. That's it. It's supposed to evoke images of death camps and war. But it's not. Fascism is an ideology. And no one cares about what fascism was, because there's no fascists. There's no real fascists left anywhere.
No, there's not.
Individuals, a couple, but who cares? It's kind of impossible to be an individual fascist. Do you know what I mean? It requires group coordination and cohesion.
Yeah, if you're a Democrat, it is.
It's kind of difficult to be an individual fascist because it's a collectivist ideology. Larry Elder is a conservative. Generally speaking, they're pretty anti-collectivist. And from everything I've heard Larry Elder ever say, I don't think he's a collectivist in any way.
He's actually a libertarian.
He's more libertarian leaning, which is kind of the opposite of that. Oh my God. It's actually hurt my back. Like, this has hurt me. Bro, let's keep going.
How dare you? Most people don't want an EV. They like their own gasoline-powered cars, but now you're telling car dealerships they can't even sell them? What do you call that?
But what about, when you tell women what to do with their
question.
No, do you see what he just flipped to?
What? No, what did he say? Hang on, go back one second.
An EV. They like their own gasoline-powered cars, but now you're telling car dealerships they can't even sell them? What do you call that?
But what about, when you tell women what to do with their bodies?
Completely, every single fucking time, he just ignores it. He is a dumb fucking idiot. Charlemagne the God is a fucking retard. He is a terrible interviewer.
I don't know. I've heard him sound.
All that he does is he pivots every time he gets his shit kicked out of him. He's like literally just standing there like, can you just hit this eye? And then as soon as he's done, hit the other one.
Literal whataboutism. But let's also, before before Mr. Elder responds, I'm going to have a little bit of a retort of my own, and we'll see how similar they are, right? Okay. The government says you can't sell, you can't trade. Is quite different from saying you can't kill a living thing, a living human being.
It's not even remotely relatable.
These are, yeah, they're
totally worlds apart.
You cannot correlate these things to one another at all. The government saying you cannot sell and engage in trade, that I am going to limit your capacity to make money. I'm going to limit your capacity to use your own property, by the way, also, because that's what they're working towards very quickly. They're trying to limit your ability to use your own property, as they've done in London, for example. You know, you can't drive around with your car. If you drive around with a gas-powered car in London, they're going to charge you until you just have to buy another one, or you don't drive and you stay stuck in your house because you're not going to be able to anymore. These are totalitarian. I'm not going to use the word fascistic because that's a very specific thing, and that's a problem that they use the word fascism when they usually mean totalitarian, but it is a totalitarian system. It's an authoritarian system. Fascism is a very specific thing, once again. These are authoritarian measures saying you, and by the way, most states are still letting you kill your baby. You just have to do it within a reasonable amount of time. That's it. Okay?
And within a certain part of the United States.
But
like literally territory.
But it's also preventable, right? Don't have sex. If there's been a rape, which is horrible, obviously terrible. I'm not. I don't like that. But the reality is that the number of abortions that were reported to be responses to sexual assault were not. They were less than 1%. They were even less than 1%. I think it was like 0.5% in total from the data that I've seen. It's less than 1% though. So we're talking about a very, very small portion of abortions that are conducted for this reason. The vast majority of abortions are elective or no reason given. And that's like 95%, 90% were. And then a couple were for health-related reasons, but even that was also very small percentages there. And those I'm in favor of. And I don't think that abortion should be outlawed if the woman's life is in danger or if there's some other serious health risk. Hang on. If the baby's got a genetic disorder, I have some issues there, maybe. I think that's eugenics. But I don't think you should kill a child because they might have a disorder. I know it's really rough, but that seems really screwed up to me to kill a baby because they have a genetic disorder. But the vast 99% of abortions are not because of rape and incest, as they always claim. They always say, but what about rape and incest? What about rape and incest? What about rape and incest? Well, 99% of abortions are not due to rape, incest, or it being an underage minor. Okay, 99% are not. In the 1%, maybe we can have a conversation there. But I think there maybe is a conversation to be had there, but not in the 99% of cases. It's not why the abortion's happening. It's elective. It's because the woman didn't use birth control. That's why. Or the man didn't use birth control. Whatever. Someone wasn't taking proper precautions. Okay, that's the case in something like 90 to 95% of instances. There's that 1% that are rape, incest, and underage children, which is of course inherently included under rape. Children can't consent. So yeah, that stuff's horrific. I don't know if killing an innocent abates that the harm that's already been caused, but I also don't think that's necessarily. Look, this is really we've debated this for years now. You and I, Spoon. I don't know if abortion is necessarily the ameliorative panacea that the left likes to pretend that it is then. But also, what the fuck, just switching to abortion. So I am interested now, after I gave my kind of comeback to Charlemagne, ridiculous pivot there, that one of these things is preventing the trade, commerce, and personal ownership of goods, ability to buy and sell and trade, which is not harming anybody, versus the ending of a human life. Those are very different things. I don't care if you don't think it's a person. It is a human. It's a human life. The end.
Well, that is a moral issue. I happen to be pro-life, and I believe that that abortion is a sin. That's not telling women what to do with their body. That's expressing my opinion about whether or not it is right or it is wrong. For example, there is a guy right now behind bars in Philadelphia named Dr. Kermit Gosnell. Mm-hmm. He is an abortion doctor who performed late-term abortions. When I ask people who consider my position to be extreme, I ask them, tell me at what point do you believe pregnancy has gone so far that to terminate the unborn would be homicide? And almost nobody will give you an answer. Mm-hmm. So in other words, what you're really telling me then is this guy, Dr. Kermit Gosnell, should be set free. He's a political prisoner. He was persecuted unfairly. If you won't tell me when you think at what point a pregnancy cannot be terminated unless it's homicide, then to me you're essentially allowing women to kill the unborn, no matter how old that unborn is. And I think that's wrong. The other thing, Charlamagne, real quickly on this issue. It'd be one thing if the pro-life community was not talking the talk and walking the walk. But there are literally thousands of pregnancy centers all over America, whether it's funding for adoption services, funding for housing, funding for education, funding for job training, to let women know they have alternatives. And every state will decide this. The government shouldn't be passing some sort of law one way or the other regarding abortion.
Not the federal government.
Every state's going to decide that. I'm in California, which is a deep blue state. There have been 2 initiatives to restrict abortion. I voted in favor of them. I was overwhelmingly defeated. And when abortion has been put on the ballot in recent years, the people that wanted abortion restrictions have lost. Mm-hmm. The American people pretty much have said, first-term abortions, they want them to be legal. Late-term abortions, they don't want them to be legal. I happen to disagree with that, but I'm willing to live in a society that has a different point of view than I have on this issue.
Can you have a real democracy if you're taking away people's power of choice?
What?
Just because people have more choice does not mean the country is better off. I know that's a very difficult thing for you to grasp.
Do you have a real democracy if you're taking away people's powers of choice? The people are voting on this, though. The people have voted via a democracy that you can't kill a human being. That's okay. I'm sorry. We've also voted on, Charlamagne, that it's illegal to kill an adult. But we took away that murderer's power of choice. We took away the murderer's power of choice. He really wanted to kill, that guy really wanted to, that woman really wanted to, I don't know, kill her husband. She married some rich old guy. She really wanted to kill him for the money. And then you took away her power of choice as you told her she couldn't do that. That dude really wanted to kill this other dude because he said something mean to him on the street or something. You took away his power of choice. Why should he go to prison why should people go to prison for committing murder? Why should people go to prison for committing theft? You took away their power of choice. What kind of insane logic is this?
Taking away people's power to choose and not giving them any options.
Well, if you consider it to be
what are you talking about? Don't have sex. There's your option. Don't have sex. It's pretty clear. That's your choice.
If you consider it to be a crime that abortion is a sin, in my opinion, you're not taking people the right to choose. You're making a moral statement about what's right and what's wrong.
There's a lot of sins, though. Sex before marriage is a sin. I'm sure you did some of that.
As for the sins of my past, either the Lord has forgiven me or the statute of limitations has run out. I'm making a joke about that. A lot of people, of course, make mistakes, yes. Okay. And I think that people should deal with the consequences of their actions. And if you let people know their consequences of their actions, it will inform their actions and make them behave more responsibly. Anytime you allow bad behavior to continue, you're going to get more bad behavior, whether that's...
So how does that apply to President Trump then? Because you said that was a two-tier system that
because I don't believe Donald Trump...
You don't think he did anything?
I don't think he did anything wrong. No, I don't. I believe he complained about the election the same way Hillary did. Hillary, for 4 years, referred to the 2016 elections having been stolen. Her word, not mine. She...
real quick, I want to go back to something he said, though, about the abortion thing really, really quickly, and that whole issue. It is about the consequences of your actions. That low blow about like, whoa, did you have sex before marriage? That's a sin. Okay, that's between you and God. Do you know what I mean? Because that's your opinion. The reality is that in abortion, a human life has been ended. There's a real difference there.
You ever seen what young Larry Elder looked like?
No, I haven't.
He had a giant afro.
Did it?
He looked like fucking Jimi Hendrix afro.
Right, before we get into this crazy lady again, I'm going to read a couple of super chats. Porch for $5 says, a black nationalist casually accusing a black Republican of fascist sympathy is peak modernity, and I am 100% for it. I'm 100%
That's what it used to look like.
Oh my God. Holy shit, that's a large fro. I'm 100% for it only in that it is entertaining while also being infuriating. But Larry Elder has wiped the floor with these idiots.
It's not even funny.
It's not. It's pathetic.
It's just like a soul-crushing action.
The Field for Five says, weird how Larry is the one extending the right to life to all humans, and that's somehow fascisms. I know. It's somehow fascisms. No, see, the if you're wondering about the Nazis, no, they another communists as well would have put the invalids to death. You know, for example. Has Apple for 2 says, stunning and brave. Aiden comes out as anti-rape. I know, bizarre, right? It's weird that. It's very brave of me.
He called Donald Trump illegitimate, her word, not mine. Jay Johnson, who's Obama's DHS secretary, testified under oath that not a single vote tally was changed by the Russians. They tried, but they failed to change a single vote tally. 66% of Democrats believe the Russians changed vote tallies to get Donald Trump elected. Even though Jay Johnson testified under oath, not a single one was changed. That's the damage that people like Hillary and former President Jimmy Carter and Stacey Abrams and Hakeem Jeffries and others have said for years, referring to Donald Trump as illegitimate. A greater percentage of Democrats believe 2016 was stolen than we feel that way about 2020, but yet nobody calls them election deniers and nobody accuses them of undermining our republic. And they're not undermining our republic. They're complaining about an election. You have a right to do so.
Also, thank you, Larry, for using our republic instead of our democracy. That is a very tactical choice. Did you notice that? They keep saying our democracy, our democracy. He says our republic. I don't think there's a large relative difference. But when people say, but as we have covered extensively, when people say democracy, they're talking about an ideology. They're talking about the oligarchy. They're not actually talking about the United States government. They're not talking about the United States political system. They're talking about their political power.
I know you probably got to go. Have you ever heard of the term nigga wake-up call?
No.
It is an incident where a person of color forgets that they are of color and are reminded rather brutally by an unexpected act of racism. Have you ever had any of those?
Oh, brother.
I'm just asking. You think you've ever
Well,
had
I'm acutely aware, Charlamagne, that I'm a black person, just as you are a black person. And when Joe Biden insulted you by saying, you ain't really black, we don't know whether or not you want to vote for me or vote for Donald Trump, it seems to me that should have been a wake-up call on your part. How dare this guy come in here and insult you, a black man, and tell you got to think a certain kind of way? I'm amazed that you weren't mad about that.
I'm not gonna say it upset me, just like I'm not letting you upset me. You know what I mean? I don't tend to get upset over things like that.
No, respond to the fucking question. Really? I'm sorry. You're going to say this N-word wake-up call thing to Larry Elder. Because
you had an old racist white dude say to your face, vote for me, I'm not black, and you didn't fucking say shit because you were too busy being on your knees sucking Democratic dick, you fucking lame ass piece of shit, Charlamagne. Fuck out of here.
My goodness, exactly. Like you weren't just pivoting.
You are, Charlamagne, I'm going to say this to you. You are a plantation boy. You were a fucking boy. No, dude. Fuck him, dude. He literally does everything the Democrats say.
It is. So, I mean, that's how you're
acting.
He's a bitch. Joe Biden says it's you either vote for me or Trump. If you vote for Trump, then you ain't black. And then he of course, he's ain't sort of, right? That pastiche to try and evoke African American vernacular English. You ain't black. So I guess you voted for Joe Biden, I assume. So you are black, but then I suppose Larry Elder ain't black because Joe Biden said so. It's really sickening, by the way, for you to say what did he say? N-word wake-up call to Larry?
Yeah,
maybe you need to have one, Charlamagne. How did that one not wake you up about how corrupt and disgusting and how the Democrats see you as a voting bloc?
Oh, I'll tell you why. Because
you vote for us, or you aren't
one.
Authentically. If you don't vote for the Democrat Party, you aren't authentically black. You aren't part of that community. That's what he was saying. And yet, G-Man in the chat says it's like Hillary with that hot sauce thing for sure. I mean, this one I think Joe Biden was way more aggressive and egregious and disgusting and racist than the hot sauce thing. But yeah, it's just performative. It's performative. So where's is that your N-word wake up moment, Charlamagne? I'm curious.
What I did say.
Well, you just not talk about a nigger wake up call, and it seemed to me that should have been a wake up call on your part to have a white guy come in here who also said, by the way, about Mitt Romney, because he didn't want to put more regulations on Wall Street, going to put y'all back in chains. And Joe Biden has lied for decades about his civil rights record, claiming that he desegregated movie theaters and restaurants in Wilmington, Delaware, when he didn't do any of that. He lied and said that he tried to visit Nelson Mandela during apartheid South Africa. He did not. And he came in here and told you aren't even black and let you think a certain kind of way. It seems to me that should have been a nigga wake up call for you, but it wasn't.
How about let's talk about the fact that he tried to keep Clarence Thomas off the Supreme Court? How about that one? by accusing him of being a rapist. How about he talked about racial jungles? How about that? That's your president. That's the Democrat. That's the Democrat guy. He's the one who's done all this shit. He spent his entire life doing this shit. His entire political career doing this kind of shit, disrespecting black people. And you're going to sit here and defend him and disparage Donald Trump. Fascinating. What Donald Trump, up until he became president, was an icon of the black community.
Yeah,
he was an icon in rap.
Yeah,
sure was.
There's fucking loads of pictures in with all kinds of black celebrities, and none of you said shit.
Yeah, because
the second he runs for Republican, then he's a bad person. Like, okay, so clearly the past actions don't fucking matter, because as soon as you have an R next to your name, then you're problematic.
Fascinating, right?
Yeah, I mean, no, for the record, I'm not a Democrat or Republican.
I didn't say you were.
They keep doing this. Oh, I'm not a Democrat. Okay, but that's who you vote for, isn't it? That's what you're promoting here. You called the Republic. You heavily implied 3 minutes ago that the Republican Party was fascistic, which obviously implies that you are anti-Republican Party, and therefore anti-Larry Elder's party. But I didn't vote for Joe Biden. I don't vote for Democrat. Okay, so then who do you vote for? Just don't vote, I guess. Who do you vote for? Curious. There's only really two parties in America, and I highly doubt you vote Libertarian.
No,
I don't know what you are. I didn't ask you about your party affiliation.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, but you are black. And to have a white guy come in here and tell you have to think a certain kind of way, otherwise you quote.
He would vote for Cornel West.
Oh, God, yeah, probably.
Ain't black? Wow.
How should I reply to him, you think?
What I just now said, how dare you insult me and tell me I think as a human being, let alone as a black person? I don't tell you how to think, Joe Biden. How dare you come in here and tell me how I should think? I'm going to vote for Donald Trump if I want to vote for Donald Trump. And if I want to vote for Donald Trump, it does not make me not black. 20% of black men, as I said, voted for Donald Trump in 2020. Are they not black now? So only 80% of black men walking around are really black, 20% are not because they voted for Donald Trump. How insulting is that? How condescending is that?
Thank you.
I mean, you're probably right, but I didn't take it in that way.
Well, I did.
As I said to him in that moment, it's just about me wanting something for my people, and I want to know what is he going to do.
What do you want?
Not only for my people now, how are you going to atone for the things you?
Well, what do you want? Money? That's it. It's
By
money.
the way, I can tell you right now,
money.
this is why their group will never be better than the bottom. Because they look at politicians like, what can you get from me? That's not how everybody else is. Everybody else says, how will you get the fuck out of the way?
How we?
That is the difference.
What do a lot of people look for politicians at is how can you improve things for me?
Yes.
In terms of like how can you improve the society or make it so that I have the best opportunities so that I can succeed as an individual, so my family is safe, so my family can succeed, so my family can thrive and prosper. Not what can you give me directly.
Also, notice his phrase, "my people." Like, do you think you speak for all black fucking people? Get the fuck out of here, you arrogant jackass.
That kind of.
What fucking I think you are? You think you're the ambassador for black people in America, Charlamagne? Get the fuck out of here.
Clearly he does.
What an arrogant asshole.
Also, hey, how's it going, Flamenco? Just saw you in the chat. Clearly, he thinks that, he's an ambassador for black people, and I can understand why the popularity of the Breakfast Club, why he thinks that, but it's not correct. You're obviously not the ambassador for all black people. And that's the way that Joe Biden clearly thought as well. Vote for me, or you ain't black.
You've done to my people.
Right.
That's it.
Right. And this is a guy, Joe Biden, who, when he first got into the Senate, hung out with segregationists, talked about how well he got along with them, talked about how he didn't want integration because of a jungle. This guy has made all sorts of insulting things to black people, and his policies.
Oh, good friends with Robert C. Byrd of West Virginia, a grand cyclops in the KKK. Interesting that, huh? One of his besties.
Right now are hurting black people. Inflation hurts the people at the bottom more than anything else. Letting a bunch of illegal aliens into the border are hurting black people more than anybody else, as I said earlier. He's opposed to school choice when he has his own kids in private school. And we lost a year, almost 2 years of in-school education in California because of COVID that he supported. I mean, this guy has done monstrous things to black people. And then for him to come in here and tell you how you ought to think as a black person, that blew my mind.
As a person objectively who doesn't care about either party, when I just take a step back and I just look at everything that's happening, I see one party that seems still committed to democracy somewhat, and one party who...
How?
Hold on, let me finish.
Okay.
Headed fast towards fascism.
I agree with that assessment. That is true. One party.
I do as well. I don't think it's the ones you think it.
Yes.
Look, the Republicans do nothing. That's the whole thing. Like the Republicans aren't doing anything, and in that way, they are more committed to democracy. They're just kind of sitting there and trying to do what they've always done. The Democrats are trying to fast track everything through possibly let's not use the word fascism. Let's use authoritarianism, please, because that's more accurate. Fascism is not correct, but these people don't understand the difference. They're using a word that they don't mean. But if you're talking exalted Cyclops, did I say? Did I say a grand Cyclops? Yeah, he was an exalted Cyclops. My bad. I knew he was a Cyclops. I forgot which one. The Republicans don't do anything. The Democrats are hurtling rapidly towards authoritarian dictates, which they have. They did absolutely through COVID. How can anyone deny that at this point? They locked people up for 2 years, as Larry Elder said. That if I read the data that have come out from children who were born under COVID, have a 20-point IQ deficit from not seeing their parents' faces. Now, maybe that will ameliorate itself. Maybe that will even out. That's really scary. Imagine those kids that were born in those 2 to 3 years who might be 20-point deficit IQ. In some cases, that will be mental retardation or the equivalent. If that maintains consistency, no, it probably won't, because infant IQ testing is really unstable, but still very scary. We saw not just in infants, we saw in across all levels of education, students were suffering. We're gonna feel the lasting impacts from COVID for the rest of our lives in terms of the educational and social outcomes of 3 years of lockdown. It will take. I don't think it will probably until everybody who is involved dies. That's how long it's gonna last. That's a several generations. Actually, at this point now, because several generations were involved in it. That's just the truth.
That's just my personal opinion. So who do you think I would vote for?
Well, let's talk about fascism, since I assume you're talking about election denying. In 2000, when George W. Bush won the election over Al Gore, the Democrats, the first week of January 2001, tried to overturn the results.
That's what I talked about earlier.
2004, George W. Bush gets reelected. Democrats, including Benny Thompson, the chair of the January 6th Committee, Amy Raskin, a member of the January 6th Committee, joined with 28 other House Democrats and Senator Barbara Boxer to overturn the results in Ohio, claiming without any evidence that the Debo voting machine had been hacked. 2016, January 2017, Democrats challenged more states trying to get the election overturned that elected Donald Trump. Then Donald Trump challenged the first week of January in 2021. Nobody accused them of undermining our republic. Nobody accused them of being fascists. They exercised whatever means they could to try to win the election. I want to remind you that Hillary Clinton advised Joe Biden during the 2020 election, if it is a close election, quote, do not concede under any circumstances, close quote. Donald Trump used whatever legal means he could, advance.
And you know what's fucked up? Is that it wasn't even close. On election night, Trump was fitting to fucking whoop his ass.
It
was only mysteriously within 3 fucking days they somehow found over 100,000 or over 1 million ballots between 5 swing states, which everyone thinks is completely fucking normal, which no sane person would think, yeah, there isn't something tremendously shady fucking going on here.
Dude. Larry is so on point. This is why I like this guy so much. He is, and it's because he's been doing it for so long. He's almost Alex Jones tier in terms of just like, he's got it in his head. It's a fucking, like, you know, he's got all this information in his head and it's just ready to go, pop off like that. That's it. You know, we've all got our areas of expertise. Like, I'm usually okay on that kind of stuff when it comes to data, but Larry Elder is a master of this craft. And that's why I've supported him. Now, I know he is not even polling, which is unfortunate. Well, I said, if you have $1 and you have appreciated listening to Larry Elder wipe the floor with these dinguses tonight, go to LarryElder.com and give him $1. I can't because I'm in the UK, unfortunately, which was frustrating. But if you would like to give us $1, give Larry Elder $1. Just a buck could help get him involved in this, because he's in the political debate. You don't have, I mean, like, I've been in this position of supporting someone who has statistically absolutely no chance, and I don't want him to run for president. I want him to be Trump's VP, as I said, I think 6 months ago for the first time or whatever. But give him a buck if you like him. There's a lot of good VP potential candidates. There are a lot for the Republican ticket. Trump's obviously the go-to. Yeah. Larry is A tier, but Alex is S tier. Yeah, Lance, I agree with you. Larry is A tier. Alex is absolutely S tier. But yeah, this is man's, you know, mind is a fucking, you know, iron box of knowledge, and he's just ready to dish that shit out. I love it.
some novel legal theories to try to stay in office, and he failed. But I don't blame him for trying.
Yeah, but it's not just election denying. It's the disdain of women in fear of non-standard gender identities and sexual orientation.
Disdain,
it's the galvanizing of popular rage against cultural elites. It's nationalism based on dominant, superior race and historic bloodlines. Like, there's a lot of things that Republicans are doing.
Well, what about Joe Biden going to Howard University as he did recently, giving a commencement speech, Charlemagne, and he said the number one threat to the homeland was white supremacy. Really? The
FBI said that.
The Anti-Defamation League keeps track of how many people are killed by extremists, no matter the race of the extremists, every year. Last year, there were 25. As I said, in 2020, there were 11,000 blacks who were murdered, almost all murdered by other people, not murdered by white extremists. It's a lie to say white extremists is a big problem in America. It's a lie. Yes. It's what Democrats do to get black people angry.
The FBI said that.
It's what Democrats. Fine. I don't agree with that. The number one threat to the homeland is a large number of people who are engaging in criminal activity.
100%. This idea, these white supremacists, where are they? Point them out to me. Show me where they are. Oh, you can't find them?
They're the Democratic Party.
Exist. Bill's whistling, but I forgot to order before we went on the trip, and it's probably too late now. You remember that comic that was like it says like every other third heterosexual couple, and the woman is like, oh, did you all get that thing that I shared to you in our Snapchat group or whatever? And the man is just standing there and he's wearing the shirt that says the most racist man alive. I really wanted to get Bill that shirt, but I forgot to order it. He says you can't expect punctuality from a Welsh woman in this case. But yeah, I just totally forgot about it. There were so many other things that I had to organize. I completely forgot. Senor Sunt for 10 New Zealand says Russell Brand took a pot shot at monarchy, saying it's a bad thing to take viruses and make them lethal. Saying we're going to take these people and put them in charge, and failure. LOL. Catch you on the rewatch. Oh, okay. I don't quite understand.
Yeah, I don't quite. How's that shot of monarchy?
And put them in charge. Saying we're going to take these people and put them in charge. I'll have to check out the Russell Brand video to see. I watch Russell Brand pretty frequently, but I haven't seen that one. Bad thing to take viruses and make them lethal. Saying we're going to take these people put them in charge, and failure. Maybe I'm not surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if Russell Brand took a shot at monarchy, but I'll have to take a look at it. I haven't watched him in the last couple of days, so thank you though. I will check it out and see if I can find that clip from Russell Brand.
And what Democrats do is tell black people racism. They trot out David Duke or some other facsimile every 4 years to tell black people, vote for us because, after all, we're the party of racial justice, social justice, and equity. And these dastardly people over there, these Republicans, are the party of Jim Crow and slavery, even though it was the Democratic Party that was the party of Jim Crow and slavery.
So why should black people rock with the GOP then? Like, what are the reasons?
Economics. I had Tavis Smiley and Cornel West on my radio show once, Charlemagne. And I told Tavis and Cornel West that under Ronald Reagan, black adult unemployment fell faster than white adult unemployment.
It sure did.
Black Hispanic unemployment fell faster than did white unemployment. Black teenage unemployment fell faster than did white teenage unemployment. Black businesses were created at a rate faster. Their revenues grew at a rate faster. And they both told me that I was wrong and that they would have the data on my desk by Monday. That was 15 years ago. I know the mail is slow, but it seems to me they should have given it to me by now.
It's because it doesn't fucking exist. Like, I get that people have an issue with trickle-down economics, and it's not perfect. Obviously, there's a lot of problems with trickle-down.
That's because it doesn't exist. I don't think
because it doesn't exist, yeah. So it's a theory. It's largely bunk. But the reality is that free economy allows people to have better options than a controlled economy. And particularly when you have created a system, which the Democrats have done, of people who are totally controlled by the government, whose economy relies on the government, which is the black community in the United States, largely speaking. They can't escape. They can't get out of it. They can't start their own businesses. And where could they possibly start them? Let's say they do have enough money. They save and they scrimp and they save to make their own business. And then what? It gets looted. It gets destroyed because of where they start their business in the black community. And then it's shut down. And then they say, well, now I'm in a food desert. What am I going to do? It's just their Austrian economics works, okay? It's just the truth. Austrian economics works. Harsh economic conditions are the only way to work. I'm sorry. I do agree that there should be some support systems, but it should be conducted by charities and the church.
Yes, we are Austrian extremists here.
When the government does it, it fucks up and fails. And it ends up becoming controlling of people's lives as it has in the Black community. And it's horrible.
Again, Donald Trump presided over the best economy ever for Black people, lowest unemployment. And it seems to me the number one reason that most people vote is because of the economy. We have had 40-year historic high in inflation. We've had gas prices that are now about 40% more than what they were when Joe Biden came into office. And we have about 7 million illegal aliens in our country. And the bulk of the suffering because of these illegal aliens will be borne by Black people living in the inner city. Those are 3 reasons alone not to vote for the Democratic Party and vote for the Republican Party. And by the way, I'm not voting for a fishing buddy. It's not because I like Trump or like him personally. I'm voting for policies. And I don't really care whether or not his personality offends people and he does bad tweets. Maybe it might be better for our society if he were more polite. I don't know. I don't care. I'm not voting for a fishing buddy. I'm voting for somebody to keep taxes low, keep regulations low, to secure the borders and keep us out of unnecessary wars.
Would it be fun to have money in a fascist country, though? To be Black and have money?
What does it have to do with anything you just said? Oh my God, hang on, what?
Care. I'm not voting for a fishing buddy. I'm voting for somebody to keep taxes low, keep regulations low, to secure the borders and keep us out of unnecessary wars.
Would it be fun to have money in a fascist country, though? To be Black and have money in a fascist country? Or to be anything other than
I don't agree this is a fascist country. It's all.
Would it be fun to have money in a fascist country? You don't know what the word fascist means. This is an irrelevant, pointless question. It doesn't even matter. Like, what's the point in even responding to this? What's the point in even responding to this?
Someone said that Jesse Lee Peterson. Can you imagine Jesse Lee Peterson on the show? Oh my fucking God. I would pay to see that. That would be funny as shit. Can you imagine if Jesse Lee Peterson spoke to that fucking woman? Oh my God.
God. Oh, no, they'd have to kick him out.
He would straight up just tell her she's a bitch.
Oh.
He would just straight up go, see, this woman right here is why we don't talk to Black women.
I don't talk to Black women. Amazing. I love Jesse Lee Peterson so much.
He's funny as shit.
He's a national fucking treasure. I would, oh my God, the amount that I would pay to see him interact with Teslin, that's her name. I keep forgetting it because it's not a name. Oh my God. Or Tommy Sotomayor. Oh my God. Get Tommy Sotomayor and Jesse Lee Peterson on to talk to this bitch.
Tommy would whoop fucking with Charlemagne's ass. And I can vouch for that because I've been on his show.
Or Drax. Oh my God. Holy shit. Oh, I'd love to see any of those guys. Or you could do,
Oh wait,
the infamous picture of like all the Black guys and there's a little white girl sitting on the couch, right? I'd love to see, but it's Tommy Sotomayor.
Yeah.
Let's see, who else did we say? Drax and Jesse Lee Peterson, and then it's that bitch with Teslin sitting on the couch, and the poor little Black girl, like it's about to be really bad for you. Oh, that was
always better to have money than not to have money.
All right. Anything else, Tess?
Well, just a simple question. Have the Republicans done anything that you disagree with? Just out of curiosity.
They spend too much. I think taxes are still too high.
True.
I think that there are a lot of Republicans that support things like minimum wages. And by the way, Milton Friedman, one of my favorite economists, said the minimum wage is perhaps the most anti-Black law in the statute books, close quote. At one time, a Black teenager was more likely to have a job than a white teenager until the minimum wage came along and kicked it up and up and up. So there are policies that the Republican Party supports, like minimum wage. Some of them do that I don't like. Also kinds of licensing.
Oh, let's go. Fucking Milton Friedman pilled. That I was not expecting. Again, I hadn't seen this. I actually also think the minimum wage is I think there maybe should be an absolute, like, there should maybe be a minimum wage, but it should be way lower than it is.
By the way, I don't think any one of the people aside from Larry even knows who Milton Friedman is.
Oh, fuck no. You think anyone on this panel knows who Milton Friedman is?
I don't think any of them knows basic fucking economics, let alone who Milton Friedman is.
No, he cited Soul earlier. Now they don't. Oh my God. Tommy would lose his shit. He doesn't want to go on their show. No shit, I know he doesn't want to, but it would be so funny.
Unnecessary licensing. I was at an Apple store a few years ago, and this Black woman waited on me, and she was very sharp technically. I'm not very technically sharp, and I was very impressed. And I said, have you always been technically sharp? She goes, well, not really. I'm just here because I want to earn enough money to get a license to cut hair. I said, black hair? She said, yes. I said, you don't know how to cut black hair already? I have black barbers in my family. Everybody learned how to cut hair on their own. She said, well, in California, you have to have a license get, you have to have a license to get open.
Do you know why this woman isn't there in person?
Look at her face. Why is she not there in person?
Because I guarantee you, if she was there in person,
I think
she would
throw some in.
She would never speak like this in person because someone would deck her in the face.
Oh, not because of that. It's the de-individuation effect. You know, the pseudo anonymity. Like, even though I know that she's not anonymous, we know who she is. But the pseudo de-individuation that's caused from the separation via internet, being behind a screen, it gives her a level of feeling of confidence that she can be more aggressive because she doesn't have to worry about any kind of repercussion. You're right. It's the toxic disinhibition effect, or de-individuation. Depends on what you want to cite. Zimbardo 1969, Zimbardo 71. Toxic disinhibition is Suler 1998. There you go. Still got it. Suler et al. I don't know the authors. Suler et al. 1998, I believe. Let's go. I still got it sometimes, man. I know my citations.
Open up a shop to cut hair. I said, how much does it cost? She said $5,000. I said, you need to get a $5,000 license to learn how to do something you already know how to do? What is that? So a lot of the rules and regulations. Okay, fair.
No matter how hard you work.
But the system applies.
But hang on, but there is a reason why you have to get a license to do hair, so you don't like just fuck somebody's shit up.
$5,000.
However, that's California. That's a California thing. That's not how it is in other. So, for example, in West Virginia, when I was going to college, or when I was going to grad and doc school, on my way to and from work every day, I would walk from my apartment to the university. And one of the places I had to walk past was there was a college of hair, like where they just taught people for estheticians and hair. And if I wanted to get my hair done, I would go to the college to have my hair cut. You know why? Because it was like $5. Because they basically just like, hey, pay us $5 and let us practice on cutting your hair. But that's in West Virginia, they're not paying a lot of money to go to an esthetician's college. They're not paying $5,000. You do have to go to school to learn how to cut hair. Like, you can't just you do have to go to school for it. But the license, that's a California issue, right? That's because of all these Democrat policies that have been put in place that have made it more and more difficult for people to be able to do things like that. Just a $5,000 license to cut hair? That's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. And that is a product of Democrat policies. It's not a product of Republican policies. It's Democrat policies. If you want to go to the college and get your hair cut for $5, sometimes for free, by the way, they do it for free because they're practicing. And by the way, they always did a good job. They don't want to screw up because they get graded on it. So they don't want to screw up. Go get your hair. And also, anybody out there, if there is an esthetician college around you and you want to get a really cheap haircut, a good haircut, go to an esthetician college. Cheap or free.
To both blacks and whites too, but fair enough. Those systems ought to be struck down. So there are lots of things Republicans do that I don't.
But it's not just cutting hair. You know that. You know they have to train how to learn with diseases and to make sure your clippers are clean and make sure certain things that you have to follow certain protocols so that you can be a barber, so that you can make sure that the community is safe when you're doing these protocols.
Well, if there weren't government protocols, there'd be other protocols. For example, there's something called the Consumer Reports. That's not government, and it comes out and it talks about cars.
We're going real libertarian now.
Safe. If government didn't do these kinds of things, entrepreneurs would step in and they would have licensing. So there'd be a little sticker on the window when you go to a barbershop, and it would say, "I've been approved by so and so licensing board or organization."
Some of it's bullshit. 5,000 is too much, though.
There are all sorts of things that we would do if the government was not doing them.
Do you have a black barber?
Thank you.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay, just making sure.
Actually, I have a black barber for 25, 30 years.
I'm also a Lolbert, so I agree 100%. Like, yeah, let the free market determine it. Let the free market make these kinds of, so that the individual person can make the decision. Say like, oh, I see this person is certified by this, that, and the other organization, professional organization.
The thing that blows my mind is just that how much these people think that if the government wasn't around, society would collapse, and it's just like insane to me.
I know. But that's the thing. Think about it this way. Because I'm doing a bunch of work right now with studying this or going through all this crazy stuff with this academic fraud. Academia is largely actually unregulated by the government. It's self-regulated. And the unfortunate thing about that is that it's kind of a refutation of some of this. But the problem is because it is backed up by the government, and not by money, but by by government agencies. So I think that might be a refutation where now I have to think about that harder about like, should private institutions be able to self-govern in that way? Because then you end up with a lot of really screwed up shit like we have with the Eric Stewart situation that I'm dealing with right now, which is but that's academia, which is its own fucking vortex of nonsense, which doesn't apply to hairstyling. That's its own thing. Sorry. Let's finish this up.
Cancer, and now the person that owns the shop, who is Latina, cuts my hair.
Okay. I do want to ask one final question. When do you think systemic racism ended? Since you said it don't exist anymore, when did it end?
I can't come up with a specific time, but Civil Rights Act of 1964, Brown versus Board of Education, the Loving versus Virginia Act that struck down race mixing. You couldn't, for 13 states, you couldn't marry a white woman. Again, I think that when Barack Obama got elected, that was a big deal. When Obama got elected, this is really important. He got elected with a little more than 52% of the vote. He walks into the Oval Office the third week of January. He had a 70% approval. Now, how can that be? How can 15% all of a sudden support this man? It wasn't because they wanted capital gains taxes raised, which Obama promised to do. It wasn't because of Obamacare, which Obama promised to do. It's because
many Americans... When Larry said that, I don't know... I didn't know what his wife looked like when he said you couldn't marry a white woman. What race do you think his wife is? What seems like X?
I don't actually know at the moment.
I'm gonna send you a picture, and it'll make sense, I think.
What's his wife now?
I don't know if they're still married. Oh no, she claims he waved a gun at her, so I guess they're.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I do remember hearing about that now, but I mean. I was just saying, she's a very white woman.
Yeah.
She is a very white woman. Blonde hair, blue eyes, yeah.
Yeah, Aryan.
American said at the very least, he'll stop the nonsense that America remains systemically racist. And for 8 years, in my humble opinion, he played race card after race card after race card. So when he entered the Oval Office, both blacks and whites thought race relations would get better. When he left, both blacks and whites thought they got worse. Why? Because he did things like the Cambridge police acted stupidly when they didn't. If I had a son, he looked like Trayvon. When what happened to Trayvon had nothing to do with his race. He embraced Black Lives Matter. He invited Al Sharpton in the White House over 70 times. He said that racism is in America's DNA. He said all sorts of things so that when he left, both blacks and whites thought race relations got worse.
Exactly. I mentioned that earlier. Everyone thought when we elected Obama, this will be great. We've got a black president. Things will get better now. And they all got worse.
You know what I find funny about Obama?
Turn out to be?
Is if you just look at how black people in America can't stand someone like Obama if he wasn't president. Like his crisp image, the way he talks, they would immediately call him an Uncle Tom in any other fucking circumstance. But the second is a then all of that is forgiven. It's like, you are so tribal to the point where you're just going to get mocked. Like if it wasn't for political speak, like most people would ridicule the shit out of blacks just because they're full of shit. There's nothing to do with their race. It's just the pattern of behavior is so patently hypocritical. It would just, in any other circumstances, it would just get you mocked.
Exactly.
This is ridiculous.
It is. It absolutely is.
But sir, this is where and we can disagree to disagree because you're mixing race relations and what voters decided to do, who might just be very good people that decided to elect a black man, confusing with institutional system racism.
Wait, what's she talking about?
What the fuck are they like?
Voters?
Half of that made sense, and then she just went completely off the fucking rails.
Let's hang on. Start again.
In America's DNA, he said all sorts of things so that when he left, both blacks and whites thought race relations got worse.
But sir, this is where and we can disagree to disagree because you're mixing race relations and what voters decided to do, who might just be very good people that decide.
See, like that
voters?
Bit, that bit actually makes sense. But
then elect a black man, confusing with institutional system racism.
That bit just made no fucking sense. That is completely unconnected to what.
I'm sorry. Okay, so how can there be institutional system racism if voters have decided to vote for a black man?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That bit made no fucking sense.
How can there, if there is institutional systemic racism, then why would voters
Why would a black guy even be on the fucking option?
Yeah, why would he be on the ballot in the first place? Yeah, good question. Why would he be on the ballot in the first place? Did anybody else in the chat hear boulders and not voters? Because I heard boulders both times. I got a Monday Matt flashback. But okay, I think that this makes sense. That if there was true systemic racism, yeah, Barack Obama would never have been the nominee. He wouldn't have won, and people wouldn't have voted for him. And if they had voted for him en masse because they somehow beat systemic racism because 52% of the population voted for a black guy despite only 13% of the population being black, and let's presume that 100% of the black population voted for Obama, which it was very close to that, by the way, of eligible voters. It was damn near it. But then what was the other percent of Americans? What? Why would they do that? And then if it really was systemic racism, wouldn't the system prevent him from becoming president? Right? You think so? If it was truly if it was a system, it was the system. Teslin, wouldn't the system have prevented him from becoming president? Weird.
And those are just two totally different things. And it's okay if we disagree to disagree. I'm talking about structures, not what voters did, or voters wanted to see better race relations.
I think you use these words in very amorphous, bland terms. Yes, to appear intelligent, but really you're just a vague doofus.
Yeah, doofus.
Yes.
Well put.
Thank
you're
you.
a doofus.
Yes.
We're talking about structures, the same structures that you referenced several times that have also spiked you. So that's
Joe Biden, for example, when Georgia...
Did you say spike the Jews?
No.
What the fuck did you just say? Oh.
Voters wanted to see better race relations. We're talking about structures, the same structures that you referenced several times that have also spiked you. So
Joe Biden, for example, when Georgia reformed its law, said it was worse than Jim Crow. It's Jim Eagle. More blacks voted in Georgia than ever before. The percentage of blacks increased.
I forgot about Jim Eagle.
If the structure, how is it that the structure did not stop?
Oh, that was fucking cringe.
Yeah.
Black people from voting in Georgia.
Well, I'm not talking about voting, sir. I'm talking about just to be fair. I think Joe Biden.
You were specifically talking about voting. You specifically were talking about voting. You were specifically this woman. I hate. She has the most annoying tactic. You respond to what she says is like, "That's not what I was talking about. That's not what I was talking about. I wasn't talking about that." She's done that every single time he's responded to her. She said, "That's not what I was talking about, sir." Well then, bitch, learn to express yourself better. Because apparently no one can understand what the fuck you were saying. Okay? Because no one can understand you. That's not what I was talking about, sir. Then learn to express yourself better.
Biden and what Joe Biden did to African Americans, particularly with the war on drugs, was one of the worst things that actually happened to black people. Just to put that on the record, he too was a part of that system that I'm talking about. Democrats as well. I just try to stay balanced to say that same system applies on.
Bitch, you are not fucking balanced. Get the fuck out of here.
No, she's some kind of weird commie or something.
Yeah.
On both sides, Democrats and Republicans helped with mass incarceration. Joe Biden wrote it. So
thank you.
Yeah, and you know what? Bill Clinton was massively popular for that bill because he tackled a huge amount of fucking crime that was perpetuated by blacks. You fucking idiot.
Mm-hmm.
So we have no problem. I have no problem condemning him as a Democrat for what he's done. I'm just talking about institutions versus relations are just two totally different things. And that's just where we, just disagree with that. And that's okay.
No, because you haven't provided anything about what your institutions you're talking about are. Because you can't provide it. It's just this nebulous system, this invisible system, the system. And when Larry Elder provided, for example, in Baltimore City, how every single person at not every single one, but almost the vast majority, 80% of people in power from the top on down in Baltimore City are black. You went, that's not a system. That's not the system. That's not the system. You don't, because you don't give a shit unless this woman just wants to be queen, but not like actually, she just wants to be like in charge of like her communist.
Only thing the queen right now, she's queen bitch.
She is queen bitch. She's not a monarchist, of course. She wants a communist dictatorship where she gets to oppress white people. That's what she dreams about. I guarantee it. And I know I'm being solipsistic. I'm sorry, guys. I don't want to be solipsistic, but I think I'm correct. This woman wants to oppress white people because she feels that she's been oppressed, so she wants to hurt other people. And by the way, when I looked into the data on this months ago, you can watch it in my Dark Morality video, it was a desire to hurt others that motivated leftist thought. She wants to hurt other people. Because she feels that she's been hurt, even though she hasn't. I guarantee she's lived a very privileged life comparatively to people in Africa, for example. She just wants to hurt other people. That's it.
Well, we didn't really get into mass incarceration, but most people who are behind bars are behind bars because they committed a violent crime against somebody else. And often the black people who are behind bars committed a violent crime against another black person.
Well, when I'm talking about mass incarceration, I'm not talking about violent crimes. I'm talking about non-violent crimes, particularly the war on drugs. I was very clear in what I said.
I agree with you that I believe that the drug problem should be dealt with as a health problem rather than a criminal justice problem. But most people are not behind bars for using drugs or for dealing drugs. They're behind bars for having committed a violent act against another person.
Sure, but that wasn't what I was talking about. I was very clear when I talked about Joe Biden writing the crime bill.
No, you actually weren't, though. You actually really weren't, though. You weren't, though, at all. I like that Larry has stopped looking at her. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
He has stopped looking at her. He used to look at her when she would start talking. He has stopped. Because she's not worth him looking at the screen. That's completely true, I think.
Right. And mass incarceration with war on drugs to non-violent offenders. So that's a different conversation. You're weaving the two together. So we just have a disagreement on institutions versus...
Actually, none of you fucking morons, when you said mass incarceration, actually in any way said what is a mass incarceration for. You just said mass incarceration is a figure of systemic racism.
You said all mass incarceration.
Yes, you didn't mention any crimes.
Understanding that maybe it's because you commit more crimes per capita. Oh, there's that word per capita, or that phrase per capita. Oh, scary. Per capita, you commit way more crimes. Sorry. Yeah, Tom Perez. But who was in Perez?
Race relations, and that's okay.
Well, in order for you to go to jail, you have to commit a crime. If you walk down the street,
not always when you're black in America.
Oh, come on. Okay. Has there been over policing? Has there been redlining? Is it okay? Are police more likely to pull over black people than white people?
Yes.
Yeah, why?
Because they're more likely to commit a crime.
Yep. Is that fair? Is that fair? No, it's not fair. Life's not fair. That's because black people are more likely to commit. Get your community to stop committing so many crimes, and police officers won't pull you over as often. The thing there was a study that I read a long time ago, and I remember we were actually like trying to work on some of this stuff when I was in grad and doc school, which was that like, oh, how do we train police officers to not do that? And they sent police officers in this one study that I read, it's been years, but they sent these police officers to these like 6-week-long anti-racism training camps to try and get them to undo racism. And they just went back to doing the same thing because it's like, well, but because it was the black people who were doing the crimes. And they thought that the amount of black arrests would drop with these traffic cops, and it didn't. Do you know why? Because it was the black people who were committing crimes. The astonishing thing about social science is that they and people like this, that they're looking for, it's going to be anything else. It must be anything else but me, but us. It can't be, I can't be responsible. It must be anything else in the universe except for my own actions. And that's just, by the way, endemic across leftist mindsets.
The thing of that, you gotta be very careful with that, because that's gonna lead to either two conclusions. Either A, you like being stupid, or you're incapable of becoming smarter. Like that is the inevitable consequence of repeating the same thing over and over again. Like, you're either too stupid to learn, or you just like being dumb.
Yeah. Well, it repeating the same thing over and over again is insanity. It's not the real definition of insanity. That's a misnomer, but you know what I mean. Maybe the problem
doing the same
again
thing over
is,
and over again, expecting different results.
Right, but the reality is that the cops weren't arresting people because they were racist. They were pulling over black people because they were committing crimes. Yes. And it is a learned heuristic. They were either committing crimes or they had good reason to believe they were committing crimes. And
facts are hard, yo.
Here's the thing about traffic cops: they can't see what your race is when they pull you over. So I'm sorry that whole idea about the traffic cop thing was so ridiculous prima facie, that the traffic cops were targeting black people. How do they know what race you are when they pull you over? When you're on the highway going 50 miles an hour, what are you talking about? They can't see what the fuck your race is. It's ridiculous. Just stop doing crimes. If you're doing a crime on the highway, then you're gonna get pulled over. Whoops.
Well, where are the class action lawsuits, Charlamagne? We have all these black lawyers. Many black people have gone to law school. Where are the class action lawsuits claiming that a bunch of people are behind bars illegally, wrongfully? Where are they?
So you think everybody that's behind bars?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Why don't you answer my question?
Why do they always do this? Always, everyone, always. Oh, no. It's statistical probability. What, Spoon, why can't people understand statistics? I don't get it. Why can't people understand statistics?
Because it's a white thing.
I don't understand. All I do is statistics all day, every day is statistics. It's my passion. It's my one true love, Bill. I love statistics. And I was terrible at math all my life. All my life growing up, I was terrible at math. And then
what did he just say?
He said, "Keep it up, and you'll be a statistic."
Oh my god.
I was terrible at math because I have dyscalculia, which
You'll be
is
the first Mace death of this year.
like just today, I was like looking through a data set and I have to like count with my fingers, you know, because I have dyscalculia. It's difficult for me to do like really simple numbers, but then once you put me into hard numbers, and then it's or more complex numbers, and then. But I didn't know that. I didn't know that until I got to grad school, and then I took an advanced statistics class, and it was really hard at first. And I was like, oh god, I'm gonna fail this. I'm gonna fail this class. I'm gonna fail out of grad school. And then it was like a switch flipped, and I went, whoa, okay, never mind. This all makes sense. This makes more sense than anything I've ever done in my entire life. I don't know why. I can't explain it. But it was like this, and then it was my passion. And I was like, oh, I know I'm in the right place now. I know I'm doing the right thing. Because statistics, it makes sense to me. I can take all this fucking things in the world, and I can turn everything into a number. I like that, which I don't know, but it worked. So the statistical stuff, like, it really frustrates me when people like this. They don't get it. It's not referring to you. It's not referring to any one individual. Just understand the statistics are averages. It's not referring to you, ding dong. Holy shit. Okay, let's finish this up. I know I've said that like 5 times.
The class action lawsuits.
Well, you need money to do class action lawsuits.
You've had a black attorney general, Eric Holder. You had back-to-back black attorneys general, Eric Holder and Loretta Lynch. Why didn't they release a whole bunch of people who are illegally behind bars? Why didn't they do that? You had a black president.
And I criticized them as well. Went on record because actually you're right. He lied and said that he was going to fix the crack cocaine disparity. So I went on record. You're right. And guess what? Guess what he works for? The system. So he's just a black face that works.
What's the system?
This is what she's gonna say.
This woman.
For the system at the time. So again, we just disagree on systems and institutions versus black faces and high places.
Well, the disparity has been rectified. Now you go to jail for dealing powder as you do for dealing crack. And at one time there was a
This woman does not understand the concept of class.
No,
like
not
at all.
It's just race. Everything in her brain.
Yes, everything is race.
Everything in her mind is race.
Yeah, because she's stupid.
Yes, she's single-minded. Let's put it that way. She is single-minded. She doesn't have brain cells to devote to anything else.
No, you go to jail, but the ratio is not the same.
Well, because the deal is not the same. For example, there are more white people behind bars for drunk driving than there are black people. There are certain categories of crime that whites commit.
Mr. Elder, you go.
Alcohol is a drug. Alcohol is a drug.
Yeah, and she's also saying, or he's also saying that the offenders when it comes to drugs are different when it comes to black people.
Yes. Black people, in terms of their drug crimes are harder drugs, crack cocaine. White people, it's alcohol and drunk driving. These are both drug crimes, by the way. Or you want to talk about like meth? Who do you think's more involved with meth crimes? I think it's more
Mexicans.
White people, to be fair. And maybe some Mexicans. I don't know. I actually don't know the demographics of meth crimes. It seems like it's like more of a white drug, isn't it? Oh my god!
I wouldn't know.
Go on.
Depends on the drug. More whites are behind bars for meth than blacks are.
You're just going all over the place.
Oh my god! I got it.
You said drugs. It depends on the category of drugs. It depends on the category of drugs. More whites are involved in meth than blacks.
I gave you the category that I wanted to talk about, and you start talking about drinking. You're just all over the place, Mr. Elder. But it's okay.
More blacks are involved in crack cocaine. More whites are involved in powder. More whites are involved in meth than blacks. Depends on the category of the drug you're talking about.
And I was talking about a very clear category, and I gave you. I told you where I just criticized the black man who was in charge, and you skipped over that and went right to talking about drunk driving.
Hang on, Bill. What's that, Bill?
Meth is enjoyed wherever the accent is found. Not so much Italian, but whites of German descent.
Okay. Pervitin. Oh.
Pemberton was a drug used in the Second World War to fuel the Nazis.
Yes. Bill's saying that former Axis power peoples like the Pemberton, so therefore they like because they were supplied by the Germans, so therefore they like so therefore they like meth because they had an exposure to Pemberton. What are the Finns? They loved Pemberton.
Okay, first of all, since when were the blacks an actual graphic?
That's true. He doesn't think Finns are real people, I guess.
Larry.
So
what?
I know plenty of Finns.
I know we have Finnish friends.
Drugs, I would have,
Let's finish. We have like 2 minutes left.
Again, so sir, I have no problem with criticizing Black Democrats. We do that. Charlemagne does that all the time. It's just the imbalance of understanding that even Black faces in high places, even including yours and Democrats, Republicans, just being fair across the board. That's all.
Well, that to me basically is no different than what Joe Biden just did with Charlemagne, which is to tell me as a Black person I got to think a certain kind of way, otherwise I'm not Black.
And I didn't like that either.
Well, you just did.
I didn't like that either.
You just did. You call me a black face as if I'm supposed to think a certain kind of way.
No, I said blackface. I said blackface in high places. I said they're everywhere. You're a blackface. You're in a high place. You're running for president of the United States. That's a high place, and you are a blackface, correct? I said so. There's blackface in high places on both sides. So it's just about being fair for me on both sides. I've mentioned
you would not hold a Barack Obama to the same standard. You fucking heinous bent.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I mentioned several Democrats that I have a problem with. Several, including Joe Biden. So you don't have to sell us on that. We get that. I'm just saying it also happens on the Republican side. That's all. And Black conservatives agree with a lot of your messages, Mr. Elder. But when you're not balanced across the board, it just kind of lands flat. That's all.
Whose cocaine do you think it was in the White House? Since we're talking about drugs.
I have no idea. All I know is that it seemed to me it's to be scary that the Secret Service closed the investigation without identifying a suspect. What other kind of stuff goes in and out of the White House without anybody knowing about it? But I have no idea. I just think it's bizarre that the investigation all of a sudden got closed that fast.
Criminal charges should be brought against President Biden, right?
I think there certainly should be an investigation about the pay-for-play stuff that we're hearing. The IRS whistleblowers are saying that they
talked all this shit. Talked all this shit about Trump going to jail, which he's not. Just like, a little investigation. We don't really care.
Stand down in their investigation. I think there's a double standard going on, as I said earlier. For example, Donald Trump has been indicted for document possession. There is a special counsel investigating Joe Biden for document possession, but his defenders are saying, well, Joe Biden, unlike Donald Trump, turned over the documents readily when they were found out to have them. And if that's the case, why is the investigation still taking so long?
Tell them how they can support your campaign.
LarryElder.com. I need $1 from 40,000 individuals, even if you want somebody else.
LarryElder.com. One more time, I have put it up in the pinned comment. If you like this guy, and you don't have to give him $1, but I think Larry Elder is awesome. If you give him $1, it will help get him into the race. But let's listen to him and finish it up, his pitch.
Else to talk about some of the issues that Charlemagne and I have been talking about for the last several minutes. I can get them front and center. So LarryElder.com, $1, 40,000 individuals.
Actually, Mr. Elder, you're the one talking about issues. Charlemagne the God has been nothing but an antagonistic fucking shithead to this entire hour.
He really has.
And he offered absolutely nothing to this conversation other than being a mouthpiece. He's not even a human being.
Well, no, that's a little bit aggressive, but yeah. He didn't. He acted like an NPC. He acted like an NPC. You're right, though. He did act like an NPC, which is disgusting.
I will see you on August 23rd in Milwaukee.
All right, it's Larry Elder.
The Breakfast Club. Good morning.
That
was a shit show.
Was insane. Now, I'm going to share my screen with you. Okay? We're going to end the watch together. And I'm going to share my screen because I want us to watch this.
Oh, is it the guy?
Window. Yeah, I thought I'd share this. I'd say this for the end. Yeah. All right. This guy, at this point, YouTube's not gonna get mad at us. I don't think they're already mad. They're mad. This was in response to. Tell me when you got it up.
Yeah, I have it up.
Okay. So here was Larry's announcement.
Hey, this is Larry Elder, also known as the black face of white supremacy according to the LA Times. Tomorrow I'm going to be on the Breakfast Club. Go to my website, LarryElder.com. I'm trying to make it to that debate by August 21. I need 40,000.
I'd love for him to be at the debate.
You can contribute as little as $1. I'm going to be talking about tomorrow systemic racism, about the plight of Black America, Republicans versus Democrats, and why it is that, in my opinion, there's a two-tiered system of justice. All of that and more will be talked about tomorrow on the Breakfast Club. And again, Larry Elder, peace out.
Great. Love it. I thought he was fantastic. Larry destroyed them. They were absolutely and utterly wrecked. Yeah. Breakfast Club got BTFO'd unbelievably. But it's not just us who believe this. So Spoon sent me this.
This guy.
And I'd like to I gotta make sure I got it. Here we go.
This dude is funny as shit.
This guy. Okay.
Yo, shit, man. Shout out to you, big dog. OG, you understand me? Charlemagne, goddamn Tez, man. I wish y'all cut this bitch, Mike. Like, shut the fuck up. Get this hoe the fuck out of here. Bitch, we is sick of you. We tired of you, bitch. You don't speak for us. Like, you get up there with all this black woman that head nodding and shit. Like, man, bitch, I'll say what the fuck Larry Elder not gonna say. Like, shut the fuck up, bitch. We not there to, like, bitch, this is the Charlemagne show. God damn it, ho, play your part. Bitch, you fucking up like you is not Angela Yee replacement. Like, ho, you is the you temporary, bitch. Like, chill, bitch. Don't nobody know. We don't give a fuck about you and your opinion. Shut the fuck up.
I agree 100%.
That dude is fucking Chad.
So I have a couple of...
I just like the way I wish someone would cut his bitch to fuck off.
I know. 2 less super chats from Hasselhoff of 1 for 5 says professional licenses serve some purpose but are easily abused by established companies to sabotage new competition by adding barriers to entry. It's true. The government does the same thing though. I'm not sure which one's better. I think private is probably better, but certainly don't like the government. Private corporations can also be extremely predatory, so I'm not saying that that's good either inherent. Hasselhopper for another 5 says, we can agree to disagree, but you're comparing boulders to boulders and ignoring a systemic system of spiked Jews. Oh, that's his translation of what she said. It did sound like she said that.
Yeah, that's why I was confused.
We can disagree. We can disagree to disagree, but you're we can disagree to disagree, but you're comparing boulders to boulders and ignoring a systemic system of spiked Jews. It did kind of sound like. Hang on. Do we have a hang on. Do we have the MC Jarbo? Yeah. No, that's the whole thing. I thought there was a Boulder song. All right, you know what? I'm gonna because I'm in a fucking mood. I'm gonna share my screen again. Hang on. I have to bring up a new thingy though. Oh no, I need to. Okay. One sec. I'm gonna, as we head out, I think I'm gonna, whoop, that's not what I meant to do. I'm being a little bit silly.
Ditzy.
Ditzy, yes. So I'm going to, because we had so much Boulder talk, I thought we listen to a little song, and then we'll head out. You ready? I actually, Matt and I have reconciled, but thought I'd play a little bit of this. We're talking about boulders. Oh, I don't know if I can play this part. That's so bad.
Wink. Motherfuckers say shit, I usually block them. Fuck them. Why not? But this time, it's a pretty big problem. My girlfriend's pregnant too. I'm going to be a father. No, I'm kidding. It's just my girlfriend's daughter. I heard your channel was banned. Sorry, dude. I had a friend who killed himself. Just a shame that it wasn't you. And I know you hear this every day, but I'm the biggest fag. I even flagged your fat ass where you said nothing bad. But I flagged all of your posters and subscribers, man. Why the fuck do you think I keep so many fucking tabs open? Anyway, I hope you get this, man. Hit me back just to chat. Truly yours, the biggest fag. This is Matt. Eating my fucking daughter. It's just my girlfriend's daughter. My fucking daughter. It's definitely my girlfriend's daughter. Dear Ralph, you still haven't called. I hope you have a chance. I am mad. I just think it's fucked up. Don't answer facts. If you didn't want to talk to me on the kill stream, you didn't have to. But did you have to tell my kid that daddy was a black dude? She's only 2 years old. We listened to your bullshit show for like 4 hours and you just said, That's pretty shitty, dude. I'm like her fucking
you guys
idol.
Listen to shit for like 4 hours.
Like me, man. She gets reviews than I do. Let's be real. I'm nothing like you. I think I'm just an autistic character, or have a tremendously low IQ. Dumb as fuck. But flagging helps when I'm depressed. I even got a tattoo of Tyrone on my breast. And I even cut myself just to see how much it bleeds, like my faggot friend Crowd. Excessive faggotry. You gotta call me Ralph. I'm the biggest cuck you'll ever lose. Sincerely yours. P.S. We should buy some Ripple too.
Alright, that was it. I just want to that since we talked about all the boulders. Oh, that's an old callback. Well, how did you feel? Do you have any ending statements about the interview, Spoon? What?
What's the sound of a whip?
What? Oh, do you have any ending statements about the interview?
No, I just wanted the sound of a whip.
All right. My ending statements are that Larry Elder wiped the floor with these losers, and yeah, it was hilarious. It was also it gave me a migraine, and it hurt me as to how stupid people are. But it is what it is, in that this is the world that we live in, and there's no escaping from it. No Elon Musk rocket ships to escape to Mars yet, but hang on, maybe soon. Anywho, we will see you guys in just 2 days, on Wednesday, for the normal politics stream, because we knew we had to do it.
We're going to be talking about Ramsey Paul's
all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, but that's one thing I want to focus on. Yeah, because I did a video on that, and I want to elaborate, because V did a video on it as well, and I was like, V, like, no, you're horribly wrong on this front.
Yeah, I know.
Yes,
I know you disagree.
It's definitely the Whammon. Yes. Even his comment section was overwhelmingly not in his favor. Because I went like, nah, it's definitely the women, dude. Like,
it's, even V, he rarely misses, but every once in a while, there's a rare miss.
Someone says because he's currently in his weeby degeneracy phase, degeneracy phase, and therefore he is clouded by this. Also, when he's married, he can't say shit.
You can have a miss from time to time. Yeah, we will see you guys in just a few days on Wednesday, and